Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the
the truth or tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. People you can get killed in this shit, man.
What's good, y'all? What's good with the family? What day is it, man? I'm losing track of the days. It's Wednesday. How y'all feeling on this good Wednesday, man? We missed yesterday, man. Interesting developments. YouTube was crashing. I think that's the first time I could remember YouTube crashing since I've been using it. I've never seen that before. That was weird. I don't know if any of y'all experienced that. You know, the home page wasn't working. It wasn't loading up no videos. I don't know what the hell was going on. Somebody said it was down for 5 minutes. I'm like, that 5-minute lie. Hell no, that shit was acting crazy. So we here early, man. We gonna make up for yesterday. We're gonna make up for some lost time. It was weird yesterday, man. It's weird today. It's weird today. I pop up, I see Bill Haney. I see Bill Haney, like, man. I see Bill Haney interviews. I'm seeing Keyshawn Davis interviews. We gonna cover everything. You hear me? We gonna cover it all. But we gonna be fair. We gonna be firm, man. But man, this shit funny as hell, man. YouTube was tripping yesterday, wasn't it? It's okay, man. Players mess up, man. It's probably all that capping people been doing, man. I told y'all, man. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop bombarding the space with hella uploads of capping and lying, man. Y'all, that's because all that damn lying. It was too many lies being told. That's what word got back, man. You know what I'm saying? I know somebody that knows somebody. They said, man, shit went down, man. That's what happened when too many people upload and gossip and lies, yo. The system just it got a reboot for a second. I heard I heard you know I heard the minute the minute that video got uploaded and they heard Bill Haney say Shakur would be easier than Loma, the internet crashed immediately. I heard that was the straw that broke the camel's back, bro. They heard Bill Haney say Shakur Stevenson is an easier fight than Lomachenko, bro. The internet just wilded out. YouTube just conked out for a minute and said, I had enough of this shit. Oh, man. Y'all know we gonna have some fun, though, man. Y'all know we gonna have some fun. And I always got to say this because it's always somebody new in the building. You never know when it's a new supporter. People are going to learn the hard way. When you come over here, you can have your favorite fighters, but I'm going to always support boxing. You get what I'm saying? Boxing before anything, man. But the way my support of these New Jersey fighters make people uncomfortable is crazy. I've never seen something like it. We gonna keep pushing, man. We gonna keep having fun with this shit, man. We got a lot to talk about, man. We got interviews to break down. We got interviews to break down. We got people running around here lying. You know, it's a lot, yo. We gonna get to every bit of it, though. I'll tell you that. Hit the like button, y'all. Sub to the channel. Support the grind. We gonna get to it, man. Shout out to my baby girl. I don't know how she the first one in the building. Peace. Many blessings to the host with his fine tail self for the chat. Peace and love. Thanks for tuning in. You know it, Al Booger, my guy. Shower was good, Queen. He said, about to get heated. I'm gonna be laughing. Really, I'm gonna have some fun with it. Cal Cooler blessings, fam. He said somebody to get their old ass off damn drugs. An intervention is needed with the handicap. Jordan, what it do? 75% of imaginary pop to fight easy work. What's the word? Z, what's good with it, homie? Yeah, it was wild. YouTube was tripping, right? Yours never stopped working. That's crazy. School and Superman was good with it, family. Yeah, man, it got crazy. T-Mac was good with it. Marcus in the building. My guy was good. Brody Opulent in the building was good, family. Bill set a cold list for a cold guy. Yeah, man. Look, I ain't mad. Hey, look, this is the difference, man. I always gotta say this because people don't get it. The difference between me and people, right? When you see shit like, or you hear things like with Bill, some of the stuff Bill was saying in that interview, you know, it's people that'll take that and go left with it, right? They take it too serious, bro. That's Bill Haney. What is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to get in that interview? Now, I ain't saying lie about it, but, you know, you going to get that before you going to get him getting up there saying, you know, Shakur Stevenson is going to be the most difficult fight for my son. And like, that wouldn't be Bill Haney if he did that, right? So he going to talk like how Bill Haney talk, bro. You know what I mean? Think about it. They out here calling the man Debo Dev, and people is running with it. I like it because it's fun and funny. You get me? But it's some of the fans, they really think he Debo. They really picture him with the flannel, with the muscles, like Debo just running down on everybody and don't nobody want to fight him. It's people that feel like that. It's the funniest shit ever. You got to have fun with this boxing stuff, man. So even though I don't know what the hell Bill was talking about, but I understand it. You know what I mean? I don't look at it as a reason to attack him, right? He's speaking what he believes is his truth, right? If he that delusional to think Shakur easy fight, then let him have. God bless him. God bless him. But I have to say, man, before we get to this interview, I have to say, man, shit ain't adding up, man. Shit ain't adding up. But because hold on, yeah, just hey Joe, I know Joe in here. That's my guy, Joe in here. You know, hey, tell me something, Chava. Tell me something. ASAP, what's good with it, homie? Tell me something, bro. He says Shakur would be an easier fight than Lomachenko. And you know, so I start to think like something that I hear you, but I don't feel you. And this is why I don't feel you. Because see, we knew when Kambosos was easy work, right? When y'all was talking about going over there to Australia, yeah, y'all took the shit sandwich, as y'all like to call it, right? Y'all took the low end of the deal. Y'all took some garbage money because of what? You knew he was offering you bullshit money because of what? He really didn't want to fight y'all, right? Remember that? Remember that? I got to take y'all down memory lane. Do y'all remember the talking points that was surrounding Devin and Kambosos the first time do you remember he tried to fight Loma? Loma was like, nah. Then he had to fight Devin. Do you remember? Do y'all remember? I'm going to make it make sense to you. Do you remember? He had to leave him alone. He was basically down there forced to fight Devin. So his last ditch effort to get out of the fight was what, y'all? He said, I'm gonna offer Devin a dream. Haney, less money than he worth. Get what I'm saying? Because I know I really don't want to fight him. Because stylistically, he's bad for my business. Right? Remember? He gave Devin a slave deal and all this and that. Remember the talking points from Team Haney was that he really didn't want that fight. And he thought they wasn't going to take it. So credit to Devin, though, because he did call George Kambosos, Team Kambosos bluff. He took the low end of the deal, and he made it happen. But he also knew that was easy work. So he was willing to take that kind of money and go over there to Australia and fight this dude because they knew what was what, man. That's a calculated risk. Smart move by the Team Haney. But today, you fast forward to today, you want us to believe that Shakur Stevenson is the easy fight. So why did you do the same thing that George did when he was trying to get out of a fight? You offered him less than he was worth. The difference is Shakur got a better team. He ain't going to let you dupe him, right? He played the one card that he could. And what do you know? The fight never happened. Do you see the parallels? When a guy was trying to get out the fight in George Kambosos, that's why he offered the low money. Do that 25% started sounding a little bit more familiar? Huh? Do it sound like a little bit more familiar? That was intent. I just want to point that out. That's why. So the fight was so easy that you wanted him to take 25% of nothing. And it be less than what he was worth. So that was the real problem. The difference was when Kambosos' offer, it was legit and it was backed by somebody. When they did it, it wasn't backed by anything. And yeah, that was a unification versus the undisputed. So you see the games that they play. Just want to point that out. That if Shakur was so easy, you go into that situation and you respect him as a fighter and you give him what he worth. Maybe not what he want, but what he worth at least, right? So I think that was intent right there. So look, I'm not here to say nobody's scared or none of that. But if Shakur Stevenson was so easy, y'all wouldn't be trying to jump behind every narrative. You get what I'm saying? Y'all wouldn't be working double time. Y'all wouldn't have offered less than he was worth. You just wouldn't have played a lot of those games. You would have made the fight happen. Because I know when you actually want to make fights happen, you negotiate them and you make them happen. The history says it. So if you really was interested in making that fight because you thought it was easy, you would have made the fight. Trust and believe you would, because that would have been the best win on your resume. So the fact that you didn't make the fight is obvious. We're going to lowball him. We're going to see if he'll take it, sign up for 25% of nothing. When he don't do it, we're going to say he really didn't want to fight, so we moved on. That's exactly what happened. But I just had to make that make sense for y'all. Because if if George Kambosos is offering bullshit money is an attempt to get out of the fight, and that narrative came directly from Team Haney, then you can't change the narrative when you about to fight somebody else. You doing the same business practices that a guy did to you when he wanted to get out of a fight. That's all I'm pointing out. So you really didn't want it. Not saying you were scared, but you didn't want it. You didn't want it because you wouldn't have did that. You just wouldn't have done it. You know what I'm saying? It's very simple to understand. You know what I mean? At least closer to what he may want. Not outright, but play, you get by outright by playing. You get me. You feel me? You feel me? They knew it was intent, man. These fans think because somebody says something that's the law. Yeah, boxing is a business. Y'all know when they really want to fight because the business side will get done. Case in point, hey Marcus, just to add to your point, bro. Just to add to your point, how easy did Shakur and T.O. get made? How easy. Remember, people was like, man, I'll believe it when they're in the ring. Shakur ain't fighting no T. Remember? Look how easy. 1, 2, 3. You know why? Because they both wanted to fight and they had no outside entity trying to pull them away from making a fight. So they was able to go ahead and do it. You see how that go? You get what I'm saying, man? But look, we're going to get to these interviews. Super easy. OTB, my dog, was good with it, bro. He got the breakdown up. No restrictions. Shout out to my guy. He back in the kitchen, man. That's why I love it, man. Y'all tap in the OTB. But it was super easy. Shout out to my bro, man. You know what I mean? And they both made close to 10 M's. You did? Yes, sir. Turkey was involved, though, Just. I get it. But the point being is how easy the fight was put together without all the antics. You get what I'm saying? Shit. I could even do it. Look how easy Loma and Devin got made. That got made easy. It wasn't a bunch of antics with that. It wasn't a bunch of social media shit. That's the parallel that I'm trying to make. I just want you to acknowledge that Team Haney said the reason George Kambosos was trying to get lowball them when he fought them twice was because he didn't want to fight. So then you turn around and you lowball a guy and you want us to believe it's because you wanted to fight, lowball him because you wanted to fight, right? Doesn't make a lot of sense. I just be wanting people to be honest with themselves. You know what I'm saying? Now, Turkey be lying. Turkey be lying. He admitted to it. John Wick was good with it. If it wasn't for Turkey, I don't know about that. But yeah, y'all missing the point. Y'all missing the point. We ain't talking about, we talking about how easy it got made. Now, we could explore the reasons why you thought it was so easy, but my point is very clear. Was it very easy for the fight to get made? Did they have to go back and forth? And even with the Turkey shit being at play, do y'all remember? Turkey wasn't rocking with Teofimo. So don't make it seem like it was a for sure shot. Remember, he wasn't rocking with Teofimo because of the shit he said. Remember that. Remember, T.O. came out and said, Turkey. Remember, he was apologizing. So it wasn't no for sure shot that he was going to rock with T.O. My point being is he was willing to do it, I think, because he obviously got a relationship with Shakur, right? He clearly wasn't about to rock with T.O., so he made that fight. But my thing is, it didn't take people having to go back and forth on social media for long. It was very easy. Like they even asked Teofimo Sr., how easy was it to make this fight? And he was like, it was very easy because they both wanted it. And that's what my initial point always is. When two guys want to fight, more times than not, we're going to get the fight unless somebody on the outside or the powers that be is not vested in the fight. Then you don't get the fight. Other than that, you get these fights, bro. These dudes be full of shit. So, yeah, we understand Turkey being involved made it easy. But keep in mind the relationship Teofimo had with Turkey beforehand, right? Think about it. Remember, Turkey don't even say T.O. name right. He the reason we call him Timalifu, man. Timalifu. Turkey made that up. Turkey won't even say T.O. name right. You get me? You feel me, Shaw? He won't even say his name right. Teach, what's good with it, Teach? Fate was good, my guy. Shakur easier than Loma. Yeah, we're going to get to the interview. We're about to get to it. Till was stalling Shakur out, though. We remember. Not really. Because it was easy. Think about it. It wasn't like you didn't have Shakur having to say, like, it was a little, but that shit was easy, is what I'm saying. It wasn't a strung out process for them to make the fight, right? You might have seen a couple tweets, but that's normal. The fight never was in jeopardy. When people told you that fight was coming, it came and it got done. That's all I'm saying. So when people want fights, they get made. That's my initial point. I'm not saying nobody's scared, but when people want fights, they make fights. They go about it a certain way, right? You handle it off social media because you understand as a fighter, social media can help you make the fights. And facts, no interference makes it. That's why I always say when the fighters want to fight and they don't have no outside entity stopping them from making a fight, then you'll get it more times than not. But we're gonna talk about this, man. We're gonna get to this, man. What you over there doing? Snacking? You just go eat my snacks like that? Yeah. I got baby boy with me. He's been sick, y'all. So y'all gotta bear with me. We're gonna rock out as long as we can. We're gonna try to cover as much as we can today, but we're gonna get to this, y'all. We're gonna get to this interview. Let's have some fun with it. Shout out to Bill Haney, though, man. I like Bill, bro. I always say this. Bill is good for boxing, and he's a funny dude. And again, one thing I like about him being a mouthpiece for Devin, he makes no mistake where he stand, right? And he, as he should, he the dad. But what I'm saying is his confidence and support of his son never wavers. It don't matter what question you ask him. It don't matter what interviewer is in front of him, what platform he on. He gonna let you know that he feel like his son is the baddest thing smoking. That's something I could appreciate. That's just Bill doing his job. When he get in an interview and say Shakur easier than Loma, he just got a headline that he doing his job. It's up to Shakur if the fight ever happens to make Bill out to be the liar, right? But it's fun. He's supposed to say what he say. And hey, look, if you my dad and in my corner and you training and you the mouthpiece for me, you better let it be known. I'm out here beating ass. Look, Devin Haney undefeated, got 30-something wins. He been beating ass for years, right? Bill better get out there and sell that shit. You get me? You better get out there and talk me up every time you in the media. So I think all I'm saying is I just want to highlight that the stuff people get mad at is Bill just doing his job. And when he pisses you off, he's doing his job. If he made you laugh, he doing his job, right? He make you feel good about you supporting Devin Haney. He did his job. I just want you to know that's his job, good, bad, or indifferent, is to get a reaction from the people that's listening. And I think he does a really good job at doing so. You know what I'm saying? I'm always talking about him when he do it, right? It's fun and it's funny. Shout out to Mag, like, what's good with it? We gonna get to that too. Stay tuned, Mag. Like, we definitely gonna get to that. Look, I respect Oshaquie. He just speaking like a fighter. I ain't mad at nothing he's saying, but his consistency in the things that he's saying is making me want to see that fight sooner than later. Like, I would love to see the fight. So Shaq ain't saying nothing he ain't supposed to say, but he gonna have to stand on that if they ever get in the ring. That's all. Virgil situation, take promoters going to court. Right? How to teach. Bill's a master game planner as a trainer. You know it. If I was supposed to say that, yeah, he doing exactly what he's supposed to. So let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to this, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I feel you, Joe. I just want to be clear. Like, I hear him, and I feel like he might have his reasons for all of the stuff that he's saying, whether it's justified or not. He feels like it's a reason why he going there. So I try not to overstand it, right? But I just hear him, and I'm like, what are you willing to do to make that fight? Because, you know, the internet ain't going to do it. You're going to have to make a move, and we're going to get to that, y'all. Let's go in order, man. Let's get to this interview real quick, though. Let's have some fun with it, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. We got over 40 people in the building. Hit the like button. We just getting started. We about to pull up the Andre Ward and the Bill Haney interview. Keeps his son relevant even when you're not in the ring. Facts. Yeah, I think I like Oshaquie. I like Oshaquie. I like him, but I don't think he's the guy to beat Core. But I mean that he ain't supposed to feel like that. You know, I just haven't seen anything in the ring that would suggest he gonna beat him in an actual 12-round fight. I've seen how his 12-round fights look versus Shakur. It's just night and day to me. It's not even close. Like, I'm surprised that this is a conversation. Only reason I think this is a conversation because they had history.
If they ain't had no history, I don't even think this would be a conversation, bro. You know what I'm saying? Poop was good with it. Shakur's a fighter, so anything he says is good with me. Yeah, he's a fighter, and he'll back it up. Shaq will back it up. So I'm not mad at him. I'm not no super fan where I'm looking at him like, man, he capping on shit. I ain't, nah. Talk your shit, Oshaquie Foster. Just whenever that opportunity presents itself, press that button like you said you would, and I'm cool with it. I'm talk your shit. You supposed to say everything you saying. You feel like you could kick his ass. You feel like you used to beat his ass. Talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But I hope they get the opportunity. That's all. You know, him talking makes me want to see the fight more. So he definitely doing his job. And I don't think he no fake dude. I know somebody that know him personally. They say he is solid as they come. I believe him because that's from a guy that I rock with heavily. So, you know what I mean? From what I hear, Shaq is a phenomenal fighter, not only in the gym and under the lights. And I hear he's a solid guy, man. So, look, I just would want to see the fight. Whatever they personal is, they'll figure that out. They grown men. But as far as the X's and O's inside the boxing ring, he just got to show me. He just got to show me. Because I haven't seen the performance that he put together that would tell me, yeah, that beat Shakur. Like, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I've been Shock fans since we had the WBC silver. Facts. They don't remember that. Hey, OTV, they don't remember that silver. Oh, he will beat my guy. Hell no. You already know, Pooh. That's that 130 to me. That's that. He make a strong case for that, bro. Since Shock are offering, tell him to come up to 140. Yeah, man. I like Shock, man. I like Shock. He ain't saying nothing wrong, man. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? I hope he get what he looking for. I hope he get the fight. That's all I can say. I really hope he get the fight. Yeah. He had the one opportunity. He moved. We gonna get to that though, y'all. I got y'all. Y'all sit tight, man. Hit the like button. Support the bill. We gonna get to this, man. Let's pull up. You gotta get Bill Haney on the line, man. 40 mil bill is what they call him. That's what they be saying. Shock applying pressure in every interview. He on court him, and it's funny in a way. It's funny. I just wish they was in the same weight class. It'd hit different if they was. It'd be so much better. I just wish he would have stayed put. Going back down.
Big Bill.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
What's happening, King? Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, I'm good.
Just you?
Yes, sir.
That's how you rolling?
Yes, sir. I'm
Hey,
on time.
King
I'm
was
not
good
the
with
talent.
it.
I'm
Majestic.
behind the scenes.
Back.
Hey, King. Bill Haney and Andre Ward.
Yeah, y'all, trust me. We're going to have this Shock conversation for sure, y'all. And we're going to be fair. We're going to be firm, man. We're going to give Shock his just due. I respect his talent, skill set. I respect his call out. His moves inside the ring, I respect. He wish he would have stayed up at 35. That would make the fight more within range. Going back down to 130, but they keep calling for a dude that just fought at 140. You see the issue, but we're going to get to that. Bear with me,
East
y'all.
Oakland, we've come a long way. Yeah. We're at the top of the game.
Stay there. Welcome back to another episode of The Art of War. My guest today, we come from the same...
Trill Bill, Ryan from the six, my dog.
Happening.
Well, I mean,
what's good with it, bro?
I hate to tell you I told you so, but I did. I mean, just like I've said, Devin is the best fighter in the world.
You already know.
Everyone thought that I was just talking. He thought that I'm just playing, but it's a certain skill set that we've learned from some of the greats. One of the greats that you've learned it from, the great Virgil Hunter, somebody that's been special in my life that, you know, the relationship with me and him, it's not mentioned a whole lot, but what he's done for Devin, along with some of the other great professors, and me as well, you know what I mean, gives Devin a certain skill set that I be laughing and joking, but you see ain't nobody else talking about us. Yeah, ain't nobody said that I'm lying. Last time I checked, I don't know if nobody is looking for us.
Yeah, they get quiet. You know, the critics and all that, they get quiet when they wrong.
Debo.
Yeah.
Or you can do the Devin Haney, do the
Gotta
Devin
love
Haney.
it, yo.
Either way, you know what I mean? We're
Gotta
at the
love
top
what
of the
Bill
game.
be doing for
I
us,
say you can no longer down him, you got to crown him.
But man, he getting crowned. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, listen to me, y'all. Real quick, and we're going to get to it. What's funny about this? The fact that he got the world calling him Debo Dev and he a pure boxer is the funniest shit in the world, bro. I love it. It's funny, bro. You just got to look at it for what it is. Good entertainment, yo. Because you know, the chick, shout out to the boxing boys, the female star was like, man, I just don't see Debo energy. Bill ain't like that, but he still plays into it, man. And he like, ain't nobody checking for it. It's like they really selling that he Debo Dev, and it's funny as hell. Like I can have a good laugh at it, bro. But this is the fun part about boxing. If you don't like the fact that he calling himself Debo, you don't like the fact that they talking shit, go fight him and beat him. Other than that, I don't want to hear nothing. Be mad. I'm going to laugh and enjoy it. But if you don't like the fact that he calling himself Debo, if you don't like the fact that they want to fight, or they've sold to you that they'll fight any and every, go fight them and prove them wrong. That's all. Let's keep going.
Turkey Al-Sheik, man, we're going to talk a little bit more about him as we get going.
Smart business for sure.
I think he's doing a great job right now. You know, everybody wants to be quick to say what's going to work, what's not going to work. My thing is give it time. One thing I do appreciate is the fighters are getting what they normally don't get, which is getting paid. And I can't even say that. I don't think I would ever say a fighter's getting overpaid.
It's great for boxing.
No.
Because so many times, for so many years, for decades, we've been underpaid. So if a fighter's getting more than what you used to get, than what you're used to seeing them get, that don't mean they overpaid. It just means they getting paid. So I appreciate that. And, you know, with Devin's last performance, man, obviously that's going to continue to flow and continue to do what it do.
I want to just take it a step further, what Turkey Al-Sheik has done. He's broke down any narrative or any barrier for the biggest and the best fights to happen. For kids and guys, especially as my guy, to work from being 8 years old to the top of the game, you want to have the opportunity to prove how good you are. You want to be able to have the opportunity to fight the best fighters. And if they're not who they say they are, then Turkey Al-Sheik has come in the game and proved that. There's no fight, no big fight that can happen. And I think that what we call the boxing protection program has been dismantled. Devin started it. Of course, everybody said, you know, we worked with Matchroom, we worked with Top Rank, we worked with, we did our best to work with PBC, but early on we worked with Showtime and Showbox. You know, so we killed the narrative that you couldn't work with all the promoters and still have a career, you know.
All I'm gonna say is I ain't taking no shots at nobody, but you don't see Bill hungover, intoxicated, under the influence, slurring over his words. You know what I'm saying? Him just leaving his son hanging, his son taking them punches. Shit, Bill is the closest thing to the ring taking them punches, right? Like they win together. When it looked like they lost, he was right there with his son. It wasn't no mention of him not being there. That's all I'm saying. People got to get a man more credit for doing this shit the right way, because he definitely doing it the right way. Whether people agree with what he say or not, still doing it the right way.
I mean, it was like they said that you get blackballed, but when you really talented and you have a great team, you know what I mean? The freezer is no place for us.
Yeah. I'm gonna say one last thing on that. Like, stupid. You know, you mentioned Verge, man. I always appreciate you, you know, paying homage and showing love, man, and giving respect, you know, where it's really due. And the other ones too that y'all came across and got a lot of game from and learned a lot from. You know, I think one of the things that make Verge, somebody like him, great, and even yourself, is when you move in a fighter, it's not always an eye thing. It ain't always, oh, I saw that and I see this. Sometimes it's a feel thing, right? So like even you picking Brian Norman, like on paper, it's like, you sure you want to do that? But it's a field thing. Like, I know my guy can do it. If he show up and do what he's supposed to do, that's no problem for us. How did you develop the feel for the matchmaking, even the business associations? We're going to give y'all a 2-fight deal. We're going to give y'all a 2-year deal. Talk to me about the feel of just moving Devin's career.
Well, I mean, I think that it's a fraternity of individuals, you included. I mean, tell the truth. You told us to make the pivot tighter. We did the circle around there on Ramirez. He said, you know what he said?
Tighten it up.
Pivot.
Tighten it up.
Tighten it up.
Yeah.
Did you see it in real time? But see, that goes to say is our relationships, you have to listen, though, too. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Mickey Bang.
One Sugar Shane Mosley, we worked with him, and
him and Zach.
The want to see what you've given us or to see what we've learned instantly sometimes doesn't happen, because I say that Devin has a toolbox that's like Home Depot. It started as a toolbox, then it was a tool shed, and then it became, you know, a warehouse full of tools that in that right time, I think that he's going to make that right decision like this. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, if we're taking a look, it's Roy. You know what I mean? If we're out here to prevent, it's Verge. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, behind the shoulder, of course, is Floyd and Roger and those guys. It's just been a long journey to where Devin is. And you guys can't freeze us out, baby.
Straight up. Man, I want to take it back, and then we're going to work our way.
There's the one key element with them, and one thing I think that makes Bill stand out from the rest of the father trainers that people don't talk about enough because they too busy being mad at the stuff, at him doing his job, right? He's not a control freak. He's not. If he's somebody else, you know, that they respect and got a rapport with, is more knowledgeable than him and can step in and help them in some way or fashion, he allows them to do exactly that. You can't say that about every father and fighter-son duo, right? You don't see that all the time. T.O. is the opposite, no disrespect. You got the Skull Fools out there, they totally different. You know what I'm saying? B. Hayes, what's good with it, bro? So Moon Man said Haney versus Garcia is the fight to make. Yeah, we'll see.
Back to the career, man. Take
so that's what makes Bill, I think, stand out
Dev,
and successful.
You was born in San Francisco, raised in Oakland. Was you born in San Francisco?
No.
Was you born in Oakland?
I was born in East Oakland, and they don't even have a hospital there. Can you imagine that?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So no, but I'm saying I'm from Oakland, right? Of course, if your parents are doing anything, it's Highland Hospital is not your first pick, unless it's some trauma and drama. But if you're just actually being born, you know what I mean? You might be delivered at San Leandro Vesper Memorial Hospital. You haven't heard that too much. The one right off the 580, you dig? So, but I'm I graduated from Skyline High School. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm born and raised in Oakland, right?
Yeah. Tell me about, I ain't heard too much about who raised you. Your mother, father, just your mother, your grandmother?
No, my dad. I lived with my grandmother. One time it was one of those pivotal times in your life where your parents aren't seeing eye to eye and they're going to separate. And my mom and dad, they say, so who you want to live with? And I looked at one, I looked at the other. I said, y'all up in here tripping. Yeah. I looked back at the other one, looked at the other one. I said, I want to live with grandma. You did?
One of y'all, yeah.
Right. So grandma's house was cool during the holidays because I didn't really see what was going on outside.
Yeah.
But she lived on 76 between Bancroft and Hillside. So when I ultimately made that decision to go live with grandma, when I came outside to play, it was a little bit different than it was at
Flatland.
And then it was the flats, you dig? And getting grandma's cooking and being there with her, loving and her hugging and all the stuff. Once I moved with grandma, I never wanted to move out. You know what I'm saying? I never wanted to leave, you know what I mean? So until she passed, you know what I mean? A big part of me stayed right there on the block, even when I could afford to move off of it.
What was Oakland looking like for you at that time?
Well, I mean, for me, my mom grew up in the 60s. She was a 60s baby. She was a Black Panther. Of course, I grew up in the 80s. So between the 60s and 70s, my early on pivotal years of growing, I was being taught and to the understanding that we should go to school and advance our education, and we needed more Black police and more Black lawyers and more Black doctors and stuff like that. So by the 80s, when they brought in, of course, the crack and drug epidemic, I think as a people, we kind of lost the sense of our pride and the sense of what we should actually be doing as a culture and committed in Oakland. So 80s and then the 90s, of course, we've lost every sense of it. By the 2000s, I think, now, you know what I mean? They're saying this youngsters, they don't know. The OGs don't know. You know what I mean? And so I think that's why I lean and tend to want to bring back family. You know what I mean? Bring back that sense of parent to partner, where parents are happy about becoming partners in their last name and not their first.
Yeah, that's one of the things I respect about you the most, man, is just, the time you spend with your kids and the amount of attention you give your kids. I mean, obviously you got a lot going on, but, and we'll talk about, the mistakes and stuff, but I know some of that stuff reshaped how you viewed the opportunity to be a parent.
Absolutely.
But that's one thing that they can't say about Bill Haney, is that he's an absentee father.
No, absolutely. That's important coming up in Oakland, where we're from, you know, where you're taught to be the big homie to the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I want it to be an example that if you're a big...
I'll say this real quick. I don't know Bill personally to not like him. There's things that he said that I'm not in agreement with, right? But I think that's just part of going through the sport, right? You're not going to get it all right. But I think the overall, what he represents is something that I could get behind 1,000,000%. He what you want your father to be if he in your life, if you're boxing, right? Like you want him right at your side, hand in hand, winning with you. You know what I'm saying? So I think he stand for something. So it's hard for me to dislike him. Like I don't, especially for a guy who ain't never did nothing to me. So like I said, it's stuff he gonna say that I think as fans or viewers of the sport, supporters of them could call out, right? I think overall he bring more good than harm to the sport of boxing, right? His overall message and what he stand for is I'm here with my son, and we gonna take this shit as far as we can take it, right? We gonna rub some people the wrong way along the journey, but for the most part, they gonna see when it's all said and done, I got you, you got me, and we about to take this shit as far as we can. You just gotta love it. You know what I'm saying? Gotta love it. It's hard to dislike that because I see the bigger picture.
Big homie
at the house. Like a lot of people get caught up in the shit talking. Man, that's him doing his job. If he pissing you off, I keep telling you, he doing his job. He made you feel good. He doing his job. If he made you want to support Devin even more, he's doing his job. But just look at what he really represent, and you tell me, is that a positive or is that a negative? You got to salute that as a black man, especially. You got to be able to say, "Hey, man, you doing it the right way. That's the right way." You know what I'm saying?
Have your kids back.
Because this is what failing your son is. Like I said,
normally
I'm in a rush
to have
fail
the back
my
of the
two.
streets
You
in the
get
neighborhood.
Man, I didn't heard about you for
26,
years, man.
27-year-old millionaire.
Even outside the boxing.
I can't wait to fail my boys.
What was it about the streets? I know you said 76 and Bancroft. It's a lot going on in the 70s, right?
Right.
Just all throughout East Oakland, North Oakland, West Oakland. But what was it about the streets that made you feel like this is something I need to, you know, try to be a part of? And when did you jump off the porch?
Well, I mean, of course, I jumped off early, man. You know what I mean? My teenagers, I've been to juvenile hall. That's where I met Virgil.
150
Yes, of course.
I used to run that hill.
Did you?
Yeah, a couple times a week.
That's good. You never ran in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I just missed it.
No, that's right. We like hopefully, like we can all, our mistakes that we make, the next generation aren't supposed to make them. You know what I'm saying? I think that I've made all the mistakes that my kids don't have to make. You know what I mean? And hopefully they'll make the mistakes that their kids don't have to make. But I jumped off the porch as a teenager in the 80s. You know what I mean? Being light-skinned, that you had to go. You know what I mean? You couldn't look at you laugh. Yeah, I wasn't playing. You did. I didn't run.
Yeah. You gonna keep running. If you run, you gonna keep running.
Exactly. So, you know, having that kind of peer pressure, man, in the neighborhood, I think we all know what we have the.
Nah, Bill, don't let me find out. The legend of Bill Haney was created through peer pressure. Let me find out, Bill. Let me find out the legend of Bill Haney being 50 and on the streets came from a little peer pressure, you being light-skinned. Nah, just having fun, man. Specs was good with it, fam.
Wisdom to understand that decisions that we made were based on our circumstances, not necessarily based on who we actually were as individuals. You know, so I made all the mistakes, though. I'm looking at every mistake that can be made in East Oakland, you know, but it's more important for me to show that you can evolve. You can evolve into the man that you have a vision of yourself being. I didn't envision myself being a up. You know what I mean? I just made decisions that I saw other guys making that were doing up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you hitting the hall, when you going to juvenile hall, that's not stopping you. When you in them different units, A unit, B unit, C unit, D unit, that ain't stopping you from what you doing. Is that emboldening you?
Well, my vision was that my parents would be happy with me. You know what I mean? So walking the halls and all that, you know, in the back of your mind, you have parents and you have people that see something else in you, that see something better in you. And you know that you see that. You know what I mean? But within them halls and all that persona that I displayed what didn't trump the vision I had of myself.
Yeah. What type of mindset did you have back in that day? Because you know you got the Oakland thing where you popping your whip, you talking, you don't seem like a violent person or a person that's gonna beat somebody up, but you never know. Sometimes somebody could be like that and just don't present like that. So how was you?
Well, I just wanted to be the kind of guy that no one had anything to say about. That you whisper about me if you're gonna say anything. You know what I mean? I'm not a bully, but at the same time, I'm not a guy that you wanna brag
first
about.
question
That's
Dre
not
asked, he answered
with whatever that you're with. You know what I mean? And hopefully, you know what I mean. I did a good job of turning the corner.
Yeah. So when you out there, Bill, you know, sometimes I felt this, right? And I've heard other people say this, you know, you start getting deep into whatever element you involved in. Sometimes you could feel like something's gonna happen, like something.
He mastered the art of answering questions without answering them. That's the Bill Haney specialty. At this point, Dre started off at the studio. When Dre asked him the first question, they started off at that studio. By the time Bill got done, man, Dre don't know where he at. He probably on the island somewhere. Dre looking around like, how the hell I get here, Bill? Bill done took you everywhere but where you wanted to go. Dre was trying to stay in the studio and kick it. Nah, Bill gonna have you on the island. He gonna take you down the block, take you to the bodega. He gonna walk you everywhere but where you want to go. I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, bro. I love it though. It's funny and you gotta love it.
Get to a space where it's like, bro, this, you know, and you try to talk yourself out of it, like, nah, I'm gonna be good, but you feel it, right? Did you, before you got into a situation
Oakland,
and got caught up, did you start feeling something, or it just came and you never saw it coming?
No, actually, I don't think that there's anyone that, you know, you got the big dogs, you know, you got Fee, you got Mickey, you got all the legendary guys that come out of Oakland, whether it be East Oakland, North Oakland, or have you. There just was no one that got away. You know, there was no story that showed a guy coming up off of the curve and getting away. So I think that we deserve that in Oakland. You know what I mean? And I think that I did my best to be that.
Yeah. Look.
You know what I mean? I didn't. That was kind of like where you get a drum roll, you get like some claps. I'm the only one that got away. You know what I mean? So we need that. We need that. I think that they camouflage that with a lot of my antics that they show. You know what I mean? But the real underlying factor is that any guy that believes and they have the vision that they can be effective in their son's life, their son has the vision that of what they can do and that the dad can be effective, that combination can be successful without Jay-Z's support, without 50's support, without Floyd's support, without Bob, Oscar, Eddie, right? We can work together, but ultimately, when you put it in your own hands, right, then that's what this is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Dre sitting over there like, man, what did I ask him again? I guarantee you, I guarantee you, I bet you $5 Dre don't remember what he just asked him. Gotta love Bill, man. Pass the Bill sometimes, man. Gotta love it. And people be mad as hell at this dude. For what? For what? Like, if you could tell me how he messing shit up, then I could understand why people mad. But nah, he ain't messing shit up, bro. They do this shit together, bro. He is the mouthpiece that his son is not. It works perfectly. Devin is the work. He the mouthpiece. It works perfectly. It's a well-oiled machine. Dre cool as hell. Shout out to Boxer.
Where did you get that vision
Bill
from?
cold at this
Dev?
shit,
Because
boy.
it was interesting when you came out, and I was gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it now, though. You know, Dev came out. He just missed the cut for the Olympics, or did you just choose not to go?
Dev's actual class is Keyshawn Davis and those guys.
That was the next class.
That was the next class up.
But he was at the 2016 Rio class. Right,
exactly. He wasn't old enough. So instead of waiting around because he had won youth, he had traveled, he was on the travel team, he had won everything that was consistent with what an amateur would do, that we would spend the next year from 16 to 17 developing a pro style. Obviously, we're in Las Vegas, and we have the professionals and the pros and the professors to now make this transition from amateur to pro. And
that ain't what Wiley Moses said, nah.
You know, we've did Real Devin
Pop
Haney
said
TV
something else.
before anyone else was doing it. We was filming everything, and
I'm just
you know what I mean.
playing.
So
I'm just playing.
A bigger part of the vision and the plan comes from us being in Oakland, just like you have your show. It's a certain independence that we've had, like Too Short is.
Bill said, no Rio, no problem. Tijuana, here we come. You know what I'm saying? You get me? Then they turned up out there. That's the thing. Like, if they had a went the Mexico route and it didn't work out, yeah, you probably could talk trash, but it worked out. And one thing that's a positive that Bill left his stamp over there, man. I heard because of Bill Haney, him and Devin, that people that go that route and the opponents over there fighting over there was able to get more money because of Bill Haney. That's something that people don't talk about enough too. So that's definitely dope, yeah. Definitely dope.
Selling the music out the trunk, or E40, you know what I mean? Independent hustle. You know what I'm saying? So I think that vision was always with us, and the story should and be told that anybody can do it.
So you took Dev early on to Mexico.
Yep.
Right? Like on the surface, if you really don't know what you're looking at, that could look like a mistake, that could seem risky. And it is risk involved.
Definitely.
Anything can happen.
Definitely.
But, and I'm sure you had people in your ear saying, Bill, you tripping. Bill, that ain't the right thing, man. You're going to ruin the kid. All these different things. Just tell me, just you as a man, right?
No.
When you make a business decision, whether Devin is involved or not, what type of dude is Bill Haney? When you hear noise telling you it ain't going to work, are you just a dude that's like just stubborn, like, nah, I'm going to do it my way? Do you process the information to decide, okay, can I use that or not, and then go? That was a big move that you did with Devin, and you heard chatter. What was the mindset to say, nah, this is what we gonna do?
My mom, rest in peace, has always been like, when she's talking to me, she's like, I know you listening to me, but you gonna do whatever you gonna do. Because you know what I mean? You have your vision set. You know what I mean?
That behaves, that might be you. That might be you. You might be you might have to go out and come back in or something like that. Anybody else? Is the stream doubling up for? Like, is it overlapping? I know what you're saying, but that's a problem that they had at first. I think they been fixed that. But let me know if the audio is tripping.
So yeah, I think a lot of times, once I believe that God has given me a vision to see something, it's for a reason that He's given it to me to see, and you not to. You know what I mean? You can see my reality, but you can't actually see what I'm thinking, and I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm. And obviously it worked out.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That was one part of our career that I think that should be studied. You know what I'm saying? How when you have a market that's saturated, full of talent, right, and you want to stick out, right, and it's saturated, you go Devin Haney versus everybody. That was our campaign. That's what we still stand by. We feel that our brand and what we're doing is unique. So we went to Mexico, we filmed it, we uploaded the fights, right? We drew interest. I don't think that we've actually did a partnership until we were looking to become champion.
First question being asked.
Fight Luke Campbell for the
Mine George was good.
Or Lomachenko, of course. And yeah, it was just Devin Haney versus everybody.
Yeah, that drove the price up.
Oh, absolutely.
Because Dev was the one that the promoters couldn't get. And he was the one that they wanted to get. So initially it was like, yeah, I could sign him. But then as he kept winning, it's like, man, I want to sign him.
Yes.
Then it got to the point where it's like, man, we got to sign him.
Yes.
And y'all drove the price up by taking that model, which is something I haven't really seen be done in the pro ranks. Most guys, there are some people that have done it themselves, but a lot of people, they're going to sign with a major promoter right out the gate.
Yeah.
So I say real quick, you got to respect it. They bet on themselves, bro. It was a risk taking them. He figured, we too young to make it to Rio, you know, depending on who you talk to, right? So we're going to go to Mexico route. It's a risk in that. They made that shit work. And they bet on themselves, right? Didn't sign with nobody, right? Remember, it was talks about them signing with people. Everybody was going to sign with Floyd once upon a time. They ended up not signing with nobody and making it so that they was one of the highest paid. Remember, like, not too often do you hear a promoter complaining about how a fighter is overpaid, but he's getting paid every time. So that's something that with him and Bill made happen. They made sure that this dude got the bang for his buck. Get what I'm saying? He always made sure his son got paid, bro. And it did happen in waves. You go from, you would sign him to you're interested in signing him to, we got to sign him. And then you start doing these deals, 2-3 fight deals, and you start getting his money. You get what I'm saying? And I think if it wasn't for that process, I don't think he'd be in the same exact position to make the money. You get what I'm saying? Without signing with somebody major. You know what I'm saying? So he had to do a lot of winning for that shit to work out for him. And, you know, credit to them. They made it work.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else, Oakland? That goes back to that independent mindset and that vision where you see, right? So a lot of times we took meetings, right? And
Facts,
I left
Jordan.
in the meeting.
Facts.
I'm like, y'all, they like, man, they want to give us 7 figures. They want to sign us. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. They're like, well, what you think? And I'm like, they can't pay us for our vision. They can only pay for reality. Because they got bosses, they got people, they got meetings that they have. So when they look at the metrics, they look at the analytics, you can only get paid for what you've done. You can't get paid for what you're about to do. Only you can have faith in that. So that's what we had.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I think some of that.
I don't know, man.
Some of that.
I don't know what's like. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. That like I can't say depending on who you talk to. I could say it. I just said it. I'm gonna say it again. Yeah, this is Bill truth, but everybody got their truth. It was other people that was around too. So yeah, that's the obvious thing. I've been stated that he's stating his truth. I don't even know how you found a problem with that. I could say exactly what I just said. It depending on who you talk to, because there are other people that was around. There are other people that coached his son. Are you familiar with that? If you're not, you got to do your homework. That's why I said depending on who you talk to. That wasn't meant as a slight. Y'all don't know how to have a conversation, bro. I already stated the obvious. I just hate that it's like it eggs me, man. Just like tune in, bro. I ain't say shit wrong. Nothing about Bill. You ain't gonna hear nobody else that's from New Jersey that's rocking with who I rock with break this shit down and give Bill his just due. You're not gonna hear it. You're gonna hear people tell you how Devin Haney Cheney can't punch and he's scary and fall. Oh, you're gonna hear all the bullshit. Over here, you're gonna hear all the real shit. Tune in, man. Put your ears on.
I ain't gonna get into the details, but you didn't touch the money before you got into boxing, right? When you've had money, you're not thirsty for every opportunity, or you're not excited about every contract that's in front of you, because I done seen these numbers before. I've touched these numbers before in real life.
Yes.
So it's cool, but it's something better out there. If we wait, it's gonna be more. You think that's what gave you an advantage, helping Devin navigate that to know that, man, I done seen this before. It's cool, but like, we ain't gotta, because if you come from
that's
nothing.
The thing, I tell y'all, I'm gonna keep saying this shit. Nowhere else will you have a guy tell you exactly who their favorite fighter is and dare you to tell them when they being unrealistic or not logical. I'm gonna always give Devin his credit. You never gonna hear that weird shit coming from me. This dude has put himself in the best position that he possibly could. There's no better position Devin Haney could be in. He's never lost. He undefeated. He accomplished. You get what I'm saying? And young as hell and rich. I love this boxing shit. None of my conversations are gonna be with ill intent. Like, I'm gonna breathe life into all these dudes. We're gonna enjoy Bill speaking his truth and talking his shit. Like, I'm gonna poke fun, but this boxing, we're gonna have some fun, but it's gonna be real.
You ain't never touched nothing, you ain't never seen nothing like that. That number looked real good.
Oh, no, absolutely. But like I say, once you lock in to that vision of where you are, I mean, I know that Devin is the best in the world, and I know they're playing games. You know what I'm saying?
Doing his job.
Flat out. I know that what he brings to the table, you know what I mean? And this is no different than when we started. That's gonna never change, Yeah.
Tell me about this, because you said you're the one that got away, but you did have to sit down though, right? And it's something you've talked about openly. And when you got caught up in your situation, man, and did some time, tell me about that period. What did that rehabilitate you? Did Bill Haney rehabilitate himself? When did you make your mind up that, man, this is where my old lifestyle dies. I got to do this for my kids. Tell me that process. What was that period of time like for you?
Well, just being 22 and being young and in the feds is an eye-opening experience in the sense of.
How many people could say they did fed time and got a fucking 20-something-year-old millionaire son with some more possibly on the way? That's why, like, I'm totally different than the average person watching this shit. I genuinely root for these dudes because I get it. As a father, I'm like, bro, this man did fed time and still made it out to guide his son it's the right direction, and he's sitting at the top of the boxing game. I don't care if you like him or not. He's sitting at the top of this shit. You get what I'm saying? My respect for Bill Haney is different. That's why I try my best when I'm speaking on him to not talk like crazy. Like we speak like men. Like I respect what he doing. Everything he do ain't right, but hell with that. I ain't looking for him to be perfect. I'm looking for him to be solid, and that's what he's been. Consistent. That's what he's been. Him and his son is fucking winners. Not too many people can say they had that experience where they did some fair time, got out and flipped it around, right? Put his money in the right spot, put his time, energy, and effort into his son, breathing life into his son. Now he got one of the best fighters in the world. That's why he stood up there and he say that shit unapologetically, bro. Devin Haney is the best fighter in the world. You can't tell him nothing different. That's why I love this shit, man. You my pops, and you my coach, and you speaking on me, and you ain't telling everybody that I'm the best in the world. Slide, bro. I'm firing your ass. Shout out to D Free. What's good with it, bro? The Rise Podcast. Senior, my dog. What's good with it, Brody? How you feeling? Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Because we got a lot to say. I'm going to get on his ass in a little bit, though, y'all. I'm going to get on his ass.
Been on the street getting so much money, a lot more money than me, in different areas, white collar, drugs and the like. The one universal thing that they all wanted to do was get back home to their kids. Yeah, that's what everyone's, that's what's there. Everyone's kryptonite with time. I don't care how big and bad.
Chris Blizzard, what up?
At the end of the day, if you were a man of responsibility, what your nightmare was your kids being at home, wife being at home
what's good,
by themselves. And so I vowed, I had already had my son who was 2 years old at the time that I went to the feds, a little Bill. And I vowed that, when I got back home, that, my responsibility was going to be to him and not to the old Bill Haney, so to speak.
See?
And then
how many old ass YNs we got out there in these streets, y'all? Pugilism, what's good, homie? How many old ass YNs we got out here in these streets, y'all? Get what I'm saying? People that don't never, get what I'm saying? Elevate and grow. Man said, when I got out, I'm putting all my time and energy into my son. And now his son is one of the best boxers in the world. Sound like a fucking success story to me. You get me? I don't know what people be talking about. Nah, I love this shit. Talk shit, aggravate people. You get what I'm saying? But more importantly, when it's time to fight, they willing to fight. Yeah, they got some tricks up their sleeve. They slick. But you don't get this far without learning some things, right? Having a few tricks up your sleeve. So I ain't holding that shit against them. I'm not looking for them to be perfect. I'm looking for them to be authentic, genuine, and real. Some shit that describe shit. The act, the personality, the shit talking, that should come with it, man. You know what I'm saying? He's selling the personality, but at the core of everything is Devin Haney is the best fighter in the world. That's his message, and I rock.
When I got home,
Even if
and I was
don't
out,
believe it, I rock with it.
Maybe about 2.5 years. Devin. Devin's mom got pregnant, and then that was another eye-opening, pivotal time in my life. You know what I mean? That now I have another son. You know what I mean? And I never wanted him
Sean Haney
to go
in the lab
in the penitentiary.
I did do it all over again.
Did. And 27 years later, and I've never been to prison since then. So and.
Shout out to Bill.
To give up the streets. You know what I mean? I believe, and you're a God-fearing man, and I think in so many
Bill said, hey, they got me for a little while. I ain't going back. Hey, Dad, we about to do this boxing thing, Dad. We about to put this work in. Hit that Mayweather gym. They got a hell of a story, yo, when it's all said and done, I think. They're going to have a fun story to tell, I think, bro. And I say this, and I'm gonna continue to play it. The dopest thing I think about Devin, what I respect the most as a viewer, as a supporter of the sport and rocking with him, is a lot of people called him a spoiled kid, like a silver spoon kid. And I think people mistake you being, brought up the right way for being a silver spoon kid. He could have had that mentality, but he didn't. You get what I'm saying? He worked hard as hell. There's no denying that. You get what I'm saying? I think if he was a guy that was a silver spoon kid, I don't think he would be as successful as what he is. I don't think his grind, his work ethic would be like that. You get what I'm saying? I don't think he would be as accomplished, right? I just don't think so. I think it would have caught up to him, like if he was faking it, right? If he really wasn't putting the work in, and that's something that I could respect. So he didn't look at you know, his dad having money as a reason to take it easy in boxing, right? To kind of half-ass it. You know, he took this shit serious, and as a result, that's why I say, like, his name is going to be brought up when you talk about some of the best boxers in the world. You're going to bring him up, whether it's for better or for worse. You're going to have to bring it up. Shout out to Ashley's Corner. What's good, cuzzo? Said, tell Bill to cut the jelly. Pooh said, he ain't beat Court. Yeah, he said, yeah, my guy Court. Bill said, that was all mouth. Don't shoot the messenger, just cue the clip for me. Oh, yeah, you already know. You know I got that for him when he get to that part. Let's keep rolling, man. We got about 70 people in the building.
Scriptures and sodas, and it all says that you have to give up something, right? And
you gave up
and I didn't really know giving up the streets, you know what I mean, that I was going to get so much after. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I always preach to, and not even preach. I don't want to say preach, but I do want to pound it home that, you know, that greatness for that guy that was Bill Haney is right around the corner, but you must give up the old for the new to come in. You know what I mean? And I always kind of laugh. They say, you know, boxing needs you, Bill Haney. And I said, I'm glad because the streets don't. You know what I mean?
I don't
need to be in the streets, and the streets don't need me. And giving up that, I got something that was even better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, you gotta lose your life so you can actually gain it a lot of times. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
That's that scripture you was talking about.
Yes.
How hard was it though, man? Because, you know, just because you make up your mind that you done, it don't mean that the streets is done with you. You're going to get the phone calls. You're going to get the question, hey, man, you good? You sure you don't want to? Did you get that when you walked out?
Yeah, I said, BH the Great is no longer here.
I'm out the game. Yeah.
BH the Great is a mistake. Yeah. Don't call me that no more.
Damn.
Yeah, no, and I put on my Instagram this.
A boxing Bill on everything I love. On everything I love, bro. If that fight ever happened and he stops Shakur, I'm donating that month's YouTube check to you on everything I love. On everything I love. I promise you that. If they fought and he stopped Shakur, you got my YouTube check for the month. I swear to God.
No longer that. It's Bill Haney. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I started
because at that point
for
it
my
wouldn't
last
even matter,
name, which is, you know what I mean, for Devin Haney and Sean Haney and Arabella Haney and, you know, Lil Bill. And you know what I mean? I found more peace and more, you know what I mean, drive and focus in my new present job than I ever had and anything else I did.
When did y'all make that shift? And what was the shift like from the Bay, from Oakland to Las Vegas?
Well, I left the Bay for sirens just like that, except they weren't outside, they were chasing me.
Aviator Cross was good.
Oh, they chilling. Yeah, this they got 2 ambulances right here. And they got 2 ambulances and can't move. That's why you can't move to New York, Bill. Look at this. They got people in the back of this ambulance and they can't move because of the traffic. Look at this.
Yo, that is crazy.
Man,
Bro, I would get up out the back of the thing and say, man.
During the interview is crazy.
Look, they can't move, bro. They gotta get out the way or something.
What the hell going on, man?
That's crazy.
During the interview is crazy. Ward just got. The ninja in Ward could not ignore it, yo. The ninja in Ward could not ignore it, man. You know, you hear something, you get up, you like, hold on, what's that, yo? Man, he turned the camera to it and everything, bro. Oh, you gotta love it. Shout out to Aviator Cross, man. He said, pop the volley, I'm sweating, you stupid. You said Ward never brings up more attire? More attire for who? Yo. Hey, yo, do me a favor. No funny shit. Without box rec. Anybody that thinks Muay is beating, I don't know who y'all talking about him beating, Shakur or Devin. Anybody that got Raymond Muay beating Shakur Stevenson or Devin Haney, can y'all do me a favor, please? Without box rec, can you name me 3 to 5 fights from Raymond Muay? Please. No box rec. Name me 3 to 5 fights. They not bring. Yo, listen. I ain't trying to be funny. I don't even want to interrupt the flow. Certain guys ain't the ones, bro. He ain't gonna beat no Devin Haney. He ain't beating no Shakur Stevenson. Shakur pressed Robert Garcia and bet him $100K that he'd beat his fighter. Like, I love Raymond Muay. I get it. He beat Andy Cruz, but that shit is levels. Name 5 of his fights without box rec, and I believe you. If you can name 5 Raymond Muay fights without box rec, I might believe that you really believe he could beat either one of them guys. If you can't do that, and the reason I say that is because we be assuming guys can beat other fighters based off like seeing them maybe once or twice, maybe even 3 times if you lucky, right? I heard somebody making a case for Shakur Stevenson needing to give Javier Herrera an opportunity, and I asked that individual, can you name one Javier Herrera fight? They couldn't do it. They couldn't even name one fight. So my thing to them is, what kind of boxing analyst are you if you're making the case that one fighter can beat the next guy, but you never even seen that dude fight? You get what I'm saying? Raymond Muay, respectfully, he a beast. I always liked him. I always will, but I don't think he beating Devin or Shakur. I just don't think that's the guy to do it. You're going to have a different style to beat one of them. Them 2 of the best pure boxers in the game. I think you got to have something that stands out about you. You can't just be really polished or really good. That's not going to be enough. You got to be borderline special, bro. Damn near, you got to be a special talent. I'm not saying that he's a really, really good talent. But if you watched enough Raymond Muay, you would not think, and I swear, I'm just saying off of what you looked at in the boxing ring. Not one opponent, not one performance he has says he's beaten either one of those dudes. They far more accomplished than him, fought better competition. Think about it. Imagine Shakur struggling. Imagine Shakur, Devin, Haney struggling with and no disrespect, a Tevin Farmer. Imagine it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's some fights that he had that a little sticky. He done been dropped more than once. Y'all wouldn't know that if you actually watch him. Go watch the fights. Raymond Muay is a hell of a fighter, but do not get the shit he did to Andy Cruz, a guy that Keyshawn Davis told y'all for years was not a 12-round fighter. He told y'all he wasn't a true professional, and now we got to see what Keyshawn was talking about when he went up against Muay. But don't let that fool you from the fact that he ain't beating them other guys. Like, y'all be asking these dudes to make fights that their handlers don't even be trying to make. Seriously, bro. I hope Raymond Muay makes one of them fights. I think he's a good fight, great fight, a good young fighter for any of them guys, but he ain't beating them. If you call a guy being sick and injured, struggling, like you seen 2 different fights. No, Edwin De Los Santos he lost. So he's the one that struggled. You see, me and you look at boxing different. You look at it as Shakur struggled. Shakur shouldn't even been in the ring. And I know this for an absolute fact. Sick, multiple injuries. He could have pulled out. He said, yo, I'm going to beat this dude on an off night. De Los Santos struggled with a sick, injured Shakur and couldn't do shit. It's not really nothing to brag about. You get me? So, got to think about that. But let's keep going, man. He ain't young either, bro. He ain't young. He ain't young. Watch this, and we're gonna get back to the interview. Name the fights, Robert. Name the fights. We having a legit conversation. Name the fights. Watch this, y'all. Name the fights, bro. Name the fights. I know you can name the fights. I know. Hey, listen, don't call it an excuse from me, Robert. Tell that to Carl Moretti, the top-ranked executive that came out and said it. Don't take my word for it, Robert. Take it from Carl Moretti that came out and said it. If you do your homework, it ain't even have to come from the fighter. It was a top-ranked executive saying that. You get what I'm saying? So there you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? You might think that. Remember he did text her that, but that's because Jay Grant, he was sick for about a week in sparring. And throwing up and sparring, but continued to fight. So when people like make that joke, I want to give you some context of what you're talking about. Being sick for about a week in camp, a bug got passed around, he got sick, and he still pushed through it and beat a guy on an off night. Not really nothing, ain't really a case there. You know what I'm saying? Raymond should be fighting Shaq Foster. The problem is Shaq Foster is not up at 35 pounds. Now, before we start the rest of this interview, I want to make sure me and you hear each other, Robert. See how I engage with you? I'm answering your questions, but you keep moving the goalposts. First, you said Shakur had all fights. I'm asking you to name them. Now you asking another question. Never mind that. Shakur got on the phone with Robert Garcia, his trainer, directly, and bet him $100K that he would beat his fighter. Straight to his face. The problem is Raymond Morataya has not been an option. They haven't been on the table for neither one of them. So when you keep asking for a fight, you got to do your homework. And again, can you name me 3 to 5 Raymond Morataya fights, please? Like, can I get one of my questions answered? You said Shakur had all fights. You can't name them, right? I need you to name them and name me some Raymond Morataya fights. I'm just trying to expose the fact that people be making a case for a guy beating another guy and they never even really watched them fight like that. That's all I'm saying, bro. No disrespect. Name me the fights that you've seen from Raymond Morataya where you think that beats Shakur Stevenson. I'm being real. Anything can happen in the boxing ring. Let's be clear. But you telling me Raymond is the guy that you're picking to beat Devin or Shakur? Shit. We know you watch boxing. We know you watch boxing. And nah, that's not even a bad thing. 3 is not bad. You named about 4 of them. I know you watch your boxing, but you ain't the one advocating and making a case for him. I'm only saying that to kind of make people rethink the shit that they be saying. How much of a fan or supporter of a guy can you be if you can't name none of the fights that he's had? You get what I'm trying to say? Imagine somebody telling me or telling you that Jadier Herrera is this threat to a world-class fighter, and then when y'all ask me to name a fight of his, I can't name you one fight. Imagine that. That's all I'm saying, bro. I just be wanting people to understand what they saying. Raymond Morataya is a very good fighter. He's well-schooled, disciplined. He brought the right kind of game plan for Andy Cruz, and he edged him out. But that fight was close. I mean, he landed like 1 punch less than Andy Cruz did. Like, he didn't like he washed him or nothing. Court fights don't be that damn close. Like, nah, man, Raymond Morataya ain't beating no Shakur or Devin, in my opinion, based on what I've seen. I don't see it. I don't see him beating either one of them. But let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
That I didn't have. Unfortunately, I talked about.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
SOG.
Fighter that Ryan has ever faced, so he's gonna fight somebody
that I didn't have. Unfortunately, I talked about like the circumstances that led me to do things that I knew I shouldn't be doing based on everything that was going around. And once you, as the big homie, because now
real quick, now see now I gotta make time. Now I don't know. I might be calling you an Uber next. Now it's crazy how I can engage with you, right? Show you the difference between grown men and children, right? I engage with you. I answer your questions. I give you a little pushback on your jaded ass opinion, and you prove my point. I'm going to try to spare you, but you couldn't even name none of the fights from Shakur. You couldn't name none of the fights for Raymond Morataya, but my opinion is garbage. Yeah, man, you need an Uber or what, man? You need your Uber. You get what I'm saying? Like, once you insult me for my opinion, you notice I never said nothing bad. I'm exposing the fact that your boxing knowledge sucks. See, I ain't even gotta be nice. I'm exposing the fact that you don't really watch boxing. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, because it looked like you got a man's name mixed with a woman name. Robert Leisha is bogus. I let that slide from the gate. But my opinion is garbage because I know more boxing than you. I'm far more logical than you. So you telling me Robert Leisha or whoever the fuck you are back there, you're telling me you're out here you're advocating for a guy beating 2 world-class fighters, 2 of the best pure boxers in all of the sport, 2 of the most accomplished, right? They've been holding it down, and you can't name 3 of his fights? You can't name 3 of this dude's fights? You can't name 3 fights, but my opinion is garbage? Come on, man. Your name is garbage. The fact that your name, who named you Robert Leisha, that's garbage. That's real. That's terrible. You got to change your name, bro. See what I'm saying? Like, why I make time for this shit is because I show people the difference between a guy that likes to engage with his chat and be adult. Like, we can have an adult-like conversation. I never once shitted on you, but I exposed you and you got uncomfortable because your boxing knowledge sucked. So you go to my opinion is garbage, but you can't disprove nothing I'm saying. You can't name 3 opponents that you seen Raymond Morataya beat up that's even remotely on the level of a Devin and a Shakur, but you keep talking about let them fight. You must be an idiot or hard of hearing, bro. They wasn't on the table for each other. I can tell you don't watch boxing. Did you see Shakur Stevenson and Robert Garcia talk to each other via social media? Did you see them? They was on a live together talking to each other. Did you see it? Yes, I would want to see the fight, but you keep saying nobody brings up Muay. You don't bring up Muay because he's not on the table. You act like he's some savior to beating one of them. You put your money up, Robert or Alicia or whatever your name is. Put your money up the next time Raymond Muay is fighting. If he fights a Shakur or Devin Haney, I want to see you put your money up. Now, don't tell me if he can fight. You don't know if he can fight or not because you don't even watch boxing. You can't name me nobody that you probably seen. Man, do you even know who he fought last? Do you know? Who did Raymond Muay fight last? Better yet, how did he get the IBF title? If you don't know that, stop talking to me. Seriously. You want to talk about boxing knowledge and opinions? I'm going to hit you with some facts because you don't know shit about boxing. You get what I'm saying? You clearly don't, man. Damn. Y'all dudes, anything to have your little opinion, you can have your opinion over here, but the insults is going to get you cooked every time, and it's going to get an Uber call. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what an Uber is or a taxi, then you about to find out. I'll call you a Lyft, Uber, taxi, whatever. You get me? You're going to get a ride, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get you a ride.
Said, okay, I'm going to be a big homie to my kids and not to the streets. Well, then I'm going to move them to a place that they don't have the pressures. They don't have
Let's get back to the interview.
Crutches,
he don't know no
they don't
boxing,
have all those things, which to me is a lot harder for a kid to be uprooted, to put in another place that they have to fight for identity, purpose, and all those things, right? Then for me, when I stepped out, joined the gang banging and neighborhoods and all that other stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to provide a change. And that's no different than leaving Las Vegas and now coming to New York.
Yeah, but even for you though, the Bay can get to Vegas easy. That's a quick 50-minute flight.
Yeah,
so, even though it's a change, you still got to stay on point because the Bay gets to Vegas too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just knew that the 50 minutes was going to give them enough time to decide that they wasn't coming to do the right thing. That was the last thing that a motherfucker should be doing.
Still 50
that 50 minutes was enough.
Yeah. That's enough time to think about it. Yeah. Tell me about early Dev, man. Why boxing? When did boxing come into Devin Haney's life?
Well, Devin found boxing, you know what I mean, just the way that a cowboy finds his first horse. And
then he's surrounded. I'm about to rub this shit in some more because people always bitching. And Bill, since people be mad at Bill, look how he surrounded his son around winners from the gate. He surrounded him around the Mayweathers from the gate. And he put this dude in a position to succeed. If you mad at these dudes, go find your favorite fighter at whatever weight class they at and tell them to go kick Devin ass. Other than that, cry in the car and go punch the air somewhere else, man. We don't care.
Been riding ever since.
You're looking at one of the best boxers in the world.
I was never going to give up on my son.
Get him,
and
Dad.
I never
Hit
was
the
going to
bag,
let
Dad. Show him
any
what you got.
professional of any sort say that he needed any
Dad.
kind of medicine, that he needed any kind of
Show what you
counseling.
made of.
I was actually looking for something that fit, that he could be passionate about. So we did basketball, we did football, we did all the traditional sports.
You did.
Yeah, and
how a cowboy find his first
in
horse.
that, I found that
That's that Bill Haney
was super
terminology
competitive.
right there,
he wanted to run the ball. He wanted to throw the ball. He wanted to shoot the ball. He wanted to block the ball. Man, you want to do everything, man. And I'm an active coach, but I'm like looking at the other coaches like that. He's like, he's a super competitive kid. But then he's also competitive in sports, but he's fighting at school. And I'm like, champ. So I took away the sports, but then he would still fight. And on that last time that he ever fought in school, the principal called me up. Now, mind you, I'm like a dad, because his mom lives in the Bay, so he's in Vegas with me. I'm like, man, you keep having me come up to the school. And the last time I looked at the principal, and I swear he looked like the warden from the penitentiary, from the feds. And he's looking at me and he's looking at Dev, and he has that look like, is something going on at your house? Like, you know what I mean? He was questioning. I'm like, bro, we just moved from the bull. Come here, right? And you.
Dad kept beating people up. Dad was beating people up in school. He was running fades in school, man. Bill had to put him in the gym.
Agree that took some effort on all our parts.
Absolutely.
Right? So I say, Dev. I looked at him, I said, so Dev, what's happening, man? And he looked at me and he said, he was about to hit me. I said, about to hit you. I said, sir, that's okay. We'll take the suspension, and me and him, we're going to figure this out. Right? I got in the car. I said, man, now you know. Because you know, as parents, especially back when we said, don't come to me talking about, you better get off first, right? Get off first. Yeah. So I'm feeling like, okay, now you done got slick with it. So
you hit my kid, it's almost 100% possibility that my fist gonna go across your face at least once. I don't care if I get one off. It's more than likely gonna happen, yo. Glad he did.
I told him he was looking out the window. And I said, man, you think you know how to fight, man? He's keep looking out the window still, not even talking to me. I said, all right, I'm gonna take you to the gym. I'm gonna take you to around somebody who know how to fight. He looked back at me just like this and said, okay. I said, oh, shit, I'm gonna get your wet, boy. Went to the gym, the coach and everybody that was there, because you don't, see, me not knowing what I know now is you don't take a kid to go spar. And he like right off the rip. First. I took him right off the rip.
He was trying to get Dad beat up. Dad bad as hell. He was trying to humble Dad a little bit. It ain't worked. You done created a world champion. Well fucking done, Bill Haney. Well done. Well done. For the people that's hating, I salute you double time for that. Well done, bro. Well done. Devin knocked the boy out of his shoes. You know what I'm saying? Well done, Devin.
And trying to teach him a lesson. Trying to teach him a lesson. And found out one of the coaches, an old timer, said, your kids are natural.
Yeah.
I looked at him. He got that little mug. I looked at him. I said, oh, we got something.
Yeah.
And that's been
the birth of Devin Haney?
That's the birth of him. And that's why my mission has been with other dads that have kids that are being misdescribed as bad as fighting and all. You might got something. You might got.
And don't even know it.
And don't even know it. It just, for my personal passion has been to support him.
Hey, Robert Alicia, name me three more Thai fights, bro. If you can, I'm blocking
him in every way that I possibly can. And that's our story.
Yeah. Man, that's powerful, man. That's powerful that you was able to see that the right way. Because if you just get on him, stop doing that, man. You know,
good story,
calling me, and you just never explore what's going on, you might miss it.
Yes.
You know, so that's a beautiful thing. But when did you know that Dev was special? Y'all on these amateur circuits, it starts locally, and you start qualifying for stuff, regional, state, national. When did you know, like, man, my son is one of the top amateurs in the country? How long did that take?
I think that always I kind of noticed, you know what I mean, from all the little times, and he was always had been an advanced kid on the set.
You called his Uber showers.
One of the times that I noticed that he would be a future all-time great is
he was lost anyway.
The day him and Floyd sparred. Yeah, I think that was the day.
How old was Devin?
Devin was 16. Yeah, he was 16. Yeah, he was 16. Floyd traditionally, this was after, you know, he had sparred Earl Spence.
Good with it, bro.
And, you know,
and
it was going around that Earl had a good day with Floyd.
Oh, he had time out. He had the kitty table.
Legend always had it that if you had a good day with Floyd under the lights, I mean, if you have a good day with him in the gym, he was going to call you back and he was going to put it on you. That was the thing.
Turn that clock off.
He was going to turn it off and he was going to do that. And, you know, so he moved around with Dev and I yelled in the ring. I said, Floyd, it's like you looking at yourself. He got mad too about that.
Yeah, I popped on early, man. I don't know. Again, y'all, I don't know if y'all was affected by it at all, but YouTube definitely did crash for a little bit. It was acting crazy. So we missed yesterday, but we're gonna make up for it. We're gonna get through this interview. We got some stuff to get to, man. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk about it. You're gonna be here for a bit. Shout out to Blunt.
Man. He did?
Yeah, he was because he be talking. Every guy that he's in there, no matter what anyone says that he does under the lights, inside the gym, he does the same thing. You know what I mean? Nobody goes into the gym to get beat up on by everybody. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Especially somebody like Floyd.
No, Floyd is a complete professional. So anything that you were able to do with him, you were able to do because you can't just. And I totally respect him. I always say he's not the kind of guy that you can just go do anything to, in or out the ring. He's like that. You know what I'm saying? So Devin had a great day with him, and we were
nothing though. Real quick, just a quick question for the chat, man. Y'all ever wonder why Corey and Floyd ain't spar?
expecting him to call up
Just a
Devin back
question. I'm
in.
just
You know what
asking.
I'm saying?
I'm just curious
I said, ooh,
what the people think. Y'all ever
call
wonder
him.
why Corey?
You know. Come on, Deb, let's work, man. Don't worry. You know Floyd gonna call you back in there. You know, and we didn't get the call back.
Never got it.
Never got it. So within that, you're supposed to have a certain high. You're supposed to, as a team, you're supposed to, you know what I mean? It's supposed to.
That's big.
The opposite of it is,
Yeah.
we like this. I say, shh. I said, oh no, y'all got to pay now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all got to pay.
See, what people don't know about Floyd is like, you know, people say whatever they want to say about his style. You know, he not
Just
getting all that
curious,
stuff. Floyd is a completely different fighter in the gym. He's not the same person.
Vicious, mean.
He's aggressive.
Mean.
He doing 5-minute rounds. Sometimes just the clock don't stop. It's just doghouse rules, whatever. He's a totally different person. Like, he slugs. He'll take more punches with them because he got headgear on, bigger gloves, so he takes more risk in sparring. And I didn't heard about Floyd like ruining
that's
cats.
cool,
Like, I'm
Joe.
talking about young dudes. Now, I don't understand that, but I didn't seen him do it. Like, Floyd is real mean in the gym. I ain't seen him.
You are too.
Yeah.
You. Listen, it's you, Crawford, and Floyd, the three meanest guys in boxing. I'm
telling you, Dre beat you up in there. Dre beat you up. And because it ain't flashy, people don't know what he doing. But that's definitely, he always been, since he been a boxer, one of the best fighters in the world. You can't even name too many people that ain't lose a fight since they was 14 years old, 12, 14 years old. So, crazy. And Bill will really take the bait. I know we said about them offering. Nobody took their offers. DC, I mean, yeah, I think Keyshawn is having fun at Devin's expense. I mean, look, he fought at that world championship level. He dominated the best opponent he's been in the ring with to date. You just never know with Bill, but I'm telling you now, that fight, I'm standing on this. I'm not saying he beats no Devin. I ain't going to disrespect him, just say it'd be easy or none of that. But Keyshawn Davis not going to be easy for absolutely nobody that get in the ring with him. So getting in there with him, you're going to approach that the right way. Say what you want, but that kid can fight, bro. And he mean. So I don't know if he'll take the bait. I think for that to be a real thing, I think Keyshawn going to have to be in the same weight class with Devin. Other than that, he leaves breathing room for them to do something different other than fight him, because you can't fight somebody that's not in your weight class, right? So you got to, you know, Frank Martin chance to beat Russell. Gary Antoine Russell. I mean, Frank got a chance. He got a chance.
But Floyd ain't that mean in a real fight, though.
Yeah. Listen, you violate, he going to demonstrate for sure.
True that.
For sure.
True that.
For sure.
True that.
He's very calculated, I mean, about that. And I think that we've gotten a lot of him, a lot of you, a lot of, you know what I mean? And in that moment, there's more things going on in a fight and life really than people understand. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I think that what his mission was, he's an example of bolting to the finish line. Blinders on, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be 50-0, I'm about to do it my way, I'm going to the joint. You know what I'm saying? You had that, I'm gonna punish everybody in front of me, you know what I mean? I'm gonna let them all know what it is. You know what I mean? So, but within that, I think, you know, you find, a fighter can find their own balance, who they are, their own identity. And so I see meanness in all three of you guys, for sure.
Nah, I can't deny that. I can't deny that. How did the Floyd relationship develop? Like, when did you first lock eyes on him and say, man, this is somebody I want Dev to be under? And how did that relationship start becoming?
He might not have enough tools to beat Russell. I think he can make it a fight, but it don't got me nervous. I'm not nervous for Russell because I think a certain way about him, and I expect a certain kind of performance. Not to overlook Andy Hiroka. I know he's tough game. He can fight, undefeated. He got his he gonna come to bring it. But I think Gary Antoine got more tools for sure.
And what it was.
Well, I mean, my vision of Devin could never fit under Floyd Mayweather, but I met Floyd through.
Yeah, he do. You just don't got more tools.
Through Ruiz, when Floyd Sr. was training John Ruiz, the heavyweight. Was John Ruiz? It was a guy named Ruiz, and Floyd Sr. came in, and
in Vegas.
In Vegas. And I said, Senior, if you don't mind, I'd like you to look at my son, because I think that I have something special.
You told him that?
Yes. I said, I think that I have something special. And Floyd Sr. took a look at him. He said, oh, yeah, And he says, come by my house. You know, the next day at 3 p.m., we was there at like 2:30, 2 o'clock. And through that work with Senior, I learned who Devin was, not with work with Floyd Jr. When working with Floyd Sr., Floyd said, you got one. You got something special, just like I had and Floyd Jr. You see what I mean? So I never put the connection that Devin is going to be up under Floyd. We had Devin Haney Promotions. You know what I'm saying? And I just looked at it that way. That was the vision when Devin was young, and that never changed. You know what I mean? But obviously, having Floyd come in during times that we were working with Senior meant everything. It meant everything for Devin and his confidence. Floyd didn't always come in with strategy or come in dropping boxing jewels, but he was the perfect example of a black man, a fighter that was unapologetic, that worked extremely hard, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And was focused, you know what I mean? So he was every example that we needed outside the ring that made him larger than life. And then I said to Dan, one day I said, Dan, you know, because I'm everything. I said, Dan, don't look at me. Look at Floyd. Look at him. You can do that. You don't have to be up under him. You can do just what he's doing. And I think that Devin is doing that at 27 years old. He's doing the Devin Haney.
He's doing the Devin Haney. Where's your relationship at with Floyd right now? Where's Devin's relationship at with Floyd right now? After the Ryan Garcia fight, Floyd came out, had a lot to say. You got at him.
He had a lot to say. To say the least, he came out. See, Drayden told the truth. Floyd, you came out with Ryan Garcia, and you've been gone ever since. I don't know where he's at. I ain't talked to him, not on camera. Come on, Floyd. Come on, listen.
On IG Live, and I ain't seen nothing.
He ain't came back since.
You ain't seen him?
I ain't seen him.
You ain't talked to him?
No, I'll take that back. I haven't seen him on camera. I haven't seen him in a way that he came like looking for me, like that. Because he came looking for me.
Yeah.
He was saying,
like, where Bill at?
Yeah, where Bill at? And he was talking about we don't do something that he was talking about. Man, come on, Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Boxing, that's part of it. I don't think that he did what he should have did is come out after Ryan Garcia tested positive. Being that Floyd, we watched Floyd be, before Devin, the biggest spokesperson for anti-doping. Yeah, right? And USADA and BADA, right? So for Devin he come out and say something about the fight, but then find out that it was PEDs involved and then not come back out publicly. We still waiting on you, Floyd.
And real quick, I agree with Bill in that regard. Like, you did come out and have something to say about the fight. You was very critical of the fight and how it played out. You had your comments. You spoke about the bow and arrow jab. You and Bill exchanged blows. Y'all went back, words went back and forth. I do think he should have came out and spoke about it for being a big advocate for clean boxing, right? Olympic style drug testing and all that. I think he should have came out and spoke about, Ryan being fouled for being on anything. I do. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't provide context, and I don't expect Bill to do it, but I'm going to do it. And look, all these fighters to me are sensitive to a certain degree about their careers because it's their blood, sweat, and tears. They put everything into their careers. So when you got guys that are critical and they come out and they make statements, you're gonna feel away. I do recall though Bill Haney campaigning to a degree, right? That Devin Haney is the reason that Bill Haney retired. Remember, he was going in for a while. Like, it's one thing to say, like, y'all had good sparring, but you were like doubling and tripling down that he beat the hell out of Floyd. Floyd couldn't land a punch. He beat him up. He retired him. He the reason why he ain't sparring no more, and he ain't reason why he ain't fighting none of these young guys no more, and all his different things. Like, look, do I think anybody wins every single sparring session? Absolutely not. Not even the great Floyd, Money, Pretty Boy Mayweather, whatever you want to call him, right? But you're not going to oversell me. I don't give a who you talking about? You're not going to oversell me that Floyd Mayweather couldn't land a glove. So that's just me. So there's coming out and saying, you know what? It was good work. I feel like Devin got the better work. And that was that. But when you're doubling and tripling down on multiple platforms saying, yo, my son retired Floyd. Floyd couldn't lay a glove on him and he was this and that. You made Floyd sound like he was less than. Like you added significant amount of details that didn't need to be added. And you made him, and you know Floyd petty. So when y'all came up short for that short period of time before the Ostarine was out in the open, and people thought you lost to Ryan Garcia, that's why he had that stuff to say, because you were on multiple interviews talking about how you retired him. You know, he old. Like you went in. You made it seem like, and you got to think, name me another young fighter, period, any of these fighters that talked about Floyd the way he was talking about Floyd. He almost made it so that like you were responding. There's no way somebody egotistical with a big ego like Floyd is not going to say or feel some type of way the first chance he got. So instead of extending the olive branch trying to help you, he was more critical because of how you was talking about what your son was doing to him in sparring. And he like, bro, he was whooping my ass like this in sparring, but not doing this shit under the light. You know how it go, man. So it's not a right or a wrong thing. It's just, I think Floyd took the opportunity when they fell short for the time being until the Ostarine test came out. I think he took that as an opportunity to kind of settle the score with Bill. You know what I'm saying? And it's this sensitivity. You know what I'm saying? He took some shots, but I think at the end of the day, man, it's mutual respect, man. Floyd got to respect what Bill was done with his son and vice versa, man. They rock with Floyd, man. Ain't no real beef there to me. No, man, he don't miss nothing. He's I rock with Bill, but he definitely did. Yeah. Yeah, I be trying to catch it, but I do it tastefully without trying to attack Bill's character. Like, he's a salesman, man. He gonna jazz it up. He gonna make it sound good. You know what I mean? It's his truth, right? Can't nobody tell him it ain't true to him. But you know, I got a call where I hear like exaggeration, like, yeah, do I think Devin could have had success against Floyd? Yeah, do I think he could have got the better of the sparring? Do I think it's possible? Absolutely. Devin is a young, active world-class boxer. Floyd, an older guy playing around in exhibitions and shit. Yeah, he could have gotten there and gave him some good work. Absolutely. But when you triple down on it that he beat him up and he couldn't lay a glove on Devin, now you creating this illusion. And then I think that the icing on the cake, and this is just my opinion, when you said you retired him, like you started pushing that. You started saying, yo, he the reason why Devin the reason why he don't box no more. And you was going in. So I remember that time, and I know Floyd got the pettiness in the memory of an elephant. I know he couldn't wait till his opportunity to try, to poke some fun, and he did. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Bill, man. He doing what he's supposed to be doing. And he said they didn't get a call back. Hey man, you're so good that he ain't call you back. Who says who and what sparring? Because remember, by their own logic, when they got bad sparring, they didn't call the guy back, right? Remember, they said the Garcia was bad sparring, they beat him up and they ain't call him back. So you beat Floyd up and he ain't call you back because we're trying to say, Judah, my dog, let's keep going, man. Let's keep rocking.
Seeing you the other day, but we still waiting on you.
Yeah. Where the relationship at? It ain't none.
Make no mistake about it. You know what I mean? I'm with Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? I'm employed by Devin. That's my son. That's where my heart is at. You know what I mean? And nothing else matters with me. You know what I'm saying? Any relationship, I don't owe allegiance to any relationship, any person, anything. You know when you see me that I'm here. I'm on behalf of Devin. You know what I'm saying?
How does Dev deal with it though? Because that's somebody that he looked up to, somebody he got real close to, and really supposed to be a phone call away. But in your worst moment as a professional, they speaking out against you. How does he process something like that and deal with that?
Yeah, well, that's for him. You know what I mean? To speak on. I always try to reserve him and his voice to be heard and not me to interpret it. But of course, I'm like, you never was with us. You know what I'm saying? He never was. That's my thing. But
yeah, happy born day to Bozy, man. 70 years old, man. That man still moving around like a young boy, man. Shout out to Bozy in the dungeon, man. 70 is And he don't look it, bro. Bro still coaching. He got all his faculties. You can understand him. He moving around. He beating up on young boys in the gym. Big shout out to Bozy.
That any father and any son that's dedicated didn't need you anyway. They needed to lean on what we leaned on November 22nd, and that's the skills and the hard work of Devin Haney. Not the flash, not the pizzazz, not the relationships. That's the skills and the hard work. Because when it came out, Brian Norman said, look at my jeans, look at my shirt.
Right, Joe.
I don't give a He said, I don't have a car. I don't have...
He said that.
And he said he was coming to punish him with that. So at the end of the day, to all the little boys and all the little girls, the hard work is it's gonna come down to. Not what you're wearing, not who you hanging out with. That's the vision that you see yourself and the work that you're willing to put in. And we didn't mind committing the work. We knew putting in the work was, if putting in the work was part of it, and that's all you needed, we was on our way.
That's one of the biggest things, man, that I watch people.
Gotta love 40 mil bill, boy. It's slickster.
I might not say a word, but I study teams, I study mannerisms, I study how they come and go, how they dealing with it when they on top, how they dealing with it when they trying to get to the top, how they deal with it when it's adversity. I just sit back and watch. That's just, it's just how I'm wired. One thing I've always saw about y'all, you and Devin, and respected about y'all is no matter what people may say, always put in the work. Like it's a real, like everybody think that because they go to the gym, they working.
I do work hard as hell, man.
Like, are you paying attention to detail? Are you on time? Are you staying late? Is your coach telling you, bro, that's enough, kill it, we good, we got time? I've always seen that about Devin, right? I've always seen that about you. And even how y'all run camp, I respect it because, even when you came today, it's like, is Bill gonna be on time? I said, I've always known him to be on time.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You came early. I text you 15 minutes before you supposed to be here. I'm downstairs. I'm about to walk in right now. So I just want to give y'all flowers on that, man. Like, I don't know how that was developed or where y'all got that mindset from, but y'all really put in work, man, and you check all the boxes, and that's a large part of the reason why y'all have success the way you have.
Absolutely, but it's a testament to you and those real professionals, you, Bernard Hopkins, Floyd, and all that, so detailed. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, to the younger fighters, that detail that you pay attention to your socks, your hat, I watch you too. I study the grades. I study, and that's the detail when you find your passion. And I think that it's about what you're passionate about. I have a daughter. She plays tennis. You know what I mean? I have my 15-year-old Sean who was playing tennis. We put in 4 or 5 years in tennis, and my faith and belief was tested when Sean came to me and he said, Dad, after 5 years of playing tennis, I want to be a fighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything about me says that parents should follow their kid, and when their kid is passionate about something, right? I knew nothing about tennis, but I knew that sport was a sport that the ball is going to go that way. And if
Sean Young, man, keep him on the straight and narrow, man, because he already out here getting into fisticuffs outside the ring. He low-key started that scuffle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if Dre asked about that, but that was wild, you know what I'm saying? Keep him reined in, man, like you said. Keep him away from the BS, and let's see how good he going to be. We're going to pause Bill real quick about Shakur. Did he? We getting to that part. We ain't get to that part yet. Yeah, she in here. She in here, Specs. She in here. That goes Shower right there. Thought he was 17. He young as hell. I respect it, man. Bill putting them boys in. Sean got a lot to learn. Yeah, he do, T-Mac. He do. Hey, man, everybody in here, hit that like button. I don't care what side you in. Sub to the channel. Support the grind. We about to be 2 hours in. We popped on early, and we getting through it, man. Bill Haney, Andre Ward. This is always great work. Anything from Andre Ward works for me.
You really want the money, go get it. Good. In boxing, you got no choice. The game is coming to you.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with Sean, and he came to me, he was like, Dad, listen, the chances of me getting to the top in tennis are slim. He said, but the chances of what my brother knows and what you know, if I listen to you and I work really hard, or better. I went back in there and I called Dev. I said, this is my ear is on to something.
Yeah.
Dev said, well, give him a shot, Dad.
Yeah.
Give him a shot. You know what I mean? So as a team, you know what I mean, now we're looking at Sean and what his career can be.
Man, we talking about detail. And, you know, I'll try not to be, you know, the 40-year-old, oh man, you know, them youngsters. But they need to hear that too, you know, sometimes. Like, I think a lot, it's still some youngsters, man, I'm talking 20s and 30s, you know, that they get it. And when we talk about checking the boxes and obsessing over the details. But a lot of what's in the game is the idea of success. I want the idea of what it is to be a champion. I really don't want to pay the price to be a champion. I don't want to leave my family for 8 weeks. I don't want to go to a random state and city to go lock in. I don't want to get up every morning and do this. Like, I'll do it some mornings, but not every morning, right? And that's why the game is like this in terms of you don't have cats that stay on top 6, 7, 8, 10 years like they used to. 10, 15, 20 defenses. It's you up, then you down, then you up. One bad fight, you step the competition up, we don't see him no more. So that attention to detail, man, that's everything. It's not talked about enough. You ain't gonna get no bright lights because of it. But it's gonna reward you under them bright lights if you commit to it. But that detail, man, from how you living to how you moving, you ain't gonna do everything perfect, but man, I'm trying to get this right, because how you do some things is how you do all things. If you sloppy on this end, you're gonna be sloppy when it matters the most. So that detail is everything.
And I think that was important in our meeting before the Brian Norman fight, is that I wanted Devin and you guys to have the kind of relationship.
Shout out to Mr. Benjamin, man, 88. Appreciate you, bro. Welcome to the channel, my guy.
That those details, he could see those details in you outside of the ring. The professionalism that you bring, right? You know, just the detail,
straight up,
the life detail as an older fighter. You know what I mean? And I think that it's important.
That older fighter thing, man, I'm still getting used to it. But go ahead, that older fighter thing, because my brain telling me one thing, and my body's saying something else. But go ahead.
Hey, listen, you can still do it. I told you.
Dre got that itch, man. It's so many people that felt the way when he retired on top the way he did, because look, there are people that would have wanted to see him again because they just love to see him fight. But there was a hell of a lot of people that wanted to see him push it to the point where he lost, and he didn't do it. He got out with his money, big fights. He left out on a high note at the top of the throne. You know what I'm saying? Beating the crusher. You know what I'm saying? So he went out on his terms, and, you know, despite what people say, man, they wanted to see this dude stick around long enough to lose. That's why they want to see him come back. They want to see him take a fight with somebody dangerous, Anthony Joshua or something. They want to see that, but Ward never gave people the satisfaction of seeing him lose. As a matter of fact, man, he ain't lost. Like I said, I don't know nobody that ain't lose since they're about 12 or 14 years old. So that's just special in his own right. He different. He a different guy. The last gold medalist, man. He different, man.
The last time you can still do it. Listen, and I just want to say, Anthony.
Hey, man, real quick, Bill trying to cook up another mega fight. You see, Crawford and Canelo. He ain't stopping at Crawford and Canelo. He trying to get Dre. He a mad scientist on the low, bro. The fact that he put the bug in Terrence Crawford's ear about Canelo is crazy, and he really went and did it. Got to give Bill some credit for that, man. He a mad scientist on the low, man.
Joshua, you are a friend of mine, and I asked Dre. I said, just give Anthony a call. I said, don't call him out. I said, give him a call.
He said, call him.
Call him.
Yeah.
Now, what did you think about when you first heard the fight had been announced with him and Jake Paul? Because we didn't, up until that point, he never had an opponent or anything like that.
Yeah, I knew it had been talked about, but then it got quiet.
Yes.
So I didn't know what was going on. And then Jake was trying to, fight Javante, and then, so when that happened, I'm like, okay, he ain't got nothing coming up. And then the fight got back on when that fight fell through. So, I understood it. I understood what it was.
Yes.
Yeah, I understood what it was.
Yeah.
It's all
so
good.
So what's next?
Man, I'm living life, man.
Of course you are.
I'm living life. I'm enjoying life. I'm staying in shape, though.
Yes.
Yeah. And
see,
interviewing people like you, man.
See, Gotta love Andre Ward, man. That's the fighter in him. You heard him. I'm staying in shape, though. Yo, listen to me, man. That I'm staying in shape, though. Interviewing people like you, he tried to end it on the soft note. Nah, we heard you. You staying in shape. Y'all heard him. Y'all heard him. All of y'all out there, man. Somebody call his name. Somebody call Andre Ward out with the right offer, man. I'm telling you, man. He already itching. Talking about I'm staying in shape. Look, hey, John Wick, he itching. Look at his hands. Look at his hands. Ward itching right now. Ward itching right now. You know what I'm saying? For a couple seconds, Ward seen himself back in the ring. He ain't even in the studio no more with Bill. He in the ring. Bro said, I'm staying in shape. He ain't playing them games. He like, man, I'm staying in shape. Hold on, where's that? I got to go back a second.
Man, I'm living life, man.
Of course you are.
I'm living life. I'm enjoying life. I'm staying in shape, though.
Yes.
Look.
You know? And, yeah.
I'm staying in shape, though. like, don't get it twisted. So, listen, to me, all jokes aside, in all seriousness, I think if the right situation presented itself, you could see Andre Ward again. I think that's what I hear. Maybe I'm reaching because I like to see him fight too, but hey, man, I heard what I heard. He said, I'm staying in shape, though. He threw that throw on there like, don't look, I'm in shape. You know what I'm saying? Look, think about it, yo. He was just sparring with Crawford, one of the most competitive people in boxing. This man was just shaking loose with Crawford, bro. Andre Ward, they definitely just sparred a little while ago, bro. Bro's itching. He itching. Look, somebody call Andre Ward name so he can come back out and show y'all what SOG all about.
Interviewing people like you, man.
Absolutely. He can still do it. Coming up next, you're going to do something. I'm watching. You're going to do something. The landscape is open, and you've always stayed in shape.
Yeah, always. Got to. Because them youngsters, they always want to, man, let me see what you got, man. And I got to stay in striking range, 60, 70%, you know. And it's just good, too, because, you know, just to be healthy as a lifestyle.
How's Bud?
He good. Yeah, he'll be here. You wear many hats. You know, I like to say I got range.
Okay.
You know, you can't box me. You can't just make me do.
Jay Prince got he rescued SOG from the trap, nigga. That's straight out of SOG mouth, not mine. He got him about the trap, and he turned into one of the best fighters that we've seen. You know what I'm saying? It's very impressive, yo. The story of Andre Ward is very impressive. I urge anybody in here that didn't see the Book of Ward to go watch it. You would definitely enjoy it. Shout out to Rolling with the Punches. Anybody that had any questions as to why he retired or, you know what I'm saying, why he left when he did, Book of Ward to explain everything. The Kovalev fights, both of them. Like, it explains so much about this dude. Trust me. If you did not see the Book of Ward, go check it out.
One thing and be one person. You got that about you, you know. So you have, you know, been many things, but then you get into a situation with Dev. He's growing. He's becoming top amateur in the country.
Ricky come in,
and then you got
BS.
a pro situation. You brought him there to Floyd Senior. Floyd Senior said you got something. But now you get into a situation where you're not just father. You part trainer, part manager, right? You guiding his career. How did you develop into wearing all those different hats for Devin?
Well, I mean, I think that the biggest misconception is, for one, is that while Devin was learning from all these professors, Virgil, Eddie Mustafa, Floyd Senior.
Yeah, if you ain't see his, go check it out. It's definitely
Roger
good.
and alike, and many more.
Lance, what it do, homie?
Biggest misconception was that I wasn't learning too. You know what I mean? So I think that, you know, when a person looks at me and they say, "Dude, who are you? What do you?" I say, "I'm the guy that learned the game from some of the baddest jokers to ever come through the game."
They say father-son relationships don't work in boxing. I'm sure you and Dev have moments offline where y'all got to work stuff out, but y'all work it out. And then when y'all get back online, it's a unified front. How have you and Devin, been able to last as long as you have as trainer, manager?
Ward is not trying to be a pupil, bro.
And then also maintain a good relationship when you're not even around boxing. How did y'all make that work?
Well, I mean, the dad is smart enough to hire the best person for the job. And if that's not him, if that's Virgil, if that's you, if that's bringing in Mickey, if that's whatever it takes, you know what I mean? There's only one emotion from a dad, and that's that his father I mean, there's only one emotion for a father, for a son, is that the son be better than the dad, and not one and the same. I want Dev to be better than me. I don't want us to be just a great team. I want to be part of the team that Devin is the best at.
But that's
and that is the secret to the success. As much as Bill got an ego and a personality, not when it comes to his son being great, not when it comes to somebody helping out, adding to whatever could make his son better. That's the secret to their success, if you ask me. Yeah, he definitely did. He did. He had to double it back. But that's the secret to their success, bro. You get what I'm saying? Being willing to take a step back and allow your son to say, hey, nah, I need you part of the team. And you get what I'm saying? When it's time to bring in somebody, they do it. They do it. That's something that gets overlooked. Think about it. People talked a lot of trash about the Ryan fight, even though he got cheated, right? Ah, man, he should bring somebody else in. He need to fire Bill. Bill about to ruin his son. Nope, not so fast. Just went back to the basics. Brought in guys like Mickey Bay, and now you seeing Devin Haney looking more like himself. That's all, man. That's the winning formula right there. No ego when it's time to win, bro, because he know they all got the same goal, to put Devin Haney in the best position possible so that he get his hand raised at the end of every fight that he's in. And you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with that. It's a winning formula. He's showing you in real time. It's a winning formula, how to be part of your son's career, not steal the spotlight, not make it all about you. Look what he just said. I want to be part of the team that Devin is in. You get what I'm saying? That's real. That's what it's all about. He really mean that shit. He really mean it. And you seen that he meant it because he had the opportunity. He basically like fired himself. Not too many people would do that, bro. That's somebody that don't have an ego. That's somebody that want to see his son get to the top and stay there. You know what I'm saying? Or he ain't going to be the reason that Devin don't make it. That's all I'm saying, man. I don't think they could have got there without each other, truth be told. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's some unfinished business, man. I hope he get the rematch with Ryan. I really do. You know what I mean? Facts. You get what I'm saying? Facts. Exactly, T. Exactly.
Still in and of itself, though, because a lot of fathers will say that. But then when it's time to walk it out and maybe create some distance and bring somebody else in, or tell them, hey, man, I've told you all I can tell you, you got to walk it out now. That part is hard. So the father keeps both his hands on the kid. He don't let him breathe. Then resentment starts to build, and then that fractures the relationship, and they don't become what they supposed to become because Pops kept pressing him. Yeah. So how do you have that? That's what I was asking you about, earlier about just even Dev moving around. It's like you see your son in L.A., you like, man, I know what happened. I know what be going on in L.A. And, man, you see your son in Miami. It's like, man, hey, bro, be cool, be safe. How are you balancing that? Because it's hard to keep your hands off when you're a father.
Well, absolutely. But as a father, when you want the best for your son, then you create an environment that brings out the best in him. You know what I mean? And of course, he has the checkbook. He writes the checks. Anyone that he wants to bring in, we bring them in. And anyone that he's not comfortable with, you know what I mean? We X him out. You know what I mean? So I think.
Like, look, Dev is the man. Look, whatever you feel like you need to be comfortable and succeed, that's what we gonna do. He write the checks, but basically it comes down to trust towards question, man. Come down to trust. That's what I'm hearing. He put him in an environment where he could do nothing but win, right? So I think that kind of molded him to the kind of fighter he is. And I know people like, well, what about the carnival situation and the situation that just happened? You're gonna have some hiccups, right? But I think ultimately, Devin is a smart kid, man, smart young man. He know right from wrong. He know how to make the better decisions, bro. And I think, his career is an example of that. You get what I'm saying? I think he's doing just fine being in the driver's seat and allowing Bill to be somewhat of a co-pilot, right? It works. Shout out to you get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Shout out to Roland. Melvin was good with it. So Devin got rid of church years ago. Yeah. He actually was gonna come onto the show, Church. He actually was gonna come onto the show. I don't know what happened, but he was. Said Dev won't win his next 3 fights if they're top dogs. I mean, look, to be realistic with you, Ricky, if anybody was to face back-to-back top dogs, they got a really good chance at losing. But let me speak for the other side. So what you're saying to a degree could be true. It's really hard to fight dog after dog after dog. You know what I mean? Andre Ward said it best. You get what I'm saying? That's how you shorten your career. So, but I get what you're trying to say. But look at it this way. Devin Haney has been proven to be a top fighter. Once he's gotten to the top, he stayed there respectfully. Like once he became a world champion, he stayed there. Every fight since he became a world champion has been world championship fights, right? So he always putting himself in a really good position. And being a top dog in your own right, you give yourself a very fair chance to win any of these fights. You know what I'm saying? So look, there's guys that I think will give them tough fights, possibly beat them. But what I'm saying is, just to be fair, when you as disciplined, you work as hard as Devin, he is smart. He can fight. You know what I'm saying? They're not a whole lot of people. That's not a long laundry list of fighters that's going to kick his ass, just to be honest with you. Yeah, it could be a handful. Maybe if you go up, you can see some more. But overall, when he's in a division, there's not a ton of fighters that's going to be better than him. It's not a long list of fighters that's going to be better than him. For example, case in point, he had 147. Whether you have him as the number 1, the number 4, or 5, there are not 5 welterweights that are proven in it that are better than him. That you can say that in all honesty. You get what I'm saying? You can say some people that you feel like can beat him and possibly better, but not more proven. So by the standard that he set for himself, he gives himself a very good chance to beat anybody when he gets into in the boxing ring. You get what I'm saying? He's going to always have an opportunity. It's just going to be up to him. Like, just think about it. His toughest fight, some say Loma, some say Ryan. Ryan cheated, but look how well he fought, even though fighting a stupid fight. Look how close the fight or competitive fight still was. So that says a lot about Devin. You know what I mean? Some people overlook it, but that tells you something. You got to beat that kid, yo. He got a winning mentality, and he don't know how to lose. That day he lost to Ryan, Ryan had to show him how to lose. He didn't have no quit in him. So it's going to be the same for anybody else. What I'm saying is, yeah, all these dudes can lose. You know what I mean? Everybody, my favorite fighter included, but it's going to take a certain kind of fighter and performance to beat a Devin Haney. It's not going to be no regular guy. Losing to a top dog in the sport is not a bad thing. It's not a death sentence. But anything under that, he probably going to fucking cook him, just to be honest with you. Whether you like it or not, you get me? It's going to take a top dog to beat him, in my opinion, because I think he's talented in that regard. So hopefully we get to see these fights and these matchups, but a lot of people don't like to say it because they don't like his style. I look past that. The dude can box. He's smart. He boxes. He disciplined. He be in shape. He's committed. You know what I mean? He looks solid at 47. It's things to like about the kid. You know what I'm saying? He can fight. So even with him losing to some of these guys potentially in the future, it's going to take a real fighter to beat him is what I'm saying. It ain't going to be some run-of-the-mill guy. It's going to be somebody that you know is one of them real ones is what I'm saying. And if that's the only caliber of fighter that's able to put an L on your record, that's saying something. You know what I'm saying? Only losing the top dogs make you a top dog. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Everything Boxing, my guy, Keyshawn. He said, watched a lot of film on Dev lately, and he's good, but he ain't as near as good as people think he is. He has a lot of holes in his game, and this is just being honest from what I've seen and film study a lot. Nah, I get you. Nah, and I bet you this, though. I bet you'll agree with this, though, ETB. Even with the holes that you've seen after watching the film, you probably know or came to the conclusion, even with those holes or those deficiencies, that it's still going to take a certain level of fighter to beat him, right? A certain level of talent to get in there and be able to deal with him, even with those holes, right? Like, he's always had certain things in it, certain flaws in his game, but it takes a certain fighter, right, to have something about him. I think that could be deemed special to be able to beat him. I think so. At least I think that's fair, right? Ryan Garcia, even if you thought he just had a left hook and speed, his speed is special. That left hook can be special when it lands. You get what I'm saying? He can really put some hands on you. So, but I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? Even with the holes, I just think it's, it's a certain tier of fighter that you got to be able to get in there and match wits with the dude. You know what I'm saying? Keyshawn will exploit the holes in Devin's defense. I agree with that. CC Motion, I agree. Yeah, looking baby girl, there she go. Did I hear Keyshawn told you? Till people split sad holes, he will continue to win. Yeah, and the matchmaking doesn't hurt. Absolutely. We till Dad fight Keyshawn so he can prove y'all wrong. Hey, look, I hope we get to see it, Joe. I really do. I hope we get to see it because it's a much needed fight for boxing, bro. I hope they get to, prove it. But I can guarantee you that it won't be an easy fight. Somebody just wrote in the comments that Keyshawn the fight would look like it did against Brian Norman because Keyshawn got slow feet. He already lost. Once he compared him to B. Norman, it's like you got to stop comparing one fighter to the next when it don't make sense. So Keyshawn got that Olympic pedigree. He's been bred fighting the best fighters in the world. It's not a lot of shit that he hasn't seen. People got to consider that. That's why when he got in front of Jermaine Ortiz, who was supposed to be the best fighter he's ever fought, he made it look relatively easy. People got to think about that. Think about how Jermaine Ortiz, how well he fought Loma. Think about how experienced Lomachenko is, right? And how well Jermaine Ortiz fought him. Think about how well Jermaine Ortiz fought Teofimo and how accomplished and experienced he is, right? And then look what Keyshawn did to him. You get what I'm saying? That dude is different. His last performance should have let people know that that guy is not regular. He is fucking different. If he wasn't, he would have struggled. The fight would have actually looked like a 50-50 fight. Did it look like that? Think about it. People was like, on paper, man, he could get beat, man. He been on a layoff. He moving up to 140. None of that. Think about it. Ring rust wasn't even a factor. We didn't even get to mention ring rust because he's in control of the whole fight. That's a rare occurrence. Keyshawn Davis, respectfully, mentally, physically locked in and emotionally, he is going to be one of the best fighters in the world. Watch. He's showing it. You seeing it right now. He already showing you that if he don't get in his own way, you gonna have to kick his ass, bro. He don't get hit a whole lot. He don't give away a lot of rounds. Everybody got flaws, him included. Every fighter, my favorite included. But you got to be a certain tier and level of talent to exploit his flaws. You're not gonna be no average guy. Jermaine Ortiz, look at all that experience he got. Far from average. Far from average. He made that shit look like a regular day in the office. No ring rust. No. You couldn't tell that he had a layoff. You couldn't tell that he was moving up to 140. He literally picked up where he left off the last time you seen him. Last time we seen him in the ring, he was stopping somebody. The next time you seen him in the ring, he was stopping the best guy he's ever been in the ring with. Think about that. That's pedigree, bro. That's why when people was talking about the movement of Jermaine Ortiz, I'm like, bro, he's seen that kind of shit already. It's not going to be the same in a 12-round fight. And what did you see? Pillar to post, belt to ass, bro. You get me? Barrios versus Shakur might be next. Hell nah, Glenn. Damn. Barrios versus Shakur. Brooklyn Goat, what's good with it? Key and Court get it on. You ain't going to see it, bro. You ain't going to see it, Brooklyn Goat. Big CP in the building, my dog. Everybody got flaws, Joe. But you see, I'm giving Devin Haney the praise, flaws and all. There's still a certain level of fighter you got to beat that kid. And I'm telling you, and I'm standing on that. I don't think he's ever going to lose to no average subpar fighter. I think you're going to have to be one of those dudes. You're going to have to run into one of them killers or one of them top dogs. I don't think anything less than that right now, he's going to beat you. He's going to beat you. You know what I'm saying? He's going to beat you. Key need a couple more fights. I wouldn't be mad at nobody that says that. I understand it. But I think what you got with Key, you might not got quantity of fights. You might not have quantity, but you got quality. You get what I'm saying? Think about this, Jay. Hey, dig this. In his 13th fight, he was fighting for a world title, right? Most people don't know who their favorite fighter fought in their 13th fight. You get what I'm trying to say? Most people don't even know who their favorite fighter fought in their 13th fight. You know what I'm saying? Like already, and he's never fought a guy with a losing record. He's been being tested. He's been fighting people with He's been fighting people that have more fights than Devin Haney since he's been a pro. I just want the record to reflect. Just think about that for a second. Not the caliber that Devin Haney is, but he's been fighting people with the experience or more experience in terms of number of fights. So he's been tested differently than most, right? You get what I'm saying? A lot of people give Devin Haney flack about the Mexico shit, right? But I respect the Mexico trip because he made it work. That's part of his journey. But Keyshawn started out the gate fighting dudes with way more pro experience than he did. He's been conditioned to fight this way. That's what he's been doing. So I'm not saying 100% he beats him, but it's going to be a much different fight, I can guarantee you, than what people think because of what he's able to do and the level he's able to operate at already fresh out the gate. Get what I'm saying? What fight does he need? Put however much. First, that Devin don't. Keyshawn, that if he would, Keyshawn would doing bad. Devin with Keyshawn. Hey, Tim Bradley said it. Oh, yeah, I'm active. Shout out to my dog behind the hands, TV. My guy, of course, Keyshawn Shakur would be electric. Lady Sean is done with friends in boxing. Yeah, I just think they locked in differently, and I don't think they had a desire to punch each other in the face, you know. But we're gonna keep going. We got a lot more to get to, so let's get through the rest of this interview because I'm about to get on Bill ass in a minute.
Just playing my position,
fun in a minute.
And not necessarily every position. You know what I mean? It's been essential to our relationship. You know, if Devin is feeling a certain way, he don't feel like training today. You know what I mean? As a dad, you might feel slighted, but as a coach, you understand that the psyche of the fighter, you know what I mean, can be in different places. So let's work on something else, okay? We don't necessarily got to work on that. Let's watch some film, you know what I mean? Let's go get a massage. Let's go do things that we can do, you know what I mean? But we don't have to necessarily do the one thing that the coach is an expert at, right? He's not a masseuse, but the fighter needs a massage, right? And there's another thing that I want to talk about with trainers when I'm being compared to trainers. There are coaches that don't have the ability to run a training camp. You know, they coach moments. You know, they coach, but actually being able to bring in the sparring partners, be able to pick the locations, be able to pick spots and times of travel, of this and that. You know what I mean? I think you got a chance to see me say, Brian Norman, where you at? Why you ain't here? Right? So
you mean in Saudi?
In Saudi Arabia, getting acclimated.
That was big because it's inconvenient to go to Saudi and train in the middle of the night, but you got to make the sacrifice 2-3 weeks out because that's when the money is going to be on the line in the middle of the night.
Right.
So yeah, it's that's one of the moments where we gotta be grown about this, be professional, and make them kind of sacrifices. So now I understand exactly what you were saying. When you said that.
So one caveat as a coach and a manager, right? And a dad, you're wearing these hats. So you're saying as a dad, I want the best for my son. As from a coach perspective, right? You're saying, okay, we can work here and we can work in Atlanta and we can work in Saudi Arabia. But from a manager's perspective, I said, no, let's get this money to this team so they can get out there and get comfortable and get acclimated. You see what I mean? So those are
real quick, I keep trying to explain to him behind the hands that I get it. People feel like it's the amateurs, but that amateur work and that amateur system that they went through that a lot of people don't make it through, that gauntlet to make it to the final two, like it's something to be said about that. That's where your foundation is built. And that's why guys like a Keyshawn Davis, a Shakur Stevenson are able to fight for a world title in like 13 fights. That's why they're able to put them in there with guys with far more pro experience, and they beat them with relative ease because their foundation is built off fighting some of the best fighters in the world and having to prove yourself where you can't pick who you're going to fight, right? You just got to fight the next best guy. And people ignore it because it's the amateur system. But again, proving yourself to be one of the best in the world and then hitting the ground running and being able to complement that same success, right, and replicate it as a professional is why some of these guys are good. Yeah, sometimes you see certain Olympians, right? A Luke Campbell was a gold medalist. He ain't pan out the way people thought. But you can see very early, even with him being a gold medalist in Luke Campbell and a Keyshawn Davis or Shakur Stevenson as a silver medalist, you can see the difference between them from fight one to the fight they in right now. You can see the big difference between them and a Luke Campbell, right? So when you proven to be a quality Olympian and you could then transcend and, you make that transition as a professional and you able to pick up right where you left off and be a true professional, you on to something. That's what Keyshawn is. He's proven to be that. You get what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, nobody's just getting in there making easy work of him. Nobody. You name it, it's not going to be easy because he know how to fight. You get what I'm saying? It's not a lot of shit that he hasn't seen. Do he beat everybody? No, I ain't saying that. But all that, he's not as inexperienced as what his record may suggest. I'm telling you, look deeper than the numbers with that kid. Go deeper than the surface level. Look at who he fought. Look at how much experience these guys got. And look at how he's beating these guys. Guys that are supposed to deem to be challenges, he walking through them. He made Jermaine Ortiz look like he shouldn't even been in there. He made Jermaine Ortiz look like, man, bro, you might need to do something. I don't know what you get what I'm trying to say? He not having close fights. You ever seen him lose more than 2 rounds in a fight? That's not regular. That's elite level shit. I get it. The competition ain't the craziest in the world, but they're not trash fighters. He's not fighting trash, right? And even when it's supposed to be somebody of substance that is a bit proven, he make them look like, damn, this shit is night and day. That's how you start to determine if these guys are special. It's not just who they beat, the opponent's record or resume. It's how the performances look when it's deemed a challenge in front of them. When it's somebody in front of them that's supposed to give them work and they make it look like nothing, you start to look at that dude. All right, you do it once, you do it twice. He's consistently making guys that have far more experience than him as a professional look like it ain't even close. That's special to me. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong, but it hasn't failed me yet. My eye hasn't failed me yet. I think you're seeing one of the best young fighters. And again, when you're able to prove it as an amateur and transition as a pro and continue to prove it, you get what I'm saying? Look who he sparred. Facts. Your bro. He just had a training camp with Shakur Stevenson, and them dudes went out there blunt and pitched shutouts. Both of them went out there and made easy work of their opponents. Do you think that's for nothing? You get what I'm saying? These dudes got access to Bud Crawford, Shakur Stevenson. You got a lot going on. I'm telling you, it's not right. I'm telling you, he got a head up on the game, man. I don't know if he's not ready, bro. I don't know if he's not ready, Johnny, because I know for a fact the first 20 or more opponents. Put it this way, man. Who do you got beating Keyshawn Davis that Devin Haney fought? Who do you got? If he fought any of them guys today, who do you got beating him? Any of them? And hair grease. They're prize fighters, bro. They all looking for a payday. Devin Haney ain't getting in the ring unless his money right. You hear me? The Shakur Stevensons of the world ain't getting in the ring if they money ain't right. They all looking for paydays. All of them. But look, hit that like button, y'all. We gonna keep building, man. We gonna keep building.
Different positions in different spots that traditionally
got over 80 people in here. Hit that like
they
button,
don't work in unison. They go different directions. But for us, you know what I mean? It's just me and Dev. So that's why we be kicking ass. Because we faster, smoother. You know what I mean? It's just.
You know, Dev came up with a lot of guys that's good names, big names now, but y'all been crossing paths. Some of them fought, some of them didn't, but y'all know each other. You know what I'm saying? The people just don't be knowing it.
Right,
people have relationships.
Of course.
Tell me about the relationship with Shakur Stevenson. Obviously, they've been in the same weight class a certain time. Then they won't be in the same weight class. They both doing their thing in their own respect. And it's like, is that relationship like you just got 2 young lions that can't really?
I can't wait for him to stop talking. Shakur is on the list.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, is it just we can't be in really in the same space? We trying to get the same thing. We can holler later. Like, what's the relationship?
No. We've out of respect of the fans.
Shakur is on the list. He way down on the list if that matters, but he down there.
And talked about the biggest and the best fights happen with the best fighters.
Right. So you mean that when you say that? When you say you want Devin in the biggest and best fights, that ain't just talk.
Just like when I walked up to you and told you that we were going to walk Lomachenko's down.
Yeah, you said it.
I can't, and right in the ring in the middle of the fight. I mean, right when Devin, wasn't that the
boy, that shit got stinky in there that night, didn't
or
it?
we just got in the ring and I looked over and I seen Dre and I seen Tim sitting there. And I walked over, I said, it's too late for him. Lomachenko and them was right there. I said, it's too late for him.
Yeah.
Devin about to step to his mother.
You said that.
Watch this.
You said that.
I said, yeah, it's too late for him. Boom. And when Dev, he came back and he said in the 8th round, he said, Dad, he's on to it. He's up on it. I said, it's too late. Go press his out. And in the 12th round, you know what I mean? Like the perfect getaway, we looked up in the rearview mirror and this wasn't chasing. Yeah. You heard what I said. I said in the 12th round, in the biggest fight for undisputed,
That's what won
for some people in 12th round, He wasn't there. So when everybody come back and say it was a robbery, it was right. If you ain't fighting in the 12th round, then what do that say about you?
He gave up the 12th round against Devin the same way he didn't win the 12th round against Teofimo. That's why I told people, look, as close as that fight was, I ain't gonna argue with you if you still felt like Loma won. But y'all gotta keep in mind, everybody that's making the case that Loma won, keep in mind, he said he did not give, he let up off the gas in the 12th round and he did not give it 100%. Keep in mind, you making an argument for a guy that in an undisputed biggest fight of his career, when he fight Devin, gave him the opportunity to achieve his ultimate goal, which was undisputed. The man decided to not give it 110% in a fight that was close. It was ebbs and flows. It was back and forth. Dev started the fight strong. Loma picked up in the middle rounds. Loma had the most dominant rounds in the fight to me. He had the biggest rounds, like the most clear rounds, but he gave up a lot of body shots early. He gave up rounds early, and he gave up that 12th round. And I believe Devin Haney sealed it. I believe he sealed the 12th round. You know what I'm saying? He said, Loma told y'all, so cut it out. Said I wasn't a robbery. Loma schooled him. Look, I ain't mad. We got over 100 people in the building. It's 120 people in the building. Hit the like button, sub to the channel. Let's keep rocking, y'all.
You know what I mean? So we had something to go cry about.
That robbery talk, man, these folks don't understand. They just don't understand how to.
It's not a robbery, though.
And if you
it's
don't,
too close to be a robbery.
Round, in that moment, that's on you, brother.
What would a grown man go and cry about?
Yeah.
Disappointment.
Yeah.
And himself.
Disappointment.
And himself. Yeah. Anytime that it would be out of, damn.
Yeah.
You're not hurt?
Yeah.
So as a man, what are you in there doing? You're not hurt. What are you?
Hold on, y'all. He ain't hurt. So why y'all gotta kill that hospital story? Kill that hospital story that already been debunked. He just sitting here right now and telling you the dude ain't hurt, but he gonna go to the hospital. Why did he go to the hospital if he ain't hurt?
Because you're disappointed in yourself. Yeah. You know what I mean? And there were times that I know that there's only 100%. One man that ever came into my life and told me the truth, the 100% truth, and that's with my dad. I'm the guy in Devin's life that I believe that will tell him 100% of the truth.
About to get on his
and
helmet
there's been times as an amateur, and you know, where he gets back in the car and we riding, and he's like, so what you think? Yeah. I was like, damn. I was like, well, look at you. Yeah. He was like, what? I was like, dude, look in the, I told him, pull down the visor. He pulled down the visor. I said, are you lumped up? Are you marked up? He's no. I said, are you tired? He says, no. I said, well, you didn't leave it in the ring. Ain't nobody to be mad at but you.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So back to the Shakur thing, man. Is it?
Yo, a lot of that stuff be routine checkup. When I say hospital, y'all making it seem like he went to the hospital because he was like hurt or something. He wasn't hurt, bro. Loma wasn't hurt. He wasn't physically like what? Because if he went to the hospital, right? What did he get done in the hospital? Well, like, did he right? They had to do surgery. Like that should be routine checkups, bro. Teofimo was in the medicals too after the Shakur fight, and all he just had a cut. You get what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying, man. Dudes go to the hospital, but it ain't like he went to the hospital because, oh, snap, I'm hurt. I'm so hurt. You got to think, Loma not even a 35-pounder, and he gave him the toughest fight on his resume. That dude easily, he started 26. Think about it. Little ass Loma, bro. That was a tough ass fight, bro. So think about it. You get in there a little ass Loma that Shakur sparred for free all them years ago at the Top Rank gym. That didn't want no smoke with Shakur. You think you're going to get in there and beat Shakur easy and you ain't beat Loma easy? You don't deal with southpaws easy. Southpaws are not easy for Devin. They give him trouble, bro. Do the homework.
Is it peace or is it still up?
He might beat him, but
the same weight
he ain't fighting the best of the best. Loma was one
I don't
of
mean
them,
personally. I'm saying competitively on a boxing level.
Well, of course. I mean, it's always up. You know what I mean?
Till you retire.
We put him on the list. You know what I'm saying? He knows what being on the list means it's up because he's not going to put Keyshawn on the list, and Keyshawn's not going to put him on the list because they're friends, right? It's not up.
But
With us,
Devin and Shakur was friends too at one point.
But that's not. It's always up. You in boxing, we're in around the same division. You know what I mean? And that's never changed. You know what I mean? Of course, outside the ring, right? We see Core, we dap him up. You know what I'm saying, and all the stuff. You know, it's no, of course. course. It's all business, and both of the guys quest to the Mount Rushmore of boxing because they both have a path to get there. It's not like Shakur. It's not.
Yo, y'all did the same thing with Jose Ramirez. Y'all sent him to the hospital, and Robert Garcia called Bill out about that and said he was lying. My thing is this: if they ain't do no surgery, if you go into the hospital for a routine checkup after a tough fight, that's not saying much, right? But you're not about to put no spin on it, right? You just had this man say Loma was crying, but he wasn't hurt. His feelings was hurt, right? Yeah, he probably went there. He gave up a lot of body shots. He was getting his ribs ate up. You know what I'm saying? But I don't recall no surgeries, none of that, no extended time off. And, I'm hurt because I fought Devin Haney. Like, that's what they want to push, right? They did it with Ramirez. My thing is you do it once, you will do it twice, right? They did the same thing. Oh, we sent him to the hospital. Wasn't nothing wrong with the dude, but they pushed the same story they pushing now. That's all I'm saying. Like, people go get routine checkups. I'm not arguing that, but after a 12-round fight, what's wrong with going to the hospital? You get what I'm saying? That's regular shit in boxing. That's all I'm saying. They trying to make it seem like they put an extra hurting on them that they didn't. I'm not running with that. One of the best ever.
Devin is trying
that's not even
to
the way
be one of the best ever.
You don't even fight that way. He's not a super violent.
You have an opportunity to really show how great you are.
One of the best at that.
That's what that is.
You have to be medically cleared. Facts.
How you looking at this fight Saturday?
Extremely competitive. I think there'll be times where Shakur breaks down from the pressure.
Listen, I want y'all to listen close to 100 people in here. Every last one of y'all hit the like button, sub to the channel, turn your notifications on, hit the bell icon, all that good stuff. I want y'all to listen closely to how he tripped himself up with his own words. Listen to people breakdowns of Teofimo and what they thought Shakur was going to look like versus what it actually looked like. You get what I'm saying? Versus what it actually looked like. Hear these people assessments of how they think the fight would have went with him based on, and then pay attention to how it actually went. And then you telling me somebody that thought Shakur was going to break down from some pressure is somebody that you're going to beat easily because of what?
Of boxing, because they both have a path to get there. It's not like Shakur is not going and trying to be the best, one of the best ever. Devin is trying to be one of the best ever. And in that pursuit, you have an opportunity to really show how great you are. Mm-hmm. And, that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. How you looking at this fight Saturday?
Extremely competitive. I think there'll be times where Shakur breaks down from the pressure
really
that Teofimo applies. If Teofimo is doing it the way that Devin would do it, the way that I'm looking at it.
What?
So that's if
you're not Devin ain't no fucking
Devin.
All right, let me chill. Devin ain't no pressure fighter, Bill. What you talking about? Apply pressure the way Devin do. Devin is not a pressure fighter. When has he ever been a pressure fighter? I'm just trying to understand what he's talking about. He don't fight the way you describing right now.
If
Teofimo is not even a pressure fighter.
If it's me with Teofimo, it's easy. Based on what I see, what Devin can do to Shakur. Easy. Mm-hmm. Like when I saw you and I told you Brian Norman was going to be easy. You said easy? I said easy. Mm-hmm. Right? Was it easy? Didn't I say it was going to be easy? Easy.
That's not what you said on that tape, sir.
I said Shakur is easy work for Devin. So I'm saying this.
Yeah, how?
We just jumped from that fight to this fight, but we talking about it. So go
how?
Ahead.
Yes, I need to know how.
Yeah.
You don't see it?
Watch this.
No,
for real.
No, you don't see it.
You don't see it.
I think that's a competitive fight for both.
No, you don't see it. What?
Just from what I seen. Dev style, Dev's temperament, Shakur's style, Shakur's temperament.
Easy work.
But help me understand.
Listen, that's an easier fight than Lomachenko.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
Oh, we said Core easier than Loma. The blasphemy, Bill Haney. See? This is why I keep the beautiful bean footage. This is why I keep the beautiful bean footage in the tub. See, you can't just get up there and try to oversell it. Yeah, you could have said, yeah, he'd beat Shakur. He beat Loma, he'd beat Shakur too, right? Cool, but you said he'll be easier than Loma. You want to know how that's bullshit? Was Loma easy? Anybody in here that the Haneys clan, tell me, go ahead and type in the chat that Devin Haney or Lomachenko was an easy fight for Devin Haney. So how the fuck is Shakur going to be easy when Loma wasn't easy? Easier than Loma. Loma wasn't easy. He gave you your toughest fight. He had you in the corner talking about, Dad, he figured me out. What is he talking about? And that's not what you said. Hold on, man. Do y'all remember this, man? Because this ain't what he said here, bro. He didn't say that here, man.
First thing that I don't even know how it happened because we thought that we was getting points. You dig what I mean? Because Core is an Olympian. Core always then got in on Devin. Nigga, are you tripping? You niggas, y'all. Nigga, the whole shit started because it was live that we're in there with Core. Not Core is getting out on us. Like, he's the big nigga. He's the big homie in the shit. It was never. We would always, nigga, first the gap was like this. The gap got closer and always got. If you got off any with Core, it was a plus. If you just had a good day, that's how it was with him. All the way up until now, brother. That's why I told him, I said, inside the weight classes, when we move, just like niggas is moving now, brother, if it's 230, we already ready to go to 40, brother. Listen, brother.
You don't say. You don't say. Go ahead and tell me again how easy Shakur would be for Devin. See? Now, let me tell you, look, Bill is just doing his job, bro. He doing his job, bro. He put a little extra on it. I ain't going to say Devin to be easy for Shakur neither because, look, Devin could fight. He boxed like Shakur boxed. Not like Shakur, but, you know, they're pure boxers. They world-class guys, man. Devin is shown to be elite. He's an elite-level guy, but I'm telling y'all right here, right now, if that fight ever happens, I owe people money if he make easy work of Core. That I will be. Y'all gotta. If this fight were to happen and he made easy work of Core, y'all gonna have to adopt me into the Haneys clan. Y'all gonna have to. I'm gonna be part of the Haneys clan. I might change my channel logo to the Haneys clan logo, whatever it is, y'all. Y'all get to change my logo for the rest of the year if they ever fight and he made easy work of Core. I will bet any one of y'all, and I don't like to bet the family, but I will bet any one of y'all. I will bet any one of y'all the last thing he would ever do is make that fight look easy. It just, first of all, these dudes are two competitors, right? You seen Devin be able to match wits a bit, and you seen the sparring, right? It was good sparring. That shit went viral, millions of views. But a fight wouldn't be like that. A fight wouldn't be like that, bro. You got two guys that they're boxers, but they go about it differently, right? It's a proven fact. It's a proven fact that one guy loses considerably more rounds and makes far more mistakes than the other guy. So I'm trying to get y'all to understand something based off what they've shown us by the numbers, because y'all always like talking about numbers. He's 10. The other guy is 1. That's a significant gap. So in order for Devin Haney to be the guy that's good as Shakur Stevenson shown he is, he's going to have to be better than he's ever been in any of his 30-plus fights. He's going to have to be better than he was against Loma, better than he was against Ramirez, Brian Norman, you name it. Cambosis, like he's going to have to fight the best fight you've ever seen him fight in his entire career. I'm not saying he's not capable of doing it, but for people to make it seem like him getting in there with Shakur just some walk in the park, you just being a fan. You're not even being realistic. That's like me telling you Devin to be the easiest fight Shakur Stevenson ever had. I would never say that because that's fanboy energy. But I can break down to you why and how I think he would beat him. He struggles with southpaws. Lomachenko showed that. I believe personally that Shakur Stevenson is a better fighter than what Lomachenko was when Devin fought him. I feel like he's only gotten better since Devin fought Lomachenko. Do y'all think Devin Haney has gotten better since he fought Lomachenko realistically? Do you think he's gotten better? An argument could be made that one guy is still arguably getting better versus the other guy might have hit his peak, respectfully. Let me ask y'all something. The last two performances that Devin Haney had, right? and I know it's hard to do this, but just we hypothetically speaking. The last 2 performances that Devin Haney had, it was Ramirez and Brian Norman Jr. He landed 70 punches in both of those fights. You think though either one of those performances, do you think that beat a Shakur Stevenson? I know it's hard to look at it that way, but just think about that. Any of those performances? You get what I'm saying? The dude got a bad, y'all favorite fighter got a bad habit of leaning over to the left or to his right, which would be a left hand for him. You get what I'm saying? I think that should be, he'll run into some trouble, bro. He won't be able to escape and box and be clean the way he did with Ramirez. Somebody that's to match his level wit for wit. It just nowhere has he proven it in the ring that he's a more efficient fighter than Shakur, and that's why I got him winning. He hasn't proven to be smarter than Shakur, and that's why I have him winning. You haven't seen Shakur tell you anybody had him figured out, and that's why I got him winning. Devin Haney was supposed to be this newer and improved version of himself against Brian Norman, but he turned around and landed 70 more punches in a fight that y'all said he dominated. Shakur landed 65 punches in a fight where he was sick and injured, probably shouldn't even been in there. They're just not the same fighter, bro. For real. And respectfully, you haven't seen Shakur getting dropped by nobody that he said is a C-level fighter. So miss me with that shit, because not only do y'all got the levels wrong, y'all favorite fighter and his trainer got the levels wrong too. They said Ryan was a C-level fighter and he didn't get no better since the amateurs. Did that shit work out? Did it look like they was fighting this? And that's by their admission. I never called Ryan a C-level fighter, and I did it for good reason. Did it look like it was a C-level fighter in there with an A++ fighter like Devin was saying? So now you telling me Shakur Stevenson is going to be so easy because of what? Name a guy you beat on his level? And I don't want to hear no Lomachenko. We seen him lose twice before he got to Devin. You get me? You have the fact of the matter is, I'm saying all this to say this. You haven't fought nobody as good as Shakur Stevenson in the boxing ring professionally, in my opinion, to say that it would be that easy of a fight. You fought a guy that was considerably undersized, and he gave you your toughest fight to date. Get what I'm saying? That fight wasn't easy, and he was a southpaw. And y'all all know if Shakur and Loma fought, y'all would be picking Shakur to win that fight. Y'all know y'all ain't picking Loma. Y'all know it. So all I'm saying is it's a really good fight on paper. It's like that 50-50 type of fight. I'm not saying Devin Haney can't win it, but I'm telling y'all that it ain't going to be no easy fight. This is not going to be an easy fight for neither one of them, because when you operating at that elite level, that separation is not as wide as y'all would like to think. Do I think Shakur wins? Yes, but he'd have to show me. Can Haney pull off a win? Yes, but he'd have to show me. See, I'm logical and I'm realistic about it. And if I'm just going off of what I'm seeing, Styles making fights, that's going to be boxer versus boxer. You telling me Devin Haney has proven by the numbers that y'all brag about so much, right? Y'all telling me he's proven by the numbers to be a more efficient fighter than Shakur? Who lose more rounds? Who make more mistakes? Who get hit more? Right? That's the things I start thinking about, right? Who got better defense? Who's more consistent offensively? The jabs, it's a lot to like there, man. It's a lot. I don't know, man. It'll be a really good fight, but it ain't going to be easy for neither one of them. Them dudes can fight, bro. They've been in the ring with each other. They can box. They're going to both have to be on their A game. You can't afford to go in there playing, but respectfully, just what I've seen from Shakur and what I've seen from Devin, I'm not saying it's night and day, but I feel like for my money and what I've seen from all the years I've been watching them from like 17 to now, I see a more polished fighter. I feel like the things that he do in the ring, he do it a lot more smooth. I feel like his defense is better. I feel like, you know, it's one thing to have better defense, but when you proven by the numbers to be more efficient offensively, far more efficient offensively, right? It's hard to just say somebody going to get in there and just make it easy with easy work of that guy. So you got to, the same way Shakur would have to earn a win against Devin, Devin would have to earn a win against him. It's not something that you can give him. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney ain't going to be an easy fight for nobody. But if it was anybody that could outthink him round by round, I think it would be Shakur. I think he's one of the best chess players in the game. I believe him when he say like he one of the best boxers in the game. I believe it. I believe that. Like that's the problem I think that Devin Haney will run into, in my opinion. The problem would be it's going to be a boxing match. And we've seen this shit time and time again, bro. If you're going to give Shakur the opportunity to think, process, you get what I'm saying? And get in his bag, you have a very good chance at losing that fight. You don't have the kind of style that gives him the trouble that certain guys I think could give him from a physical standpoint, right? So you're telling me your best bet, you're going to go in there and you're going to go tit for tat with him. You're going to go move for move, chess move for chess move. You haven't shown to be a more efficient fighter than him. It's going to come down to that night, but you got to show me that you could be as good as what your fans are saying, because I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen him fight a mistake-free fight. Well, I've seen it. Let me take that back. I've seen him have some clean performances. Don't get me wrong. I've seen him have clean performances. Ramirez was clean. It wasn't exciting, but it was clean. Brian Norman fight, that's not even one that I'm speaking of. I've seen him box and be clean and be smart, but I've also seen him in every fight that he won lose multiple rounds to these guys that he's levels better than. I've seen him fight a Jojo Diaz, who's a very small guy, and I've seen Jojo Diaz without a jab win about 4 rounds against this dude, where he could have just boxed him and stayed on the outside. I've seen Kambosos win rounds against him in both fights. Not a lot, but it's a game of inches. Those Kambosos fights was clean, but I just imagine a core fighting Kambosos, bro. You see what Richardson Hitchens did to Kambosos, bro? Just don't know, man. Great IQ. I think Devin got some really good IQ. Slick Nick was good with it, man. So at the end of the day, just do boxing knocks both these guys out slick, man. You know, I'll punch on dudes. Somebody just asked me something. Haney-Shakur comic books needed. Core always 3-4 steps ahead. I just think he's a smarter fighter. I just think CJ was good with it. Specs, yeah, for sure, bro. For sure. Core is my guy, man. Core is my guy. But I'm still realistic. I'm not telling you that the fight would be easy. I'm telling you, based off what I've seen, in order for him to beat, based on numbers and production, based on Devin Haney beating Shakur, he would have to be better than what he's been in any other fight. I don't think that's the same thing for Shakur. That's just me. I don't think so. Right? I think if you look at both guys, fighter A, fighter B, for what they are and what they bring to the table, and this is just my opinion, I'm not saying it's a fact, I feel like one of those two guys got to be a different fighter on the night to beat the other guy. That's just my opinion. I feel like if Devin Haney is going to beat Shakur, we will walk away from that fight saying undoubtedly we will walk away from that fight saying that is the best Devin Haney I've ever seen. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I think, especially for him to win the fight the way Bill's saying, we would definitely all be saying, yo, that is the best boxing display that I've seen from Devin Haney. You get what I'm saying? And I think it would have to be that for him to win. With the way that Shakur performs from fight to fight and not giving up rounds and, you know, being a step or two ahead of guys, right? Not making a whole, he fight a mistake-free fight, right? Everybody make mistakes. He just don't make a whole lot of them. So that's what I'm basing it on. It's like a game of inches. It's little things, bro. But one guy from round to round makes considerably more mistakes over a 12-round period. That's what I'm looking at. And I'm looking at, in order for him to win, that can't be the case. He has to be better than he's ever been. Shakur, on his best night that he's put out that we've seen to date, I think can beat that. I don't think he has to be better than he's ever been in his career to beat him on the night. I don't believe that. I think he just has to be exactly what he is. But for that other guy, he got to be even better than what he's been. That's just my opinion of how I see them. I don't see them, you know, they're not worlds apart or nothing like that. They're not levels and levels away from each other. But I just think consistency, approach, mistake-free boxing, I think that's what Shakur, he emulates that. He embodies what it means to limit mistakes, right? We just seen it with Tio. Think about how Bill's saying how close the fight gonna be, how T.O. gonna pressure him, how Shakur gonna break down from the pressure. Think about Oshaquie Foster. Oshaquie Foster went on record for saying Teofimo Lopez is a bad style for Shakur. It seemed to me that a lot of y'all got Shakur messed up when it come to making an assessment on how a fight gonna look. Y'all be wrong as hell. Y'all said how difficult the fight was gonna be. It was gonna be close. He was gonna bring pressure. T.O. was going to be competitive. Even I thought that. Look at the fight, how it played out. I think it's safe to say, man, what Sean Porter said, man, Shakur is one of those guys where you got to get in there with him to realize what you're in front of. You're not going to get it from the outside. Sean Porter said it, not me, right? Sean Porter said it, not me. So that's ultimately why I feel like Shakur wins that fight. For one, if you're going to allow Shakur to be in a boxing match, in my honest opinion, because where I think he is mentally, I think you put yourself behind the 8 ball just a bit from the start. You're about to allow him to think with you blow for blow. He's a proven guy that makes less mistakes. So you got to find a way to make that not the case. You're going to have to force him to make more mistakes than he's ever made in his career. And you're going to have to limit the mistakes you make at the same time. That's a very tough task when you got somebody as talented and smart as him inside the boxing ring. Thrill Hill was good with it. And not to mention, I play that clip jokingly, but it's a lot of real shit that Bill said in there. He talked about a skill gap between them. He said if you got off any, it was considered a good day. It's hard for me to believe that all of a sudden you've gotten so much better since that point, right? Since that tape and Shakur just what did he do? Regress? You get me? So I'm a lot more realistic. They're not worlds apart from each other. I just think Shakur is more consistent with his approach and from round by round. That's what I think. I think he's a better pure boxer than Devin. I think he's shown that by the numbers. Now, the only way to know if he can beat Devin is to get in the ring with him. But if I had to make a pick early, if I had to go off of what these guys show me, it's a no-brainer for me. I got Core. Devin, to me, got to fight more. He got to fight better than he's fought. And Shakur can stay right on par with what he's been doing. Beating guys 9-3, 10-2, shit like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's his regular occurrence for him. You know any fight where he lost 4 or 5 rounds? I haven't seen it. And you call it don't take chances. I say he don't give you the chance. Devin gives you chances to score on him that Shakur don't give him. He did it with Ryan. And I hope that's another reason why I kind of hope Shakur and Ryan would happen. That's just why. There you go. Make a comparison to how they approach fighting the same kind of guy. They different, bro. Shakur went in there trying to walk Ryan down and stop him. Devin Haney did that. That should tell you something about IQ. No disrespect. All y'all Devin Haney fans said he fought the wrong fight against Ryan. Why did he fight the wrong fight? You get what I'm saying? It's little shit like that, bro. It's little shit like that. Shakur would have never went in there and tried to step to and knock him out. That shit would have never. He wouldn't have given Ryan the opportunities that Devin gave him. That's the difference. So the shit that people critique him and criticize him for is the reason why he wins fights. Some people will say he don't take chances. I'll say he don't take unnecessary chances. And he don't got to go outside himself to win fights. He knows this. You get me? So my thing is this. He's proven to be a smarter boxer than these dudes that we going by the numbers that people brag about. That's all I'm saying. But the only real way to know, they got to fight. They got to fight each other. I can say what I want. And Devin can get in there and make it look how y'all saying. Or like Bill's saying. But again, if I just go off of what the body of work and what both guys show me, I don't think Devin is a more mistake-free boxer than Shakur. I think his willingness to take chances gets in the way too. I think Devin is brave. He got a lot of heart. He showed it in the Ryan Garcia fight, and that's not gonna beat Shakur. That's not gonna beat him. Being too brave is gonna get you outboxed. That's the difference, man. I think that was the first time I seen Devin Haney not stick to a game plan that worked in his best interest. And that's something that him and Shakur had in common or got in common. Discipline and sticking to a game plan, boxing you, taking you out the fight, and beating you that way. but I think Shakur is more efficient at doing it. That's all. I don't think it's light years. I don't think it's easy for either guy. I ain't even picked nobody. I'm just telling you how I think it'll play out. You know what I mean? But let's keep going, man. Let's keep going, man. Let's play the rest of this, man. We're going to get to the rest of this, man.
It's easy. Based on what I see, what Devin can do.
It ain't take a lot of his last two fights.
Like when I saw you and I told you Brian Norman was going to be easy, you said easy? I said easy. Right? Was it easy? Didn't I say it was going to be easy? Yeah. Easy.
But I'm saying what?
I said Shakur is easy work for Devin. So I'm saying this.
We'll just jump from that fight to this fight, but we talking about it, so go ahead.
How?
Yeah.
You don't see it?
No.
Hell no.
For real, you don't see it?
I think that's a competitive fight for both of them.
How?
Just from what I've seen. Dev's style, Dev's temperament, Shakur's style, Shakur's temperament. But help me understand.
Listen,
I don't
that's
believe
an
that
easier
shit,
fight
yo.
than Lomachenko.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Well, because...
Hey, look, if Shakur was easy, you wouldn't have offered 25%. Shakur was easy, you would have fought him, you would have made him a real offer, or you would have sat there when the sanctioning bodies decided to split and you would have fought him, and Shakur Stevenson would have been the best name on your resume. Cut the shit, bro. You know ain't shit easy about Shakur. You know it. You said it on that tape. Your fans can say what they want. I don't think Devin is easy for Shakur either. You see the difference between me and super fans? Tell me when I'm being a super fan. I ain't said nothing that's not realistic or that Shakur hasn't proven in the boxing ring. Has he proven to be a more mistake-free fighter than Devin? Do you see where I focused my assessment on things that he's proven, not me just being an emotional fan? The shit that he show you from fight to fight to fight. And Devin is very consistent from fight to fight to fight. But he got more hiccups along the way in his journey than Shakur. You could blame it on competition or whatever you want, but he's had more hiccups. He's had more tough rounds. You get what I'm saying? Shit like that. He's had more competitive fight. He had a fight where he was getting dropped multiple times. So you already know when it comes to defense, that's a no-brainer. You get me? So it's just you got to bring something different. If what you're bringing is a pure boxing to the table, I just don't feel like it's too many people that's going to outthink him round by round based on what I've seen from him. He a really smart dude. From that in that 3-minute duration, he know how to win. He really know how to win rounds, bro. And that's why I favor him to win fights too. You get what I'm saying? What guys criticize dudes for, he do at a high level, and he know how to do it consistently. All right, I got that round. Got that round. He beat you round by round by round by round. He don't bite off more than he can chew. He don't look too far ahead. He do what needs to be done, and he beat you. And he's very good at doing it. That'll be the L, yeah. Shakur better be better than Loma, or that'll be an L. I know Shakur is better than Loma. I know Shakur is better than Loma. AJ Hill. Imagine Shakur Stevenson losing to what's his name? Orlando Salido. Imagine it. Imagine Shakur losing again to Teofimo Lopez. Look, Loma fought Teo, didn't he? He fought Teo when Teo was the guy, right? Undefeated. And who won that fight, Jay Hill? I know styles make fights, and I don't like triangle theories much, but that should have showed you something. Look at the competitive nature that Loma showed, right, against a Teofimo. Look how competitive that fight was when he fought. Look at the difference when Shakur fought. Wasn't even close. You know what I'm saying? From start to finish. You got to fight more. The hell? And I don't know. You might be a fake. You might be a bot, man. I don't know. User. You know he the fastest 4-division champion in the history of the sport, bro? He's the fastest 4-division champion in the history of the sport. And he got to fight more. Put that in perspective. Out of all the champions that have been in this world, fastest 4-division champion with 25 fights. Think about how impressive that is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Stay Paid, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. Hit the like button, support the grind. We got more to get to, man. I think he do got the overall better skill set. I think he's more polished and he just make less mistakes. I think that leads to you winning more boxing matches. It leads to you winning more rounds. With Devin not being a knockout guy, I think you could take neither guy not being a big puncher, you could take a knockout off the table. They fight is going to go the distance. You're not You make far more mistakes than Shakur. Simple and plain. And the only way you beat him is if you change your true colors. If for that fight you just become the most mistake-free guy that you've ever been in your career, then you could beat him.
You don't know where all the tools in the Home Depot warehouse is.
He don't gotta have more fights.
It's a whole lot of tools.
It's not the number, it's the quality of fights.
And you know, a few of them, it's a whole
quality
lot
over quantity
there, dog. And because I don't want to give away too much, right? I don't want to give away too much because it could be a possible fight next. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really want to say how, right?
We'll get back to this fight then, Saturday.
Yeah.
How? You said T.O., if he
pressing.
I've never seen Shakur as a professional walk down, punk, and physically unable to like get somebody off of him. Have you seen it? I'm saying as a professional.
Yeah, but I've not seen him fight nobody that I would even think is anywhere near no motherfucking Devin Haney.
We talking about Teo, though.
No, what I'm saying is, you just said that, but you ain't seen him fight a motherfucking person. No, you just said that.
Who?
Shakur. You ain't seen him fight nobody, Dre. Come on, big homie. Tell me who he fought that you would say that's a level that we should even look at that would be anything remotely to what the skills that Devin do.
You keep comparing him to Dev.
No, I'm saying this, but tell me who Shakur done fought.
Shakur got a good resume, for sure.
Like
we not doing that.
To me,
and not only a good resume, we talking about Teo.
No, I'm saying.
No, hold on, just tell me the walk down part. When I say I ain't never seen Shakur Stevenson walk down and punk and physically unable to get somebody off of him or box somebody.
If you go look at the sparring, if you go look at the sparring with him and Dev was walking him down.
That though?
But I'm saying, have you seen? Did you see? Was Dev walking him down?
I didn't watch that.
Cut this shit, Bill. If I play the
what
tape
about you? You
again,
seen
bro?
It? Not the whole thing. You seen any part of it?
I seen it.
It's still up.
I've had Devin Haney fans come on my panel and counted the amount of punches that they landed in the sparring. The sparring is good, bro, but I think people know what it is, bro. You talking about from round by round. One guy has proven, like you keep talking all this Devin shit, man. Look, you was letting Lomachenko put hands on you. He figured you out. Lomachenko didn't even want to fight Shakur for a career high payday and a vacant title. And he went on to fight Kambosos and then he retired. Make it make sense, bro. If Shakur was easy to deal with, dudes would get in there. He wouldn't even had to fight a guy like Edwin De Los Santos because Frank Martin would have took the money that he asked for and got and fought him and beat him. Every single time it's time to fight this dude is some bullshit. I'm telling you. That you talking about walking down Devin Haney. The problem is that's the shit that got you chin checked against Ryan, trying to walk somebody down. That's not his style. I get it. Y'all playing into the Debo Dev shit, and I love it. It's funny. It's fun, funny, entertaining. I love it. Keep playing with it. But that's not who he is. He's not a walk you down kind of fighter. If he was, he wouldn't get getting his chin checked left and right from Ryan Garcia for trying to beat in the pocket. Get that shit out of here, man. I'm telling you that you're going to have the toughest night of your coaching career when you stand in front of that man and you know that shit. You can sit up here with your legs crossed and oversell because this a personality and all of that, but you know fucking full well that ain't shit easy about Shakur Stevenson. The same way you don't hear Shakur and Wiley Moses talking about how easy Devin is. They just saying they could beat him, right? They not overselling it. This is what I'm telling you. Somebody is confident. Somebody is fucking overselling it. He trying to convince you Shakur is easy at all. The same Shakur that you offered a low end of 25% and nothing and wanted them to sign up for it. The same Shakur that y'all vacated y'all titles when it was time to make a decision what the split was going to be. Knock it the hell off. At that level is nothing easy. Devin ain't easy for nobody. Did it look like Ryan was having his way? Did it look easy for Ryan? It wasn't easy for him. He was still getting in Ryan's shit. Any round where he didn't touch the ground, he was punching on Ryan and even buzzed him in the fight. Ain't shit easy about Devin. You see how easy that is to say? Because I ain't overselling no fighter to you. I want everybody in. It's 100 and some people in here. I need y'all all to hear me. I still, to this point, the reason why I stated why one guy beats the other guy is based on his efficiency inside the boxing ring through 25 fights that he's been in the professional ring, right? He stays on par with what he typically does. Devin Haney has to be a better version of himself to beat that guy, man. About the numbers, I'm very realistic about it. But to sit up here and make it seem like, this is an easy fight. This would be easier than Loma. Loma wasn't easy. You still lying about that? That's your toughest fight. You talking about the 12th round. We talking about the other 11. That was the toughest fight. Ryan don't count because he cheated. The toughest fight to date was Lomachenko, a southpaw that already had 2 losses. So miss me with that. He better than Shakur shit. Shakur would never lose to Orlando Salido at no point in his career. At no point in his career. Let's knock it off. Yeah, Loma's great. Yeah, he was a great little guy, right? But he ain't Shakur. I don't give a damn how many gold medals he got. You seen the difference. Orlando Salido would not beat a Shakur Stevenson. Ever. Imagine him losing to somebody that got 13 losses, 12, 13 losses. Bro, he wouldn't even be in a conversation. And then not to mention, if that wasn't bad enough, T.O. beat him. You get what I'm saying? And then you beat him. And then when he got a chance to fight Shakur Stevenson, the same guy that you're trying to convince the boxing world that's so easy, guess what he did? Went and fought the easier guy for the belt, for a vacant title, or for the belt, should I say? You get what I'm saying? Imagine him losing to Orlando Salido, Tay. You get what I'm saying? Imagine what they said about Shakur be out the runnings for being a great fighter, period, after he lost to that dude. They'd never let him. Bro, he had 4 fights since De Los Santos. Do you know they still bringing that up? So imagine him actually losing to a dude with double-digit losses. Come on, man. Loma was great, but he got the opportunities too. He got put in position, but he also took losses. And just like anybody else, yeah, you great, but you've lost to people that you get what I'm saying, that you should have beat them, right? You lost to Teofimo. They were calling Teofimo. I remember they were calling Teofimo a prospect when they fought, saying how many fights he had. He only got 16 fights. He's still like a prospect. Teo went in there and beat his ass. See what I'm saying? So, if Bill tripping with that, I can see him saying Dad can beat him. Yeah, but he's saying, and I get it. He's selling it, and I ain't mad at him. I'm not mad at what Bill doing. He doing what Bill do, but he overselling it at this point. Ain't shit easy about Shakur Stevenson in the boxing ring, and I think everybody knows that. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. You got people saying Teofimo is a bad style matchup for Shakur. They clearly don't know the fighter they watching. Then they go out there and get cooked. Now they got to re-scramble and over-explain why the fight didn't go the way they said it was going to go. What happened to all this pressure Teofimo was going to bring? Then you just see Williams and pay to bring pressure for 12 rounds and get fucking cooked. You got to have a game plan to beat that kid. You got to outsmart him. You can't outsmart Shakur. You're not beating him. That's my opinion. He's smarter than you. While you going to be talking about punching power and physicality and dumb shit, he going to be outboxing the hell out of you. He going to outsmart you. And you going to look up, you're going to be 5 rounds in, and you're going to been done lost 4 or 5 of them. You get what I'm saying? 5, 6 rounds in, and you down 4. I'm telling you. That's how it is with him. You're going to look up, and you're going to realize you down rounds trying to overplay your hand. You go in there if you want to and try to walk him down. I fucking guarantee you, Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson fighting, this is my opinion. He go in there and try to walk Shakur down. That's when he'll get cooked. The fight might not even be close if he do that. He don't go out there and play chess like he know how to play chess, because Devin Haney's a phenomenal chess player as well. You want to go out there and press and try to beat somebody you not. Shakur Stevenson is not the fighter to do that with. You better go stick to what got you there. I'm telling you right now. So you go out there and try to press him and be a pressure fighter, you're going to get cooked, in my opinion, bro. I guarantee you. You're going to get cooked. That shit don't move him. You're going to give him all the looks he need. He used to people trying to press him. You're going to press him and get beat for not sticking to your guns. So, again, intelligence, IQ, intellect, decision-making, those are the reasons why I got Shakur winning. Think he's a better round-by-round fighter than Devin Haney. He's a better chess player, better pure boxer. That's what I think.
Temperament.
Let's keep going.
Help me understand.
Listen, that's an easier fight than Lomachenko.
I don't know about that.
Dre said, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Well, because you don't know where all the tools in the Home Depot warehouse is that we have. It's a whole lot of tools. Now, you know, a few of them, it's a whole lot of in there, dog. And because I don't want to give away too much, right? I don't want to give away too much because we are. It could be a possible fight next. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really want to say how, right?
We'll get back to this fight then, Saturday.
Yeah.
How? You said T.O., if he
pressing.
I've never seen Shakur as a professional walk down, pump, and physically unable to like get somebody off of him. Have you seen him?
Facts,
I'm saying
Dre.
as a professional.
Yeah,
Facts.
but I've not seen him fight nobody that I would even think is anywhere near no motherfucker Devin Haney.
We talking about Teo, though.
No, what I'm saying.
But Devin Haney not walking no Shakur down neither. What are y'all smoking? Walk him down and do what? That's not even his style. That's how I see it, man. I'm standing on this. I guarantee you, if this fight ever happens and he think he just gonna get in there and walk some shit down, I can personally guarantee you that he get his ass beat. I can guarantee you that shit go bad for him. You better go in there and box him. Yeah, you can walk towards him in some spots, but I'm talking about walking him down. You just heard what Dre said. You ain't seen nobody do that shit to him as no professional, just walk in there and walk him down. And look, Shakur got one brother in boxing. That's Keyshawn Davis. The rest of y'all asses could get cooked. He ain't got no other brother. He made that clear. Keyshawn Davis is his only brother that go for Abdullah Mason and anybody else that y'all think that can beat him or make a good fight. Keyshawn is the only brother that Shakur got. Tank ain't nobody big brother. He's a opponent, a possible opponent. They're not brothers. They're not friends, obviously. I want to see the fight if it could ever happen, but nah, ain't no walking down. Devin Haney's not a walk down type of fighter. That's not his game. I watched him his entire career. And yes, I seen him walk guys in spots, smaller fighters. And then when I seen him do it against somebody his size, it didn't work out for him. So that's not who he is as a fighter. He don't get in there and walk you down and try to get knockouts. He boxes his way to victories. And if you're not on his level, yeah, he can get you out of there. Yeah. If you don't respect his power and you sleep, he could drop you, rock you, and hurt you. Yeah, he can. Devin Haney's a phenomenal boxer. Bill trying to sell like he a pressure fighter. He's not that.
You just said that.
Fighter.
But you ain't seen him fight him up in person. No, you just said that.
Who?
Shakur.
He fought William Zepeda. Have you seen Devin Haney fight anybody that throw 100 punches around? Ever? Ever. And he fought him. Now, I'm willing to bet you money. If Devin Haney fought a guy with a style like William Zepeda, he would be boxing him. I guarantee you he wouldn't have fought him and sat on the ropes like Shakur. I'm willing to bet money, man, because he's not as good defensively. He don't have the same answers defensively, and he uses legs to get out of the way. He don't trust in his upper body movement like that to get out of the way defensively consistently. If you don't believe me, go look at the two fights. Go look at the Ramirez fight. Was he using upper body movement, or was he constantly circling out, I believe, to his right over and over and over again? He wouldn't sit there with nobody throwing him 100 punches. What do you mean you ain't watched Shakur? Shakur can fight a guy that's coming at him because he's defensively sound and responsible enough to do so. Yeah, Zepeda got his licks in. It was the most punches we ever seen Shakur get hit with. But he out-punched him, outlanded him, far more accurate. Still won by a large margin. You would never see Devin Haney fight nobody that's throwing 100 punches around like that, bro. And it don't have nothing to do with being scared. It's style. That's not his style, bro. He's not gonna stand there and be willing to slip punches and counter back. I can guarantee you that's not his game, no, especially not lately. He don't do that shit now. He used to do it. In the earlier fights. He used to fight more in the pocket. He don't do it as much anymore. Yeah, he get these dudes a lot of problems with that style, bro. You ain't going in there. You ain't going in there like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, the way he dealt with that shit, Jordan, it's overlooked because of the fighter that the win is attached to. But real ones know that shit is impressive. The way he beat Zepeda at his own game is impressive. Devin Haney tried to fight somebody at their own game, and look what happened. Look at the difference. I know they different fighters, different challenges. But did you see what happened when Devin Haney fought somebody else's game? It was to his own detriment, and it backfired. It didn't count because Ryan cheated, right? Shakur fought William Zepeda at his own game. Was it to his own detriment, or did he come out? See the difference? You see the difference? See what I'm saying? You don't put yourself in situations where you lose fights. You put yourself in situations to win them. He fought that way because he knew he could win the fight that way. That's why Shakur fought Zepeda that way. And it's something, by his own admission, he said that's the way Zepeda fight. He forced you to fight. We all know Devin Haney fought that way because he thought he could beat Ryan that way. He thought he could knock Ryan out. They sold us the knockout. They even started quoting Ivan Drago. Did y'all forget? IQ is why Shakur wins the fight. Overall, IQ. I ain't even got to try to break it down. IQ, smarter fighter. One guy knows if I can beat Zepeda at his own game and watch me do it. And he did it for 12 fucking rounds. You see what I'm saying? He beat it 12 rounds. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to fight Ryan Garcia at what he do best, and that shit is going to backfire. And then the whole world was talking about how Bill Haney had the wrong game plan and he ruined his son. Do you remember that? Sound like it's going to be a 2.0 just on a different level. You go in there talking about Devin Haney just walked Shakur Stevenson down, and that's not his game. He's going to get outboxed thoroughly. Guarantee you. I guarantee you, if he don't stick to his strengths, if that fight is ever made, he's going to lose convincingly. And he might lose convincingly even sticking to his strengths. But go outside of what you're great at, trying to be somebody you not against somebody that's as sound defensively and efficient as that, you're going to lose, bro. You're going to lose. You're going to be taking unnecessary chances, and he's going to be taking what you give him. Did you see him take advantage of damn near every little mistake Tio was making? He ate all night, over and over, rinse, wash, repeat, jabbed his head off, jabbed his eye into submission, bro. Telling you, man, one guy knows I'm going to bring these tools for the job, and I'm going to get this shit done. The other guy is capable of bringing those same tools, but he got a tendency to dig in the tool shed and bring some shit that he don't need. He never needed to step to Ryan Garcia ever. And with or without the Osterine, without that game plan, I think Devin Haney beats him, and he would have got the last slap. He would have beat a dude on juice. Come on, man. Don't ever forget that. The reason he lost that fight before the Osterine, because of the way he fought, and we all knew that. It's intelligence, man. You approach the fight the wrong way. And it sounds like to me, if you think you're just going to walk down one of the best defensive fighters in the world and you don't throw nearly as many punches as Zepeda, he couldn't do it. What are you going to do it with? You're going to get your ass cooked trying to fight like that. And I can guarantee that, bro. And that's just my real opinion on that.
You ain't seen him fight nobody.
Try to play this out.
Come on, big homie. Tell me who he fought that you would say that's a level that we should even look at that would be anything remotely to what the skills that Devin do.
You keep comparing him to Dev.
No, I'm saying this. But tell me who Shakur done fought.
Shakur got a good resume, for sure.
Like who? When you said to me...
And not only a good resume, we talking about Teo.
No, I'm saying...
No, hold on, just tell me the walk down part. When I say I ain't never seen Shakur Stevenson walk down and punk and physically unable to get somebody off of him or box somebody.
If you go look at the sparring, if you go look at the sparring with him and Dev was walking him down.
What year was that, though?
But I'm saying, have you seen, did you see, was Dev walking him down?
That's walking him down,
I didn't watch that. I seen clips. I ain't seen the whole thing.
What about you? You seen it? Not the whole thing? You seen any part of it?
He didn't walk shit down. I seen the whole thing. I will play that shit up here, bro. He didn't walk shit down. You gotta chill with that sparring, bro. You gotta chill, man.
So it's still up. It's still up.
Who?
It's still up.
He's on the list.
Yeah, I didn't know. Because listen to me. Listen
what do you think?
Hear what I'm saying. Listen to me.
Live with Andre Ward. The list is not fake, and Debo is real.
Listen to me. When I'm watching both of them, it's like it be up, where it's like it's active. The funk is active, and then it get quiet. And then the weight class. I know the weight class, depending on what's put on the table, that can shift, whatever. When I'm looking at it, I'm like it's quiet right now.
No, when you put Shakur Stevenson's name on the list, a guy that has a hell of a team, a guy that has a hell of a coaching, hell of a management team and a hell of a coaching team. Right? He has a hell of a fan base. He has all of that.
He a hell of a fighter, Bill. What you talking about?
You know what I mean? Ain't nobody else put him on the list.
25.
So it's still a list. I ain't know it was a list. That's why we gotta have
live on Andre Ward.
That's why we gotta have these conversations. I didn't know it was still a list.
What do you think happened to the list? We just knocked off Brian Norman, who was on the list. So what do you think happened to the list?
That's why I gotta ask these questions.
The list stands, and that means you motherfuckers can't run from it. Nobody can run. Hold your hands up. Put your hands up. Freeze. Freeze.
Tell me about the fight. How Teo gonna walk him down?
Bill's stupid.
If he had it.
That's why I don't get mad at him. I'm passionate about this boxing, but overall, this is a funny dude, bro. He just be having fun. But that list, man, that list gonna get you hype. I'm telling you, Double S ain't about to play no game with you, bro. S Double ain't about to play. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear what Core. Nah, matter of fact, after the live, we reaching back out to Core. We gotta see when Core available. We gotta get Core back on the show. Now we gotta put this shit to the bed. We gotta talk about all this. We gotta let Core know how Bill was talking, man. I gotta let Core know. Yo, man, look, Bill, I gotta clip this part. He said you easier than Lomachenko. I need to play that clip directly for Shakur Stevenson. I need to know his reaction. I need to know how he feel about it personally. And I'm gonna reach out, man. Look, how long it been since the fight? It been long enough. We're reaching out to Core, man. Shout out to Lala D, man. But I love it, man. I love it, man. The list needs some revision. Who else wants some of Debo Day? I love it, man. Hey, Jay, I love it, man. It's fun, man. I love it. I want to hear what he said, man. Hold on. I want to hear what he said, man.
The jab, he could. You know what I mean?
Out Core,
you got to start with the jab. When you talk about Devin, you talk about the fighter with the best jab in boxing. He throws it from everywhere, up, down. You know what I mean? So it's got to happen there.
His jab ain't better than big homie Core.
I'll tell him after. If he want to let Shakur, if Dre come and tell you what to do, just think about it. I told him.
Freeze, put your hands up.
I thought they was pushing
Jay
no,
Core heard that shit.
Been quiet. So I misread the silence. I'm looking, I'm like, oh,
I like the Haneys fans that come over here. I rock with y'all, man.
It's cordial. It's cool.
Bill
was here, weight class wise. Shakur won from. Okay, that's why I got to
ask these better than Shakur's or even more Charlo. I don't think so. I've always said this. Devin Haney has a long, dangerous jab for sure, and is one of the better jabs in all of boxing for sure. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't point out the fact that they said Ryan was C-level. That jab was pretty much non-existent against a C-level guy. That same jab was absent against Jose Ramirez. My thing is this: if your jab is your best weapon, you use that more times than not. I've seen multiple fights where it ain't been on display. So your jab is your jab depending on who you in there with. Shakur showed me against the best opposition that he's been in the ring with on paper, he could jab with the best of them, right? And he totally outclassed the best opposition he's been in the ring with. So a jab is just part of it. I think overall, Shakur is a more efficient combination puncher. I think he landed his power punches at a considerably higher percentage. Is over 50. Shout out to Ant McQueen, man, my guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough, man. I just feel like a lot of what I'm basing my assessment on, aside from them actually having to get in there and prove it, is based on the numbers that are provided by both guys' efficiency throughout their careers. I'm big on efficiency, bro, because in boxing, that shit wins. Not wasted, no wasted movements, not overextended, not taking unnecessary risks, putting yourself in the best position to not only win fights, but win by round by round by round. One guy is really excellent at doing that, and I'll pick him any day of the week in any boxing match. You're going to give Shakur a boxing match, I'm going to tell you that's a bad idea. I'm going to tell you, if you got a chance to beat Debo, you better be Debo that day. Because if you can't, good luck. Good luck being a better boxer than him. And I'm standing on that. He's shown that shit, man. And you're not a better boxer than him. I don't see that shit.
Social media? Did you see what I just posted?
I don't see it.
Dev reposted? Okay. Go follow me, Bill Haney _, and you'll get a chance to see the latest heat coming from Debo Dev. Huh?
What you post?
Well, I mean, I just said that shout out to Turkey Al-Sheikh, who's with Devin. There's no boxing protection programs. There are no narratives that fights can't happen. You know what I mean? And that is what it is.
See what happened to Debo when he tried to be too much of a bully.
With the WBO belt at 147 belonging to
Craig is just that one bully too many, man. Debo tried to bully one too many. And that's what Shakur would be. Without the brick. His brick just going to be the jab. You get what I'm saying? He don't need a physical brick. You're going to go there, go in that fight trying to beat Debo, and your ass going to get cooked. I'm telling you. That what's going to happen. Yeah, he just better defensively. Defensively.
And I think T.O. has the WBO belt at 140, right? You're not able to
Brick City.
tell a champion from.
Hey, Jordan, they gonna learn why they call it Brick City when he get in there that day, man. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? Brick
140
City.
that they can't come up and fight you, right? You can't tell a champion at 154 that Devin can't come up from 147, correct? Correct? Can you come up and challenge from 100?
I'm listening to you.
47? Xander Zayas live on here. If they don't want to get it, Devin to go up to 154 and put it on Xander. How about that? 54? 147 pounds, WBO 54? Champion. Stepping up to 154. I didn't stutter. See? He will go up there and whoop Xander Zayas under the assumption of what I'm describing can happen for a champion in a division wanting to step up. Correct? I mean, I'm asking you because you've been around. You my big homie in this.
And not with them belts though. I don't play with them sanctioning bodies like that. I don't trust them. I don't believe in them. It's just
okay.
That you would know more than me.
Okay,
I don't go to the functions every year. I never been to one. So you can tell me more than I can tell you.
Well, they did give me the manager of the year in 2023. So
the BO, the BO.
Yeah. No, the BWAA, Boxing Writers Association of America. But in all seriousness, Dre, it's to my understanding that a champion in a division as the 147-pound champion could petition to the same sanctioning body that he's a champion, that he wants to move up and become the mandatory challenger.
And still maintain his status at the lower weight. That's what you're saying? Not lose that belt when he go up.
Now, that's what I might not be 100% confident on my answer on that. You know what I mean? But it's so many.
And yo, man, you can talk that stuff if you want to. Shout out to Sammy. We ain't fools, man. Look, if you want Xander Zayas, just say that. Because him and Shakur, that's two totally different challenges. Xander a challenge all in itself. That's a whole nother weight class. Do you want to deal with that? That's the thing, man. They just shopping for fights. They don't know what they really want. But your son said the biggest fight, the next biggest fight in boxing is with Shakur Stevenson. And I'm calling the Haneys out. The team Haneys, I need to know what is y'all willing to do to make the biggest fight in the world. Nothing. Just sit there and wait for it to come to you. Like seriously, I'm dead. That's a real question. Y'all said it's the biggest fight. What are you willing to do to make the biggest fight in the world? I seriously mean that. When Earl Spence told you him and Bud Crawford was the fight to make, he made all kinds of concessions to make the fight because he really wanted it. He didn't sit still and wait for Bud to come and give him everything. He didn't do that. So listen, to be fair, that's a question for both. But the reason why I posed it to Devin first, because he spoke first when he said it was the biggest fight in boxing next. He said that. So what are you willing to do to make the biggest fight? Seriously though, because you opened your mouth first. Seriously. Nah, man. Mickey Bay saying 140. Now, I ain't expecting that. Brian talking about 44. Make something happen, bro. Make something happen. What you gonna do? How bad do you want it? Because you said it, though. You know what I'm saying? You said it. If Shakur said it, let me tell you exactly what I'll say. And I still got the same question for him. But if he said that, you know what I would say. Well, then you got to go up to 147 pounds to go get it. Because you said it. He come out and said it's the biggest fight in boxing. I'm going to say, what are you willing to do to go get it? To make the fight happen. That's all. Nah, he ain't coming back down there. He ain't coming back down. He ain't doing that. Well, Dev said little bro, then big bro. He did say that. He did say little bro, then big bro. He corrected Mickey Bay behind that mess. Yeah, Mickey ain't trying. Mickey with him. Mickey know what's up. Mickey know what's up. They shower. They was taking Mickey word as law until he said that shit. Then they like, nah, Mickey tripping. He said, bring his ass up. I feel you, Jay. Hey, look, Jay, I'm just talking shit. I'm having fun. But in the perfect world, yeah, 47 would be ideal for that fight. But the thing is, I think the issue, Jay, if you think about it, what the problem would be, that's one fight, right, Jay? What do you do after that? Do you stay put at 47? You get me? So I think that's going to be the issue, too. Is what's going to happen after the fight. It ain't just that one fight. It's like, because, see, Devin got room to keep moving up. Shakur probably would be maxing out there, and that'd be somewhere where he won't even be campaigning at. So, you know, all BS aside, all jokes aside, like, I like having fun talking about this fight, but I think concessions that have to be made on both sides. I don't see it unless Core just move all the way up and fight him. You know what I'm saying? If Shakur going up, you gotta give him something. Yeah, it's Holy Champ was good with it. That's what I'm saying. I think being that they both established guys in the sport of boxing, man, very accomplished. I think you try to meet in the middle as best you can, whatever that looks like. I can't negotiate for him, but I would love to see the fight. You know what I mean? He do look great at 40, and I would love to see him keep chasing 40. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like he got to pursue that fight right this second, though. We'll see, though. But Bill know that shit ain't easy.
Any moves for really know how to fight, man. It can really go. That has the style, right? That now the one thing about Dev that's different is he fits everybody. And when I had the meeting, I said, this is going to be the last time these folks are going to bet that Devin's mentally ain't strong. Mm-hmm. This will be the last time they're going to bet that Devin's mental, not skills. For Brian Norman, the question was, is he mentally tough enough to deal with Brian Norman? And I think we answered that. So what's the next question boxing has?
What you think about them questions, though? Mindset not being tough, can't take a punch. Like, it's always a narrative riding around somebody, depending on who the fighter is, what they done been through. How do y'all deal with those narratives? I know mainly is by showing and telling, but I'm saying when you hear that kind of stuff about your son, when Devin hears that kind of stuff about him, I had to go through it. What do y'all do about them type of narratives when they floating around?
I love it. I get excited about the campaigns of hate that they run.
Campaigns of hate.
Yeah, they run. You know what I mean? If it's Top Rank and their reporters and their writers and all that, and they'll run a smear campaign. No offense, Top Rank, we do business. Golden Boy, they'll run their smear campaign. And the other part, you see Eddie, he's out there smearing as much as he possibly can.
Is he?
Well, I mean, when they talk about him, he openly says that he's not allowed to, or he's not at liberty to say things that are inconsistent with him when a fighter is being promoted by him, right? When a fighter is being promoted by him, he has one language and one verbiage he uses, and then when a fighter's not promoted by him. So stop listening to Eddie Hearn.
Nah. Think about it. That's the business. That's the business. That's the business. And one thing about Eddie Hearn, you don't have to like it. I respect it. He was very honest about that. He said that. He said, obviously, if you're with me, then he's obligated more so to go out on a limb for you. He may even be willing to lose money for you, right? Even not speak so harshly on your fights if you don't have such a good fight, because that's obvious he promoting you. Why would you slander a guy that you're promoting? But at the same token, he just like anybody else. If you're no longer in business with him, then it's just business as usual. That's how everybody carry it. So I get what Bill is saying, but I think that's how a lot of these promoters carry. Yeah, when they with you, when you with them, you the best thing since sliced bread. When you not with them no more, they looking for any reason to slight you. Or, you know what I mean? Or should I say that I think Eddie Hearn has just been brutally honest whenever Devin Haney hasn't been working with him, right? Some people said he said that he slandered Dev. He said he's boring. He was being very specific with his answers, his context to it. The fights that he had under Eddie Hearn look a lot different than a couple of the fights that people criticize Devin Haney for the most, right? So he is being truthful about that. You just look at the fights that he had under Eddie, and then the fights that people critique him the most, the heavily is for. You'll get that there's some truth to what Eddie is saying. So I don't think it was all in an effort to try to make Devin look bad. But again, you don't have that same incentive to go to bat for a guy that was openly online complaining about you not having tickets for him and talking shit. And then your pops is on record saying that he did y'all dirty. See what I'm saying? So it's context to everything, bro. And you know how opportunities come when you're on somebody's banner. Again, they're going to build you up as the best thing ever. You know what I mean? But when that's not the case, they're going to go the other way. MAW was good. My dog, the Professor Ant McQueen.
What's going on?
Was good,
man.
Brother.
I know a lot of people aren't really too fond of Eddie, but I can't recall him ever saying anything that was too slanderous about Devin or any fighter for that matter.
Me
As
neither.
a matter of fact, I think there are times where he kept it a little bit too real.
Yes.
Most notably, Jaleel Hackett, the fight that he had against Roman. I think that Eddie could have took a softer approach when discussing the aftermath of that fight. And that's a guy that was signed to him. So, yeah, I think Eddie, for the most part, love him or hate him, he's pretty fair with his with his criticism, even with his criticism of Devin. You know, as you already pointed out, bro, it's like some of them fights were a little. They weren't along the same lines of like the Linares fight or the fight with Antonio Moran. Some of them fights was a little.
Facts. They was. And that's all. If you be real with yourself, you can understand that it's just business and he not slighting them. So I know Bill knows that, but you got to say what you got to say when the camera's on to make it sound how you make it sound. But Eddie, I'm going to say this. I ain't trying to go to bat for nobody. I don't know nobody through and through, but I can't find the consistency from the fighters that's saying the stuff about Eddie that a fan that has never worked with Eddie Hearn is saying. That's the shit that pissed me off. Like, we was having this conversation before, and they was talking about how much of a snake Eddie is. And I'm just like, conversation purposes put me on. I don't catch everything. Maybe it's something I missed. How is he a snake? And just like, people will call him that, but get offended for you to ask, like, for an explanation or example of how he was a snake. And I'm like, bro, put me on.
Give it to
we
you.
Having a conversation, ain't we? We ain't just yelling bullshit out. We saying shit with substance, right? Nope. We just throwing shit out there. We hear one person say it, and to me, I think it started with Wilder. I was
once upon a time I was subscribing to that notion too. Then I really had to start asking myself questions and really observing the dealings that Eddie has had with people. When you had certain guys that were, quote unquote, best kept secret, and they were fighting in borderline obscurity, and then all of a sudden they get with Eddie, and you see the tune start to change with them. Like Boots was over there fighting at Showtime, and we was like, damn, when he gonna get a big fight? When is he gonna become a champion? Shit, within 12 to 16 months of being with Eddie, the man was unified, selling out the damn Wells Fargo Center. He couldn't get that type of motion when he was over there at Showtime.
And guess what they were saying? He fell in Boots, man. He got to do something with Boots, but we're not even paying attention that Cameron Duncan, R.I.P., but they had him that long. He wasn't officially signed to Showtime. Look at all them damn fights they had. Count the fights that Eddie Hearn had before making him a champion and allowing him to
30 plus fights, right? With Cameron Duncan and company.
Then moved him up at McQueen, and now he's in position again to make the biggest fight. And the reason that it ain't happened ain't no fault of Eddie Hearn. So everybody that I've heard say he's a snake, to hell with y'all, because y'all not giving no real examples of how he's a snake. You can't point to no examples of how he shitted on the fighter. It's very bullshit information. It's the same recycled stuff. I'm not big on that. I don't like narratives. I like substance, truth, and examples. But like, point to me where you seen him doing fighters dirty. Where at? I haven't seen it. I don't see where the fighters is like, yeah, man, it's because of Eddie. And don't tell me, oh, well, he had boo-boo. He couldn't get him to fights. He apologized for that, and he admitted it publicly. Look, I couldn't get him to fights. That's my bad. It just was what it was. Nah, he didn't shelve Andre. He got Andre paid. He got him paid.
And he got him some meaningful fights too. They weren't the biggest fights in terms of notoriety, but he made the man a champion. And he got paid in the process. But then you also have to ask, what about a guy like Richardson Hitchens? Richardson Hitchens was over there rotting away on TMT. No disrespect to the great Floyd Mayweather, but he couldn't do anything with Richardson Hitchens. Richardson Hitchens becomes IBF champion over there with Eddie Hearn. So Eddie's doing something, man. Louis Crocker is the damn IBF champion at 147 for crime.
Yeah, he got him some fights, bro. He just didn't get him the big fights. But when you know, if you know how we know, I mean, where else was I just want to point them out. Where else was Andre that be way before he got to Eddie Hearn? Where was he at? Was he getting the fights over there? No, nah, but we don't see that. We only see when you get to Eddie, you could get the fight. Oh, Eddie, you can't get him the fights. Y'all got to know how that boxing work, man. It take a lot, especially at the top, for these fights to get through over the hump, man. And the more I watch boxing, the more I understand that, bro. So it's not his fault. If you ain't going to get me the fights, at least get me paid, right? If he's really screwing him over, he would have had him on the shelf. He would have had him inactive, not fighting and not getting paid, not getting the fights neither. That wasn't Eddie's spill. He was making it. Listen, I can't get you the name, but I can get you a fight. I can keep you active and I can get you paid. That's what he did. That's his job as a promoter. I think he controlled the pieces that he could control for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And he got him, you know what I'm saying? He got him some money. Joe was good with it.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I don't feel Eddie a snake. I just feel like him and Dev, they ain't got a little disagreement right now because I don't know if you remember in the Ryan Garcia fight when it first had got made, he was a part of the fight. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then when they scrapped it, and then Oscar was like, "You got to get Eddie out of here, this and that." And you know, Dev, he gonna do whatever it got to do to make the fight. And he pushed Eddie to the side, so Eddie just want to get his money off of Dev. That's like I don't feel like it's just business at this point.
Nah, think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it. Yo, he said it, and I don't know if y'all ever caught that interview when they
Eddie
was talking
wanted
about
that big fight. He never got the big fight. That's
when
it.
they was talking about Dev not getting a certain fight, and you know, how a fight was losing money. He was very honest. He was like, "Yo, that fight don't make money," and he was like, "No, I'm not willing to bid for that fight." I forget was it the damn what fight
Sandor
was it?
Martin.
Sandor Martin fight. He like, "No, I'm not willing to bid it. The fight don't make no money." He was being honest, but he like, bro, and he's not with me. He said, "Yeah, if he's with me." And basically, in a nutshell, he said like he'd be willing to go to bat for him and possibly take the loss, take the hit on the fight. But if you're not with me, it's business as usual. It's like, bro, like, and that's the thing where I think I'm not saying I don't know how they fully look at it, but it seems like they don't fully grasp their position when you work with somebody, right? When that business is done, like think about it. Look how quick you was willing to cut Eddie out to make a fight. It's for the betterment of your career. It's not personal, Eddie. It's not for Eddie to then take it personal. It's business. Like your dad feel like he can do this shit without you, then go do it. So that's all it is. And
I just feel like they both taking a stand though. Eddie like, if I'm gonna do fights with you, you gotta at least sign 2 fights with me.
Yeah,
Devin
you
like,
gotta give me a reason.
I'm not doing that. I'm doing a 1-fight deal. And Eddie like, I can't do that.
But you gotta think though. A 1 fight. That's why that could be business, but that could only be good business if you Devin Haney. It works for you because that's right what you're looking for. If you Eddie Hearn, you would look to secure a talent like Devin Haney, right? For more than 1 fight. And so I could understand both guys' stances. I could understand
they just not
Eddie
agreeing right now. That's it.
You get me? Right. I can understand Eddie like, man, come on, man. We need you over here. You know what I'm saying? We need you over here for a couple fights. And I can hear Dev like, look, man, I already did this already. Look, I need a 1 fight and I'm out. So
but
it's
Eddie
like
said
it's business at the end of the day.
Fight and all that if he signed to him. But Dev don't want to sign 2 fights to him. He feel like he with Turkey. So like he gonna stick with Turkey. That's how it is.
So at the end of the day, I think it's just gonna come down to it being business and what makes the most sense. Do it make sense for Devin Haney to sign on for 2 fights when he's worked with so many different people and he in a different space where Turkey might not be asking him to do that? But then again, they did say the 3 fights, something million with Turkey. So maybe he already got that situation, right? So he might not need an Eddie Hearn right now. You know what I'm saying? If he got Turkey on board, he in a good space because it's like a double positive. You're going to get the money that you're looking for more than likely. And, you know, Turkey want to see fights that are dangerous, that are risky. But anytime you beat one of those guys, you solidify yourself further as one of them top guys. So, man, it just be business at the end of the day. I just don't, for me, y'all, like, look, the time when I used to be saying this shit about Eddie Hearn, I was listening to Wilder. I was on point with Wilder. I was like, damn, he's so passionate about this dude, Eddie Hearn. But guess what, y'all? Fast forward to today. Guess who did business together?
They did.
Guess who taking pictures together and cool, and Pete patched it up. That's why I can't take on these dudes' personal, like, you know what I'm saying, feelings and beefs when they in business. He has a reason why he feel that way. Eddie ain't did shit to me. And it's like, if Eddie was that bad, the way Wilder was saying, do you then double back and start doing business with him in the latter part of your career? No. Do you then start shaking hands with him, taking pictures with him, saying that he's not a bad dude now? No. So that's all I'm saying. And you got to think, when these promoters are such pieces of shit, you're going to have like stories that you hear about fighters. Like, these are small circles. They're going to get out. People paid, bro. If he don't get you the fights, he's gonna get you paid, and that's what I can respect. I ain't saying he perfect or nothing, but my thing is this: if you gonna say somebody is a snake, as an adult person, you should be able to point to at least 1 or 2 examples to be like, see, this was a situation where he was foul. This was a situation. Still to this day, I haven't seen it. I just keep hearing it, like, and I'm not hearing no examples. So it's like, when I hear that in boxing, I know people are repeating what other people are saying. And it get contagious like that. You start listening, you start hearing shit like, man, And I mean, F Eddie. Next thing you hear Wilder up there passionate about him, going in, and you like, ain't no way he lying. Maybe Wilder got a reason why he feel that way, but people be acting like we're in Wilder's shoes, like he did something personally to us. He didn't do shit to me, bro. He's just putting on fights, and I have an option whether I want to watch some joints or not. I see what he did with Boots. He's doing phenomenal things with Boots. Is it Eddie fault that he can't get the Virgil fight? Nope. Eddie ain't that bad of a guy. He put him right in position, made him a champion, unified, then moved up, put him in position to get the biggest fight of his career. Eddie ain't that bad. Look what Eddie did with Richardson Hitchens. They had him in boxing purgatory over there on Mayweather Promotions. They wasn't doing shit with him. They weren't pushing him. Eddie gets him, world champion, get what I'm saying? Title defense, and he leaves Eddie. Eddie ain't nothing but do right by him. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think he that bad of a guy. I've seen more examples of him getting people paid. And I've seen a couple examples where he ain't been able to secure fights, but I don't think that makes him a snake. Snake meaning you doing bad business and screwing fighters over. Is there any examples of that out there? No.
Nah, he'll give you your highest payday.
Jacket on somebody, even if it is Eddie Hearn. I just don't believe in doing that as a grown man. If I don't got no examples to draw from, and you ain't did shit to me, I'm not putting a jacket on you. That's just me being a grown ass adult about it. Like I can't, I ain't gonna make something up out of thin air because somebody's saying it. And when I ask the question, like for examples, I don't catch everything. Maybe it's something that I'm missing. I ain't saying he's perfect, but again, when you say somebody is a snake, that's an indication that they're doing bad business. They're not doing right by the fighters. Where are those examples at? You get me?
And they're doing it intentionally too. That's the most important piece of it all, is the intent behind it. And then it seems like there's overwhelming evidence to support the opposite, to support the contrary. Like you seeing Eddie getting guys paid, getting guys championship opportunities. Hell, even with his guy, the Golden Boy, Anthony Joshua, we done seen this man become champion, get knocked out, be back in a championship fight, lose again, be back in another championship fight. It seems like Eddie is one of them dudes where it's like if he rock with you, he rock with you. And as far as like the whole snake thing and him talking about fighters in the media, I can't recall ever hearing him being too heavy-handed with his criticism to the point where I felt like, damn, Eddie is wilding out. Like I've never seen Eddie have a guy on the way out and pull some shit like Top Rank tried to do with Shakur. Oh, look, people are falling asleep. Look at people leaving the arena. I can't recall seeing that with an Eddie Hearn situation.
I got a question for you, Em McQueen. Do you think if Devin didn't push him out the way of the Ryan fight, he'd be more differently towards him?
Quite possibly, because in his mind, it could be, okay, I thought that we were in better standing, but clearly it's business. So if you wanted to be business, let's keep it all the way business. And you don't get any of the perks of friendship.
Yeah, as he was getting before, I
about story, and you said Jalil got dropped. I mean, the thing was with that with the fight and the situation, bro. Like I know we like the Hackett's, we rock with them, we support them through and through. We ain't got no negative criticism, but sometimes when we start liking people, we kind of remove the responsibility that they still have. It's a business, right? And it was some discrepancy about the sauna situation with him losing his balance, rolling his ankle. But the reality of it was that, this type of shit get out. Boxing circle's small. You could try to keep a lid on it all you want, but it's going to get out. Said he was dealing with shit, weight issues and stuff like that. And then you having close calls where, like, if we look at how people rate him and what they think about Jalil, he's supposed to be having a close call with a guy like, I forget the dude name now, that he
I believe it was not Daniel Roman. It was something Roman.
Something Roman, right? That shit. So the injury, like being overweight to the point where you had to be in the sauna, like that's the things that I was hearing. I don't want to put nothing out there, but that's what was out there. So that stuff usually lead to you know what I'm saying, not being in your spot long, right? I did criticize Eddie because of the way it sounded like I thought they took the fight from him. But if we been more stern, right? And bro, you're supposed to beat him more convincingly. And even Jalil Hackett agreed with the things that Eddie Hearn said. Because Eddie was like, come on, man, you having close calls with that. Maybe you're not as good as you think. We think you are. I just don't want to hear the promoter talking that shit the minute it's too early. Like,
bro, stand with him even when it's tough, right? That's why my energy was like that to Eddie. But when I heard what Jalil Hackett had to say about what Eddie said, he made me look at it different. He was like, yo, he right. Bro ain't bat an eye. He ain't got no hole in him. Jalil Hackett, his mentality, I've said it since the first time I heard him speak, is why I would watch him fight. The way he talked. He talked like a little ahead of his time, some of the stuff he say. So the way I did not expect that answer. I thought he was gonna say, man, yeah, man, he threw me under the bus. No, Jalil was like, yo, he right. I ain't supposed to be having no close fights with dudes like this. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but you get it. Like, he agreed and he was like, he gave himself the criticism instead of looking at like, nah, man, he didn't take the victim approach. Nah, he was supposed to have my back. He was like, bro, I ain't supposed to be having no close fight with dudes like this.
Yo,
Just. And if I can't beat guys like this convincingly, I don't know. Maybe this shit, like, Jalil got a realistic approach to it. Him and his pops. I like him. Shout out to Team Hackett, man.
Where I would give Eddie credit is he ain't never matching his fighters up easy. Like, if you one of them ones, you gonna be known that you one of them ones because the way he match you up. Like, he not finna just give you no easy fights.
I love it, Shaba. Barely make 160. Yeah, he was big kid, man.
I agree with that, Joseph. Because that's what I was saying, using Anthony Joshua as an example. Like, he wasn't trying to protect that man at all.
Yeah, he don't protect his fighters.
You're gonna be in some tough fights if they're available for you.
Eddie, yeah, especially if that money is there. Yeah. But he don't give up on you because he ain't gave up on AJ at all. Win, lose, or draw, he be right there. The
but
big stepper selling this deal, also missing weight like 3 times. Oh, you talking about Khalil Cole? Yeah, situations like that, you start putting yourself in the hot seat, bro. Start putting yourself in the hot seat. And they gave you the win. I rock with you. I support you. Can't wait to see what you look like in your next fight. But I just got to be honest, Greg Hackett coached a hell of a fight. And they gave Cole that one, man, because he ain't earned that one. Respectfully, he just didn't do enough. He didn't land enough punches. He didn't throw enough punches. He wasn't in no kind of shape. And his jab wasn't consistent, present. He had no real consistency in that fight at all. And I just can't see.
And y'all are raising some great points, man. Something that we don't always take into account when we have these type of conversations about fighter and promoter relations is the responsibility of the fighter. It's like, how many situations can you put yourself in?
Yeah.
Where like you missing weight or you having these shaky ass performances and these people are invested heavily in you.
Yeah.
And you expect them to just continue to, put forth this unwavering support. It's like, bro, you got to hold up to your end of the bargain too.
Yeah, it's a business. You showing up 8 pounds overweight and dumbass shit like that, and then talking about you getting done dirty. No, you not. You doing me dirty. You making me look bad. I'm giving you opportunities, like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to give you the stamp of approval, have you with a home, a network to fight on, right? Or, you know what I mean? You got an opportunity here, but you blow it. And that be the downside that we don't speak to enough. And shout out to, I don't know what your name is, but shout out to you, fam. You say you don't trust Eddie Hearn, especially how he did. Excuse me, y'all. A couple of boxers. Look. I'll say this. Just in life and business, nothing is going to be 100% perfect. Like, I think you're going to have disgruntled employees. You're going to have people that you've done business with that probably ain't work out in their best interest, right? You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, it's all about accountability, right? And I'm really big on that, especially when we talk this boxing, because it's something that's missing a lot. Like, we place a lot of blame, but we don't assign enough accountability. And when people take accountability for their situation and the things that they control, when they're not crossing T's, dotting I's, we'll stop looking at these promoters as the bad guys, when in reality, all they're doing is provide entertainment and opportunities. Tell me this, right? And they do bullshit too. I'm just not perfect. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But think about this. How would it serve any promoter to get a fighter and do them dirty? And that's their reputation on the line.
They basically wasting money at that point.
Exactly. You burning money at that point.
So when we hear about these few different cases, you got them all over the place, right? You got some people that might have say how it worked out when they was with Al, how it worked out when he was with Eddie, Oscar, so on and so forth. nothing is going to be 100% perfect, but I think the overall picture is what matters. And I think Eddie wouldn't be in business if he didn't know what he was doing. Sometimes you got to look at that too. You know what I'm saying? You know, I get it. His pops put him on and all that shit, but he taking that shit and he running with it. And I do think he know what he doing. It's easy to say he don't, but the reality of it is, how long you think he'll be in business if he ain't know what he was doing? So I don't know. I just like a healthier conversation, man. I like holding people
it needs
accountable
nuance, man.
that they need to be held accountable for. But I dislike putting jackets on any adult individual, on any person, period, without, you know what I'm saying, some solid reasoning for it or examples.
Yeah, I think the conversation needs some nuance, though. Because I used to think that way, Damon, especially given the history of the sport. We know how crooked and shady promoters have been, sanctioning bodies, just anybody in the suit. they've done a lot of harm to the boxers, to fighters. But by the same token, it's like we can't just apply that in every single situation. I think that every situation deserves to be inspected on a case-by-case basis. And then we just judge it, and then we offer our critiques there. But to just say, you know, we just taking up for the promoters over the fighters, like, nah. You got a responsibility. If your fight is contracted at 175, you ain't got no damn business coming in at 185, 186, and then to complain about somebody owing you anything. You know what I mean? Like, you breached the contract.
Yeah, and McQueen, what you think? And just what y'all think Bill mean by like all the promoters and the slander that like he been getting and all that? What you think he mean by that?
Somewhat of what I was alluding to with the Shakur situation with the
Mhm.
Artem fight. You see how that was his last fight on Top Rank.
Yeah,
Yo, the whole time he was there, his whole tenure, you had my man Tim Bradley up there saying how great of a boxer Shakur is, one of the best in the game, the best at range and
yeah,
distance control and this, that, and the third. Now all of a sudden he's on the way out the door and you talking about you need a cup of coffee before his fight starts. You ain't never been talking about falling asleep before. So now clearly you're trying to devalue him on the way out the door, especially when he had suitors. Eddie Hearn was vying to sign him at the time. So now you got to devalue him on the way out. and promoters do stuff like that. We've seen it happen with Bud. Oh, nobody wants to see him fight. I've actually lost more money on him and whoop de whoop whoop whoop. But then there's also pertinent information that's being left out of the equation, such as, you know, he had a clause that suggested you're supposed to get him, I guess, the best fights available, and you didn't hold up to your end of the bargain. Then also doing other little things like only making a portion of the arena available in terms of like ticket sales,
yeah.
so that you can make the numbers look a certain way. And we like to say stuff like men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. But numbers can be manipulated and they
They
can be
don't tell a full
skewed in ways
story,
like
Aunt
that.
McQueen.
Why
They don't
don't
tell a
why?
full story. They might not lie, but they don't always tell a full story. And let me say this, man. Y'all, man, I respect everybody, man. I be thinking, y'all gotta have y'all ears on when you over here, because y'all be hearing the wrong shit. The conversation about the promoter didn't come up because we taken up for the promoters over the fighter. That's not even a conversation. We would never do that. And I think I speak for Joe. And when I say that, we wouldn't do that. The point is, you missed it. You missed it. It went over your head. Not putting jackets on people without examples to draw from. Examples and situations. Like I said this before. It's just like when somebody come in here and say anything. Say a fighter is a runner. Then you should be able to point to the fights. When you say somebody had all these bad fights, you should be able to point to examples with anything. Like, I don't believe in just saying shit just because it's boxing and we talking, just say anything. Nah, say shit that has substance to it. Like, I see Eddie Hearn doing some solid things, man. I don't mind the zone. The zone had to grow on me. I'm not gonna lie, it did. But I see what he doing. I see him trying to, you know, he in the mix. I see the way he go for AJ, and I don't really have enough of stories of the fighters saying, yo, he did this to me. It's always gonna be some that it didn't work out for, but that don't mean he just in it to, you get what I'm saying? This is his job, his reputation on the line. How do you stay in business if you fucking everybody over? Get what I'm saying? So I don't think he's this snake that people so. And remember, I told y'all, I was saying it once upon a time too. Wilder had me sold that this dude wasn't solid. But guess what? Even Wilder spent the block, took pictures with him, smiled with him, said he a good dude. I'm like, can't be that bad then. Like, you get me? Maybe they had a situation that didn't work out and Wilder felt how he felt, but that's Wilder. He didn't do shit to me, Eddie Hearn. So it's like, it's just like when people tell me they don't like Bill Haney. I'd be like, do you know him? No. So what do you mean? Fuck you talking about? What do you mean? You don't like the way he made his son a millionaire? Like, again, what we talking about? Some little stupid shit? Oh, he said this in an interview and you mad at that? Like, bro, that's not enough. That's not enough for me not to like him. So I'm just different, man. I speak from a different point of view, man. I see shit totally different, bro. I just don't believe in doing that. The same way, like some people overpraise Al Heyman. I don't believe in doing that neither, but I damn sure don't believe in shitting on him. I damn sure, I hear a bunch of different stories about how he changed lives and put people on and put people in position. So you get what I'm saying? But some of his own people would tear him a new one. Shout out to Son of God. Appreciate the color in the chat, man. We've been on almost 4 hours. We're going on 4 hours. Damn. I was on that early. Shit, I've been on since 1:30. All good. We're going to keep cooking, man. Shout out to Son of God, man. He said we're 5-star boxing talk start, man. My God, appreciate the love, bro. That's all. So I wasn't putting Eddie or no promoter over the fighter. That's stupid. To be honest, it's not really my fight. But I will always go to bat when I feel like somebody is like unfairly having a jacket thrown on them, especially on this channel. This shit is just do, not just don't. Like, we ain't doing that. If you can say something, you should be able to have an example attached right to it. Get what I'm saying? I say Tyson Fury a big cheating ass gypsy. I could point to several examples, and none of them got nothing to do with Wilder as to why I think he a big cheating ass dude, right? I don't just say shit just to say it. You know what I'm saying? I say shit, and I'll give you an example as to why I'm saying it. But with Eddie and with these promoters, I get it. You know what I mean? We talk to hate them, but nah, man, it ain't that deep.
Just, I feel like we got to stop like beefing with promoters because your favorite fighter beefing with them. Like, we don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't know the business and all that, what they got going on.
Yeah,
so,
I ain't beefing with nobody.
Yeah, it's pointless. All they doing is putting on the fight. We don't know the ins and out of it.
Yeah. So, man, Brian is kryptonite for Shakur, huh? Is he? We've heard this shit before. So I'm gonna go on the people's relationship because none of us knows Eddie's. Yeah, you probably saying some stuff I said. Shout out to Damon, my God, man. My point is very clear though. We're not putting, the promoters over the fighters. My point is very simple. If you can throw something out there, you can put a jacket on somebody, you should be able to explain it. For example, right? When Canelo got beat up by Crawford, dude was in here, and I'll just say dude was in here talking about Crawford on steroids, right? I'm like, where the proof at? How do you know that? And he typed he didn't need proof. And that's exactly the kind of shit that's always gonna piss me off. Like, that's pure ignorance. You can't be an adult speaking that way. Like, you can, but you're a fool for doing it. It's like, just because you can be ignorant don't mean you should, right? And that's especially when that comes to somebody's career. You know what I'm saying? And you willing to do that, throw their name in the mud just to be an asshole, and you think it's cool. So nah, man. I just think boxing, it will be in a better place the more we all educate ourselves and stop being emotional feelings out of it and put your ears on, man, because it's a lot to learn about this shit. And the ones that do, you find yourself being a lot less mad about shit because you understand that, especially at that top, when stuff don't happen, do or don't happen, it's business. So I don't know. I think he's solid for boxing, man. I think he's put people in position, right? I got some examples to draw from. Got Andre paid, Boots a champion, unified champion. He's still in position to making the biggest fight in his career. He read up with him. Why would he do that if that was bad? I think Richardson Hitchens jumped the gun too fast. I think he should have stayed with him. He was doing right by him, so he be working, bro. I think they all serve a good purpose, right? You know what I'm saying? I think they all want to get paid. That's everybody in boxing, but I think they all are responsible for putting on some good cards. Like I said, the zone work, it grew on me after a while. If you got good fighters and you putting on good events, I could salute it, man. You know what I mean? I could salute Edward. Eddie is good at what he does. Yeah, getting them folks paid, man. Getting them folk paid. And he be there for women's boxing too. Wasn't just Jake. So here's another one. That's something else that he did. Put the women in position too.
The world's fastest 70-year-old. Yeah, Bozy. Happy birthday to Bozy. 70 is crazy, bro. 70 is amazing, bro. Yeah, Hitchens is back. Oh, yeah, he is. Did he go back with him? Good. Good if he did. I only say good because it seemed like that relationship was working. Like I didn't see no reason for him to jump ship. It didn't seem like one. It seemed like he had a need to. Seemed like everything was good though. You know what I'm saying? It was all good. All right, man. We got some more stuff to get to, man. We ain't done yet, man. I know we've been here for a minute, but we just gonna keep cooking like we always do. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. I might do the Keyshawn tomorrow because we so late, but I seen somebody ask me about this shit Oshaquie Foster was saying. I do got the clip. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna talk about it. Shout out to Oshaquie Foster. Let's get to it because that is something somebody asked me about. Yeah, Bozy had him, boy. I'm telling you. He a real OG, ain't he? That man, yo, the youngest 70-year-old in boxing, bro. He do not look like he knows 70. Shout out to Eric Reese. What's good with it? All right, man, let's get this up, man. Shout out to 40 Mil Bill. We listened to the most of that, so we got what we needed to get out of that. He promoting, he having fun, and it's all about Debo Dev. So you already know how Bill coming. That shit is all funny to me. Having fun promoting his son, making these appearances and all of that. Let's get to this, though. Where does Shaq Foster join at? It's two of them. It's Shaq Foster and Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason's got a warning for Shakur, too, man. I like it. I like hearing all these guys speak about fighting because I think when you're a real fighter, I can respect your call out. I can respect you saying you'll fight because you know his slogan is he got an appetite for smoke, and I really think he do. I like him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to stand on what I believe. If he was to fight him next, he would lose because of the inexperience. If Sam Noakes made you fight his way, Shakur definitely going to make you fight his way, and that's not going to be the best thing for you. So that's just me. Just a little quick assessment. Like you get somebody of that caliber to make you fight their fight too much in a way you shouldn't, yeah. Core gonna make you play chess. You ain't gonna just be able to get in there and blow them out, and that it gonna make you fight. Shout out to the face of boxing. He the top discussion. Everyone's paying attention. Who the top discussion? Y'all be forcing that shit, don't y'all? Y'all be really wanting dudes to be the face of boxing. I don't care about the face of boxing. I know the guy that I like all these dudes, but I know the dude I rock with the most is definitely one of the best fighters in the sport. You know what I'm saying? I don't need him to be the face. I think he'll beat guys that are called the face right now. You know what I'm saying? I think he will. We know Mason not fighting Shakur. Nah, it's not. But they're gonna ignore it though. They're gonna ignore it, Jordan, because you know they think Shakur calls Abdullah Mason his brother. And he made it clear as day that it's only Keyshawn. And he told y'all he didn't like Abdullah Mason performance. They was like, oh, why not? He hating. He said, bro, he got hit too much. He ain't even like his performance against the Pater. He said he got hit too much too. See how consistent he is? They thought he was hating on Abdullah. He like, nah, that ain't it. Don't go in there getting hit more than you got to. That ain't the thing to do. Well, Oshaquie. I got to pull this up from Oshaquie. Yeah, Oshaquie. Oh, damn. Oshaquie Foster just making me want to see the fight, though, like I was saying. That's all he doing. By him talking about Shakur so much. But after a while, it do get a little redundant. It's like, all right, bro. Stop asking him because it's like you're not in the weight class. Why would you even keep talking about fighting? At this point, it start to get stupid. And I know for a fact, the shoe on the other foot, if you don't do what you say you're going to do, you know, these new boxing fans, they ride you. You know what I'm saying? You said you was going to do this. Rich was good with my guy, Rich. Was good with it. Yeah, shock ass. It's starting to get a little redundant. It's like, all right, bro, you living off them sparring stories, huh? All right, man, go and take your ass up 35 or 40 and beat him up there. Because I'm convinced that
2 division world champion Oshaquie Foster, man. What's going on, man?
But I doubt it.
Man, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
You know? And again, I support all these dudes. I don't care about their personal beefs. That's between them. I'll say this in advance. I'm pretty sure everything he said in this interview, he's saying as a fighter, I believe him. He got in there with the best fighter that he's fought to date, and he stood tall shutout. So he's able to raise his level in the night. when he need to too. Now, would he be able to raise his level to the level of Shakur in a 12-round fight? That remains to be seen. I can't say I've seen that kind of fight from him. I can't say that I've ever seen any fight from him that I feel like beats Shakur Stevenson. That's just me. But am I mad about how he talking? Hell no. Talk shit, talk more shit. Matter of fact, really want to fight, go to his weight class and make it real. That's all I can say. Go to the weight class. But let's see what he had to say. And shout out to Ron Goodall from Fight Hype, man. I see the queen in the back.
Good, man. How does that sound?
Peace to the queen. How you feeling?
I'm good, but I've been waiting for this one.
Yes, we're gonna have some fun with it. You ready?
Yeah, man, I'm ready.
Let's get it, man. Oshaquie Foster.
It sounds good to see 2 division, right? I mean,
2 division, 3-time champion. Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome, man. So, just first and foremost, man, how's everything going? You came off that sensational win out in Texas. I came out and saw that spectacular performance that you did against a very great fighter, Stephen Fulton, man.
Man, I appreciate you. But I'm doing great, man. Still riding high off the win.
He's smiling.
Just chilling with family. Background that we in the gym right now. We're just looking for trying to see what's next.
I've always felt that you were getting a lot of respect in the boxing world, but it feels like that fight, was like kind of almost like a breakout fight for the people who was sleeping on you, right? I mean, did you feel like after that win, more people kind of gave you your props, even though you've had these tough fights, fighting good guys like Vargas and so on? But did you feel that change in direction of all the fight fans that are coming out now?
Yeah, most definitely. I definitely feel like that win showed the world that you can't count me out with anybody in the ring with me. And it just showed them that I'm one of the elite guys in the sport.
Real quick, Shock ain't. I don't think it's clout chasing. I think that clout chasing word is overused. He's been very consistent about what he wants. I think the only place where I can critique him is what are you going to do to get it? Because you can't get it from 130, right? That's it. I ain't got nothing else bad to say. Nothing that ain't even bad, but that's it. Clout chasing is bullshit. So overused ass word. We clearly know who Oshaquie Foster is. He's one of the better pure boxers in the game too. He could box his ass off. We've seen him win some fights. We've seen him win some fights from behind, right? We've seen him have to rematch a guy. We've seen him test it, right? We've seen him show his dog, show his grit, show his skill, he show his level. Not a clout chaser. I feel like when you a top fighter in the sport of boxing, fuck all that clout. What is him saying he gonna fight Shakur or want to fight him do for his career when the cameras go off? That's why I hate the word clout, because it's like people act like it's some stimulus package that come with you saying somebody's name. Like all of a sudden you become that guy or something. He ain't clout chasing. Hell no. That's just for sensitive ass people. It's not clout chasing. He been in the ring with him. They grew up together. They lived in the same house together. He has got it off on Shakur and sparring. I'm telling y'all that for a fact, that I know that. So it ain't no clout chasing. It'll be clout if you're not willing to make moves in order to get it. Like I said, the only thing I can say is not keeping that 35 interim and moving back to 30. But we're gonna get to it.
If not, I feel like I'm the best in the sport, but it just showed that I'm up there in that range of talk. So, for sure.
That particular night, I know that they always say that saying, like, you fight at the level of your competition, and sometimes you might fight an opponent, and I'm just generalizing, like an opponent that might not get you up, right? But this fight definitely seemed like it motivated you, and you had a spectacular, sharp performance. Like, how were you able to perform so dominant against like a guy on paper who they felt like has the most accolades? Like, how are you able to be so dominant in a fight like that?
Honestly, just finally being fully healthy, focused. This is the first fight I went to, and like since the Ray Vargas fight, where I wasn't dealing with injuries and stuff. So, and just being focused like this whole year, it got the fight got canceled 3 times, but I never got unfocused or unmotivated. I've been going hard since the beginning of the year. I heard all the talk, especially after the win with the second fight with Conceição. people still wasn't satisfied, and then just, I heard all the talk, and I just, I put I just put everything into the gym and just started, showing like I'm gonna prove everybody wrong and show them like, so that's what happened.
At this point, and this I know you've been working after becoming a world champion, it's like start getting your name in a mix of the big names, right? And so there's a couple guys, obviously. The first one is the one that sounds like you're interested in. It's the Shakur Stevenson fight, right? At this point, Shakur had a dominant performance. And I guess maybe I'll start there. Like, what did you think about his performance against Teofimo Lopez a few weeks ago?
I think it was a great performance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I don't take nothing away from it.
Mm-hmm. And did you expect it to be like dominant, just like your Fulton fight, like in parallel? Like, did you expect him to easily,
I want to see what he about to say.
Beat Teofimo in a fashion the way he did?
No.
Okay.
No, but I did tell some of my people that I could see the fight going two ways. I could only see him outboxing Tio, like making it a boring fight, which it wasn't boring. He outboxed him nice. Or I could see, Tio making it a tough fight to where, his athleticism gave him problems. But, he did his thing, you know what I mean?
Dude, man.
Do you feel like Tio relied on his athleticism too much, or was it just he was completely outclassed by Shakur with the pure boxing ability that he had?
Yeah, I think through his career, Tio has relied too much on his athleticism to where he forgot about the basics, shooting a jab from having his hands up, certain things, But I feel like he's always been the most athletic guy in the ring to where, that's why when he met guys with a little bit of skill, it was a problem for him, like Saunders and guys like that, Ortiz or whatever. But,
if y'all want me to pause it at any point to chime in, just let me know.
Great fight for Shakur.
No, he could.
I saw your Twitter,
and
some people were saying essentially if you fought Tio, it would be something just like that, similar. You would beat him easily, and so. I mean, at this point, a lot of people now are starting to call for you and Shakur. Shakur talked about wanting to maybe come down to 135. I know that you had that interim and situation, so you could maybe go up to 135. Is that the fight that you want? Is that the fight that makes sense for your career next?
I mean, it's most definitely the fight that I want, and that's the fight that I'm trying to actively make. So, as you know, he got stripped because he didn't want to pay the sanctioning fee. So, we sent him an offer. I gave him an offer that I'll pay the sanctioning fee, the $100,000 that he didn't want to pay for the last fight, but he gets reinstated as a WBC champion at 135, but he has to fight me next. So that's the offer. I'll take care of the fee, but he got to fight me next.
I ain't mad at that.
So we wait and we'll just see if he take it. It's a great offer, you know what I mean? You won't have to come out that $100,000 you was complaining about. You get to get your belt back, but you gotta fight me. That's the trick. So, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. That's the offer, though.
That's a very enticing offer, And is would the WBC allow that with Mauricio and them?
It's already we already done asked, and we trying to make it happen. You know what I mean? We're trying to make it happen. I'm willing to pay that, and that's make a big fight. And we could do it.
Talk to me.
Okay, see, because that was pissing me off too. I was just letting all that right out. But see, when people be calling this man a clout chaser or just fighters in general, what clout chaser is offering to pay a dang sanctioning fee? Nobody. Yeah. This man just really wants to smoke. He said before it's not about the money, but at the end of the day, these are prize fighters. So he deserves money. So quit saying these dudes just want money and they want clout. This dude just want smoke. Yeah.
He coming off his biggest win. If that shit that his biggest win, I like to put shit in perspective. The biggest win is coming over Cool Boy. People didn't think he was gonna win like that. that is gonna give him more clout than speaking Shakur name to me. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I just think it's overused, right? If he was some shit, I get it, man. Maybe it's some clout chasing. If it's a dude that just ain't in the realm. Now, regardless of how I think this fight gonna play out, none of that shit makes him a clout chaser. He's a proven guy, right? He's proven to be able to come back from a tough fight. They jobbed him in the first because they see how he came back and won it. They were trying to rob him 11 rounds to 1. Like, I see what he made of. So that's not a clout guy. Then I think it helps the fact that I know somebody that knows him personally, and I trust my guy. And the things I hear about Shaq is very positive. He's not a clout chaser. This is not a attention-seeking dude. So that never comes to mind. I just think he felt some type of way about the shit with Ray Ford and him and Shakur and all that. They got history. He felt like he chose a side. It seemed like since then, Shaq been applying his version of what he felt like his pressure to Shakur. And as a fight fan, I don't got a problem with that. I don't care about nothing personal they got. They figure that shit out. But as far as boxing, I ain't mad at what he doing. Like I said, I like shit. This is the first time I'm listening to this all the way with y'all. So he said something about paying sanction fees, $120K to be exact. I ain't mad at it.
I will say this though. And maybe you've heard this before as well, but before Shakur got up out of 30, supposedly Oshaquie wanted smoked in. So I think it has something to do with what you said earlier about the sparring. And it just sounds like it's something competitive to me, and it just has not went away.
Yeah.
But
Shaq won his respect, man.
Right. And as far as people calling somebody out, even if you ain't somebody who's at that top level, these guys are fighters, and if they feel like they see something, if I'm number 10 and you number 1, and I feel like I see something, just because I call you out, it ain't necessarily about clout.
Yeah, just clout alone, right?
Sometimes these dudes just really want smoke.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he the guy to be Shakur, but do I want to see it? Yes. And do you know why I want to see it? Because of the person that's applying the pressure. I think he legit. I think he's solid. I think he's real. That don't matter if I feel like he wins or not. That alone, to me, doesn't make it clout, right? But again, like I keep saying, he's the only thing I can say, and I'm just fair, because you're going to have to move up. But he is throwing that suggestion out there, and it's a little tricky because he said something about sent the offer. I don't think no offer had been sent, but is he saying like you threw it out there, the suggestion to pay sanctioning fees, they reinstate you, you fight me? I like that. But the thing is, do Shakur like it? You know what I'm saying? Do Core like it? You know what I'm saying? That's you know, and enough to entertain it. And if I had it my way, he'd move up to whatever weight class he need to make the fight. And I would love to see it. I feel like this conversation is real when they're in the same weight class. As long as you at 30 and he between 35 and 40, it's gonna be like, what can we do? Right. That's why I wonder, why didn't you stay up? I thought he was gonna stay up because I'm like, oh shit. They literally lined the fight up for him to be able to press this so-called button with Shakur. They made this shit for an interim title fight, and y'all not even lightweights.
But okay,
and I'm like, bro, this was perfect. And then he was like, they gave him an option, and I get it. You keep the belt that you fought for, and you know it's options there, but it's clearly sound like the fight you want. And
wasn't Shakur and T.O. kind of in talks then, though, around the end of that fight with him and Fulton? It was already possibly in the works.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't stay there.
I think him and Core was coming.
Yeah, I wouldn't stay there. This dude's a champion at 130. He has goals at 130. We all know about that. Navarrete, as long as he's there. So it's just like I don't know. I wouldn't have stayed there, but
no, it's not a bad thing, right? Because it's like the way the cookie crumbles kind of situation, right?
Right.
You're applying a lot of pressure, and everything you were doing was lining up. But it's like I get it. If a guy is gonna be at 140, I'm not getting the fight next anyway. I get it. Why you would go back down, but now we revisiting the same conversation. So it's like. I'm gonna be honest, like what he suggested, I don't have a problem with it paying some sanction fees, they reinstate and we fight. Hey, shit, that's a person I want to fight that's talking like that. And me, that's somebody who's willing to give up 120K, some shit that they don't owe to get a fight. Oh yeah, that's somebody I want to fight. But we're gonna be back at square one because it's gonna be like, I don't think Shakur is gonna accept that under them terms. I don't know. I don't know what his relationship gonna be like with the WBC now that they've done that. Do he want the belt back? Like,
That's true.
Just don't
Even
know.
though Oshaquie saying that it will be available to him. At the end of the day, I think what Oshaquie is doing is he saw what Shakur looked like, just like me and you. We know he looks 40. He's trying, again, he has his goals at 130. So he's trying to get that last little shot before Shakur just be like, nah, I ain't going back down to 35.
Yeah, the fight was already made, right? So that's what it is. It's timing. It's timing and what guys are making a priority. Outside of the shit talking, I don't know if that's enough for Shakur. For me as a fight fan, that's more than enough. All this shit, he had me when he said he ran you out the ring. He had me right there. As a junkie, I'm like, I want to see this shit right now. But it's like, what's Shakur plans, right? Is Oshaquie Foster to fight for him next? You got to think.
It's just him throwing out a little lure. You know, he's like, hey, man, before you go up to 40, because we can see. I'm just trying to give you a little something before you go.
I hope it can line up for it to happen, people can get their little itch satisfied. I feel like I know what I've been watching, and I would love to be proven right or wrong, but I think timing is gonna mess the fight up possibly, and him not being in a weight class where he could put that pressure, because it looked different when you sitting at 35. Like, bro, the only reason I'm here is for you, and I'm not saying he did nothing wrong. You got to play your cards right. Your career can't sit around for one fight that you don't know whether or not.
Right. And remember, that wasn't even a thing. It only happened because Fulton missed weight. So, I mean, nobody even saw that coming up to the lead up of that fight. You know what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, I honestly, I feel like you when it comes down to whether he even beats Shakur. I don't think he can. Even though I like Oshaquie and I do think he's nice, again, when I just really start looking at the styles, and then even considering the size of 130 and how damn good Shakur looked at 40, it still might not come out right. So I think Shakur can still beat him, but do I want the fight? You damn right I want that fight.
Because you like I'm consistent. I'm a fan of seeing people fight each other, especially when it's a guy wanting to fight bad, and that's what it sounds like with him. So look, I get it. He applying this pressure, and I ain't got nothing bad to say. The only thing that's going to kind of disqualify him from that fight is, again, sitting at 130 and barking about a 35-pounder that might be at 40. We don't know. I don't know what Core going to do, but I've never seen these dudes fighting next. I ain't never really see this fight happening anyway. I think with the past, the history, I just don't know. I don't know. The Core don't sound like he interested. He don't sound like he moved by the shit Shock saying. And to me, I wish he was agitated by it. I wish it did, make him say, I want to fight him. But I refuse to think that he, how people think. I see the videos, or he ducking Oshaquie Foster. Y'all got to shut the hell up, man. Nobody that lost to Conceição, who Shakur mopped the floor with, I was there, is beating him. I get it. Styles make fights, but Shockey got a style that Shakur had never seen before. You got to start asking questions like, is he smarter? Is he better around? It's the same shit I say with any other fighter, and I just don't see that. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to see a fight, because you never know on that night. And when people know each other, you get weird turnouts. You get unexpected results sometimes. So again, the fact that he pressing and he won it makes me want to see it too. You know what I mean? And I would love to hear what people say after they fight and it don't go how they was thinking.
To be honest, there's a lot of similarities in their style. The only thing for me with Oshaquie is he waits around too much a lot of times to get off. Shakur ain't gonna wait. Both of them will sit in the pocket with you. Both of them can be of mind to keep their range and their distance down, but I think Shakur is way better at it. And I just think the power might be the difference, man, at the end of the day, too, after what we just saw with Teal.
That's a good point. It's a good point. I'm with you, man. So, look, man, we want to make sure we fair to all these dudes, man. I ain't mad at Shock. I ain't going to start calling him no clout chaser just because he calling out a dude that I like. I ain't that type of fan. I like the fight. Call for the smoke, bro, and be all about it. The thing I like about Shock, and I'll play the rest of this, he stand on business when he get in there. You can say what you want about him. He gonna fight, right? But I'm with Shawa. I think he wait around a bit too long. And Shawa, you don't know how accurate of a statement that is. Maybe you do or don't know. But like I said, it's people that know him personally, and that's that's a similar sentiment that they, you know what I'm saying? It's something that they said, right, with him.
We watch
it'll be
fight,
these
man.
few rounds where he kind of not fully switched on, and Shakur don't do that.
Yep.
You can't turn it off for 3 to 4 rounds and think you're gonna beat him in a boxing match. And that's my thing with Shakur. Like, so you want to challenge him to a boxing match? And I'm not saying he's unbeatable, but these guys that got multiple losses, close calls and shit, you're not, and you got a style similar to his, you already let me know you're not better than him. Like, you haven't proven it. So it's like, do I still want to see? Hell yeah. But I don't think he the guy to beat him. I mean, stylistically, you're gonna allow him to figure it out. And I think anybody that allows Shakur to think is gonna have a tough night. But let's keep rolling. Ain't nobody calling for Keyshawn right now. Nah, he ducking Devin Haney. You know, some of the people pushing the Devin and Shakur is Shakur and Keyshawn both ducking Devin. Neither one at 47, but they ducking Devin, and Shakur is ducking Shock. Who else Shakur ducking that I've seen in the last couple days? Damn, that boy been ducking people since he been in boxing, bro. Yeah, he ducking like 3 people. Devin and Shock right now. I think that's it. Devin and Shock. Keyshawn ain't ducking Devin. Nah, the thing is, right? You might not like how he going about it, but ain't nothing about that dude that says duck. Right? I keep somebody in my comments keep saying Raymond Muay and Edwin De Los Santos. He was never about to fight Raymond Muay. That's ignorant. And he chose Edwin De Los Santos. The only thing he did wrong was miss weight. That was his miscalculation. You don't pick somebody to be scared of him. Where's the logic in that? There was no gun to his head like, yo, pick De Los Santos or else. So he picked him. And I think he would have made an example out of him if he'd have fought him. I really do. That dude had way too much weight to lose. If y'all seen his most recent fight, he came back, he fought at like catch weight of 138?
138.
Pretty much 140 or something like that. So
he was big.
Yeah, he kind of big. That dude wasn't, I think he lost too much weight.
He was sick for all that time. So, I mean, it's so many factors that go into
a bad show for him. I think Keyshawn would have hurt him. Swear I do.
Oh, I know.
Lost all that weight.
I was scared to death for Edwin De Los Santos, bro. I thought he was gonna get Joey Gamashed.
I'm telling you, bro.
You seen that fight where Toro Gotti came in super big versus Joey Gamache? That was the last fight of Joey Gamache's career. He beat the shit out of him, man. He just retired after that.
I'm telling you. Yeah, no fighter is unbeatable, man. But some of these guys are just going to be really hard to beat without certain attributes. And again, man, as far as if you boxing wise, Shakur got a really good chance to outbox anybody. I think you gonna give him chance. That's what he do. You got to force him to do shit he don't do. To me, so if it's like gonna be tit for tat, I don't know. I'm just confident that he gonna figure it out. He's shown this shit. Like, that's rare to make as few mistakes as you've seen him making fights from round to round. That shit is not easy to do. So it's like if he stay consistent, just make himself hard to beat. Hard to beat, man. God, he tried to come. Oh, yeah, man, that was crazy. Let's keep going though. I'm gonna play the rest of this. It's a little bit more to go. Shout out to Shock though, man.
In Houston.
Yeah.
Houston. Yeah, let's do it.
Houston.
You know, from that fight, if things don't come together for, whatever reason, would the next fight potentially be a unification in your division? Because I know Navarrete and Nunes, they're fighting coming up. And so, I mean, is that a potential another candidate for you?
Yeah, hopefully. Definitely, excuse me. The winner Navarrete, Nunes. I think they got obligations to fight the Charlie Suarez guy or something like that. So I would kind of probably have to wait for that fight, but hopefully the winner of Kakachi and Dickens, I can get the winner of that, and then we can unify and just go into undisputed after that. So, it can happen a couple ways. Hopefully, like I said, Kakachi and Dickens, hopefully the winner is ready and want to make it happen. So, yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully one of them roll through.
Well, I also saw on Twitter, right, there was this back and forth between a fight which makes perfect sense, is you and Lamont Roach, right? I mean, is that a fight? I mean, I feel like that would have to be a fight where Lamont would be interested into you, right? Is that kind of what's going on? Like, he would have to want to fight you, or what? I guess because I saw a little bit of the back and forth, and I guess I just want to understand. That's a fight that you also want, but it would have to be something that they're interested in, right?
Yeah, so it ain't no. We had already tried to make the fight with Loma, unification with him back in 2024. We tried to make it with him, but he said he wasn't offered enough money. So at this point, you know, it definitely just got to be on him. There's no options at 130 for him as far as he had to relinquish his title, the WBA title, or whatever. So we just make a big fight. Like it would have to be on him. I kept mentioning it the other day on Twitter. He kept going around it, So I don't think he want to fight. I think they trying to. I don't think they want to go into fights with real animosity towards somebody. I think they want to go into these fights with buddy, so it can just be a boxing contest and not no aggression and nothing real in it. Because I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it.
Is there actual real animosity in this? Because I guess reading the tweets, I just assume that's two fighters being competitive, right?
Yeah.
So,
Rush was good, Brody.
But is there actual? Is it a little personal? Like, is there?
Now, I mean, it ain't like if I see you on the street, you know what I mean. But it's definitely personal where I want to fuck him up. Like, it's definitely personal for me. Like he talked too crazy. You know what I mean? And I'm tired of these guys playing both sides. I mean, all these guys playing, but they want to be friends and buddy with each other. We all around the same weight class. Y'all want to co-sign it. Man, it's all just friendly stuff. So I want to beat them all. I want to check them all off the list. You feel me? And they can go to Cancun and celebrate their losses together. You feel me? So that's how I'm trying to do them.
Talk that stuff, Shaq.
I like him. He's speaking like a real fighter. I know it's like you don't see people apply, pressure to fighters, especially guys like Core, but man, when you're a real one, you do. And trust me, man, it's because they got history. That's where that shit coming from. Exactly. He's feeling salty about something. Trust me, I had conversations with people I know, and it might be some things that stop them from fighting that ain't even got nothing to do with them. So I don't know. I hate some. I get why people say they hate that they know so much. Like, certain stuff is. So that's all I can do is give him respect for the fighter that he is. He's a hell of a fighter. Look, he overachieved. If you really want to be honest, give Shaq his just due for real. He overachieved. Dude had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Get what I'm saying? He took losses early. He lost to Samuel T. R.I.P. to him, and Ronald Chinea. I know both of those guys. I remember watching those dudes when they was younger in their careers. People probably don't even know who the hell those guys are.
No.
But reasons like that, I get it. He's gotten better and all of that, but just a certain caliber of fighter, you're not even coming close. Them type of dudes wouldn't even make competitive fights with Shakur. Robson, Rocky Hernandez, Abraham Nova. Too many fights for me. But that's still in my head. That don't mean that you can't get in there and beat somebody better than the guy you just fought. So, you know what I mean? Shout out to Shaq, man. We got a little bit left. We're gonna play it, man. But that we can't be Ray Ford, and we're not talking about shit now. That's another thing though, too. I was like, people are selective because they getting on Core, but they Shaq doing the same thing to Ray Ford that Core doing to him. Seriously, they kind of ignoring him. Like he like, I want this one, and Ray Ford like, I want him. And
the thing
Core,
is, though, he's a champion. Ray is number 2. There's a guy, Magnesi is right in front of Ray. So the thing is, if Ray Ford beats Magnesi, or if they just choose him, the WBC, as a mandatory or some type of a fight, then that fight can happen. But I ain't mad at him that Ray Ford ain't in his sights. It is what it is.
I ain't mad at it, but it's the same thing though. It's like with for the haters, because they louder when it's Shakur. They like, well, you're ducking them. No, they giving them the cold shoulder the same way Shaq doing to Ray Ford. And to be honest, Similar. It's the same way Ray Ford might not be on his radar shot. Who the fuck thought Shakur Stevenson and Oshaquie Foster was gonna fight? Like, what fight? When was we ever asking for that? I don't remember it. I remember
that's what I said. Didn't that happen at 130? Yeah, before he left 130, Oshaquie was there and supposedly wanted to smoke. That's before he moved up and fought Casasiao, but he also had smoke with Shakur. Also had smoke with Joe Cordina at the time. So it's like, it's just a fight game, man.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad thing. I just like to point it out and try to be fair. If you're gonna see it one way, you got to see it the other way. Shaq ain't entertaining Ray Ford. So if Shakur is ducking by not being willing to fight Oshaquie Foster, or is Oshaquie Foster ducking Ray Ford? See, when you say that, I know the answer to it is no, right? But the people that just push that Shakur is ducking Oshaquie Foster, you got to keep the same energy. So that's when I'm saying that, that's only to those people that push the duck narrative.
You know, I ain't saying neither. Nobody's ducking. Right. I want to see Ray Ford and Oshaquie fight too. I'm just saying it is like you saying, just like Shakur really ain't. But I think even with Shakur, it's something even different. Again, dude, that moved up to 40 pretty much. Ray's right there, so that's really more attainable. So. Yeah. Hey, I'm with all the smoke.
You want to see them all, whichever fights they can figure out. I don't have a problem with it, but I hate the narratives. None of these guys are ducking each other. It's a matter of what you want to do. Just because somebody call your name don't mean you got to be like, oh, well, I'll fight you next. It don't go like that. Yes. You see, the last time a dude called Shakur name and he gave him an opportunity, the dude was in his deathbed with iPhone 18 chargers plugged up to him and shit. Like, nobody got time. Now, I ain't saying Shaq gonna play like that, but you get it. Like, you just never know. So, look, I'll say this. Just do what you can to get yourself in position for these fights. If you put the pressure on the guy and the dude look like he ain't trying to fight, I think the people going to call it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I think you got two real fighters, man. Shaq real, man. Shaq real, Core real. I just think they on two different paths for real, for real. Like, one guy just competed in his fourth division and got a title there, right? It just on some different paths. I don't think fighting Oshaquie Foster does nothing for him. I think maybe Shakur sees it that way too. You're like, bro, what? Like, hey, this dude just start calling me out now. I'm supposed to have to fight him. So it's like, unless they're in the same weight class, I don't see him doing nothing extra to make that fight.
I know people gonna get mad at me for saying this, but it is what it is. I feel the same way about Shakur and Devin. Like, to be honest, I really feel like Devin could easily go up to 54 and fight. So when people get mad at Shakur for talking about this rehydration, hell yeah, because Devin's big. I don't care what y'all say. That's a big boy.
Yeah, he is.
You looking, and Bill even said he could fight at 54. So he's aiming at possibly Xander if he can't get no work at 47.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at Shakur. We just seen this man move up to 40.
Facts.
I know they came from this, they're the same class and everything, but just like we will likely never see Tank and fight any of them dudes, we might not see that fight. Now I'm okay with that. I think people just got to learn how to be okay with something
fight not
happening. Some shit
without pushing the narrative that somebody is ducking.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's business. You could clearly see that it's a discrepancy in size. I've been saying this, but these fucking morons, and I gotta speak blunt. You know what I mean? Shout out to my homie Blunt. These morons, they act like I'm hearing people get on panels and on their channels and argue that Shakur and Devin is the same size. And it's like it's purely idiotic. I got examples. I know people that have been around them in between camps, in camp. You get what I'm saying? Like I know about what he weighed. He ain't never weighed no 170 anything ever. But people will argue that they're the same size in the effort to say that Shakur, you shouldn't have no problem moving up to 147. Look, man.
No, don't be trying to rush people to do what they ain't ready to do.
And they don't think that's one fight. Okay, he goes up to 147 where we know that he's not going to campaign that. We know this. He go up there and make the one fight. What then?
And if he does, it's not going to be anytime soon. I don't think it'll be anytime soon if we ever see Shakur at 47 for sure.
Right. I think it'll be.
But Devin, he could easily go to 54. He could go campaign there. We see how big that dude is. He can stay at 47 as well, so long as he's making it easy. But you can look at his frame and you can see.
But they'll get on here and be like, nah, they're the same size.
Well, I tell you what, he ain't 140. He said that.
Get me? If they're the same size, right? So if they the same size, smart guys, then that means Devin can still make 140. Oh, no, he can't. Then they ain't the same fucking size. Man, people are dumb, man. They're not. It don't take rocket science to know that those two men are not the same size. One guy started 2 weight classes below. Could you ever picture Devin? Imagine what Devin had to do to make 126 pounds at any point in his life based on starting at 35. Imagine it. They're not the same size, and it's okay to acknowledge that. But I'm going to also go as far as to say if they fought, size will not be the deciding factor, bro. That shit is going to be skill versus skill. So when I hear rehydration calls, let me be very blunt. Core, my guy, but I don't want to hear that shit. Because all I'm going to hear is more excuses if you beat them. I want to hear, yo, if I do that, I'm doing it with no calls and I'm going to cook you and do what I do. But I just think you think about longevity and do it make the necessary sense? Like you just moved up, do it make sense to move up again in the very next fight, right? If you just gonna come back down, that's a lot of playing with your weight, man. I don't.
Yeah, the only time I'm comfortable hearing, I don't want to hear about no rehydration clauses either. I just want guys to fight where they're comfortable.
Because it's just gonna be a built-in excuse. It's too much misinformation out there. People think rehydration clauses are in place to weaken either the bigger fighter or get.
If he loses, then it'll be like, oh, Shakur was too small. So again, just leave this alone. Let these guys fight where they're comfortable.
Right.
And,
I just hate the narratives that exist because one guy ain't growing as fast as the other dude. So you think you get the, and that's why I say when you open your mouth and you say what a big fight is and what fight is the biggest fight, that's why I say I think it's a fair question. What are you willing to do to make it? Because anybody else that's part of the big fights, just name them and go down the list. What do they do to make it? Do you sit there and just be like, well, yeah, that's the big fight, but nah, you got to be willing to do so. You got to come to the table. And like I said the last time, that last situation, it was take it or leave it. Who's to say y'all ain't on the same way? It's like, hey, do what we say or the highway. I don't see no fight ever being made like that. You're not going.
Well, any fight with Devin is going to be that way. Just know that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and that's what's going to stop it. That's what's going to stop it.
And because you got to be willing to freaking negotiate. That's part of the game. If you ain't, the other guy don't have to take it, and therefore we shouldn't be calling people a duck for that reason because they don't have to take. If you're not willing to bend any, why the heck should I just oblige all your requests?
Exactly.
What the hell? That's not how boxing works.
Exactly. I do make up 50% of the biggest fight in the world, according to your own admission, right?
Well, so, you know what? I would totally do away with this whole A and B side, but that's a whole nother story. I'm so sick of this
though, yo. Like you say, you want to see them at their best, because I do too, and I'm right there with you, Blaze. You know what's funny? You know what's very interesting? When Richardson Hitchens said that he wasn't willing to fight Subriel Matias under the IBF rehydration. People say he was ducking and he was scared, but he was trying to tell people that he wouldn't be at his best under the 10-pound rehydration. You see how that go? See how people fight under the IBF all the time.
But wait a minute,
are they not at their best? You get what I'm saying? Like it's a slippery slope, bro. It's crazy.
How did he get his belt, Richardson?
You said
it wasn't by making the 10-pound weight rule, was it?
Yeah, he had to do it.
He did.
He had to do it. He still do. He still got the IBF.
It's only for unifications that he don't have.
Oh no, it canceled out for the unification. 100%. But at that time I guess Subriel was the champion, right? Didn't he have an IBF strap?
Subriel had it. I can't remember who had. That's why I'm asking. How did he get that belt?
Because it was a reason why he was talking about the 10-pound joint. So I was like, I understood it, but people was making it seem like he's scared. And I'm like, no, he's being honest with you. He telling you, look.
But that also means move up.
under this 10 pounds against some of these other dudes, but I tried him. But that dude, nah, I need to be 100% for him. That's what I hear. I don't hear scary. I hear a guy that knows better, that understands. And you look at Subriel like, oh, that's a little different, bro. I don't want to be compromised. You can call it what you want. I just call that being real. These men are grown as hell. They ain't scared. But it's like, bro, certain guys, you're not willing to take the challenge. That
that rehydration ain't no joke. Trying to hydrate back up and
that's why he looked bad for I don't want to say he looked bad. He had those rough moments for the Lemos fight.
The Lemos, yes.
He made the weight, and then he it's crazy because me and Elda was building all behind the scenes, and we talking about it, and he was like, "Yo, dude, basically like." He made weight and went and like gorged out on food. So when you put the weight back on, you ain't feel too good when you did it. So it's like, and it's crazy. Richardson Hitchens came out recently, and he pretty much said that that's what he did. But it's like, it's crazy. L-Dub was speaking on it before he even came out and admitted that that's what he did. So it's like, I just be trying to learn, man. Everything is not about making an excuse. You can't even tell a fan that somebody was hurt. Somebody was this. Oh, all fighters be hurt. Shut up.
Everything is not black and white. There's a whole bunch of variables in this game, man.
Right.
But people be so freaking closed-minded.
Right.
That's
everything is about somebody being scared or making an excuse. I feel like in life, you got excuses and then you got legit reasons. If somebody is physically compromised and you telling me, and I can clearly see it in a fight, anybody, male, female, it don't matter who, they come out of the fight and they say this was wrong and you could clearly see that was the reason for it. I don't feel like that's an excuse. But I feel like that's the excuse that you got to fight with because you took the fight. So you can't just lean on that and be like, oh, well, that's the only reason I lost. You can't do that. Yeah, you can highlight that I wasn't my best. Maybe I shouldn't have took the fight, but you can't just sit up there and, you get what I'm saying? Try to whine, knowing that, like Shakur, you took a fight, injured, sick. You accepted whatever come with that. Even that criticism, you didn't know that. But the minute you stepped in there or you made the ring walk, and let it be known that you accepted everything that come with that. And you got to know that. So I'm glad he was able to experience that, go through it, and kind of work your way past it. You get what I'm saying? You need that.
I've heard a lot of these guys fight compromised. You just don't hear about it because these dudes don't want to make excuses. So
fans,
not people like me and you, but people gonna come after them, and people never really want to deal with reality.
Right.
We just have our own set thoughts about stuff. It is what it is.
Shout out to Cecil. Rick Thames, what it do, bros? How y'all feeling? And that's why I say I like talking to you because we know we're not just making excuses. And I come from, these dudes ain't superhuman. So if you tell me something was wrong,
just human.
I could acknowledge it if I seen you fight in a way that I've never seen before and you never see that again. It's clear as day. But people are like, he made excuses. Now, some of these dudes be compromised, bro. And I don't think it makes you less of a man to highlight that. You get what I'm saying? Just don't let that be the sole reason, right? Take accountability for why you lost, but you can tell me if something was wrong. I'm one of them fans. I be wanting to know. You know what I'm saying?
There's bouts that go off without a hitch, and we don't think nothing about it. And you find out 2 years later, this dude will be like, "Oh yeah, but I was hurt in that fight." You would have never known, right? So
absolute facts. You fumble your weight on the fight, that's on you. And now that was Hitchens doing. That was all him. That was all his doing. You know what I'm saying? And he learned from that. So I feel like you had that opportunity. You had some close moments, competitive moments. You had a chance to learn from that. Look how phenomenal he looked in his last fight. Yeah, some of that is Cambosis, but look how he made the weight. He looked a lot healthier. He just looked different. He just handled business. So sometimes I give people the room to make mistakes and learn. They think about how we expect them to get everything right every single time.
We're human.
That's not real, bro. Like,
we're human. I mean, I think we have an expectation of them because they're professional in an industry, but they're humans, man.
Facts.
The fact that these dudes be squeezing down, like that's a human thing to want to win, even though you know you may have an advantage. It just it's human nature.
Yeah. Nah, man, that's why I like talking to you. You don't see everything as an excuse. You can see you can find logic and shit. You can see why people are doing. That's why I say if you got a guy that is clearly killing himself to make a weight class, that's some kind of advantage that he's become privy to having when he fights. And it doesn't make you less of a fan to highlight that. That don't mean he's scary. This shit is about inches and advantages, bro. And anytime you can get one, if it's something as small as weight, mind games, people are gonna do it. Like, think about it. It's just random stuff popped in my head. They threw paint on, what was that, Sandy Ryan? They threw paint on
Ryan, yep.
You get me like, God damn.
And it worked. Look at
what I'm saying. My point
earlier.
For bringing it up, right? People will try anything for an edge. So everything is not always about an excuse. I just be trying to learn the game. And sometimes if I see somebody look a certain way, I want to know if something was wrong. I want to know why you look that way. I don't expect you to look like Superman every night. You know how I go through life. We go through days, regular days, and we ain't athletes, right? Like shit get rough, right? It's the same shit for these dudes, man. You think in a 2-3 month training camp can't nothing go wrong? Shit, bro.
It does. They be hurt. They get hurt all the damn time too.
Right. You can't get through an 8-hour period without some shit going
Even
wrong.
with the dietary aspect of it, right? You look at history, one of the most famous fights of all time, right? The No Mas, Roberto Duran.
Mm.
He did exactly what Richardson Hitchens did. Was he killed himself to make weight, and then right before the fight, the man had like 2 whole steaks and something else. He was messed up in the game. So these things happen all the time, and there's no exact science to it. Especially when these guys don't have the means for like a nutritionist or somebody to handle things for them.
That's the fact.
I was gonna say a few seconds ago, the perfect example was Khalil Cole, who was just talking about. And I don't think I had talked about it, but I don't think people know that man went to the emergency room twice before his fight with Gonzalez. Why? Because he won. I believe because he won the advantage. And why would I say that? Because this last fight, he came in 8 pounds overweight. He needs to just move up because the man has gotten rhabdo. He's had a kidney issue from cutting. So you know, it just is what it is, man. It's the game.
And sometimes it's not a competitive advantage that these guys are looking for too. You know, we talk so much as fans about certain divisions being more stacked than other ones, having more notable fighters than other ones. Like right now, people will tell you like, "Yo, who the hell talks about cruiserweight? When's the last time we talked about cruiserweight? Outside of like Jairo Patai and maybe Zudo Ramirez every now and again."
Yep.
But we don't talk about them. But you talk about 175, it's like Arthur Peterviev, it's Dmitry Bivol, David Benavidez, Callum Smith, David Morrell, so on and so forth. So it's like, what the hell is the incentive from a monetary standpoint for Khalil Cole to move up to cruiser and fight who? Brandon Glanton?
Nah, that's reality, bro. That's just acknowledging that I mean, look, you might could see it that way, but the thing is, if somebody try to force it on me, right? If you see that as a duck to me, that's cool, right? For me, I see it as reality. I see it as him doing his homework. He knows I could probably get by with some of these other dudes. But that guy right there, that dude is nonstop. The last thing I need to be is compromised from weight being in front of that dude, and I can't be 100% of myself. It's just being real with yourself. It ain't going to work out for me. Now, I know the criticism going to rain in, but I can appreciate a man being honest, yo. These dudes, they fight for a living. They chose to do it, whether they feel like boxing chose them or they chose it. They do this shit for a living. I just can't fathom being scared of another man. And I mean this so wholeheartedly. Like I went through my entire life this way. I just don't believe, because I believe you bleed like me. Like anything can happen in a fight. I'm one of those people where I don't care what they saying about you. You got to show me. You get me? Yeah, you got to show me. So like, I just look at shit there. It's not a duck though, man. I don't want to go too far, but I don't think it's a duck. I think it's reality. Like you look, some of these other guys just don't bring the challenge that Subriel Matias bring. Simple. You know what I'm saying? He bring a different challenge to the table. Whereas, you know, I'm fighting one of these other dudes under this IBF. Maybe I can go out there and make it happen. That dude, not so much. That's not something I'm willing to do. That's how I hear it. Maybe some people be like, well, you scared. You'll do it with others or you won't. Everybody not the same. So grown ass man, it ain't about being scared and none of that stuff. I think it's about being comfortable. That's what I really got from it. You willing to put yourself through some discomfort with certain style of fighters. But that guy that's going to bring that pressure, you can't afford it. I hear it's very clear. It's easy to understand. So if you think that's me being scared, then, you know, that's cool. But I don't see it like that.
Speaking of comfortable, I just want to address some Z-Fit Mag. I think you may be a little, and I could be wrong, I think you're a little confused. I don't think he takes comfortable fights. He's been taking fights that have been able to come to him. A lot of people don't want to fight Shakur because he is a tough person to try to beat. A lot of people see and have seen Devin as food. So, and shout out to Devin. Devin will, as far as we know, fight anybody. So, you know, I think it's different. I don't think Shakur just be sitting back picking fights. And because if we want to do that, Bill is a good matchmaker.
I mean, you know how I kill that shit when they try that bullshit. First of all, name these so-called tougher fights that Devin has taken. Name them, right? Because the toughest fight on his resume, we not counting Ryan, his cheating ass, right? We're gonna say Loma. Who beat Loma before they fought Devin? And I'm not trying to do a triangle theory. I'm just putting something in perspective. That resume shit is an overblown statistic that people try to live and die on. The best name on Devin's resume is Lomachenko.
Lomachenko.
Best one on Shakur's is Teofimo. Who beat Loma? Yeah. You get me? What I'm trying to tell you is
we can't do the triangle.
Are not worlds apart at all. And no, definitely no triangle theories, but they both got a top guy on their resume. And for what it's worth, just for argument purposes, the guy that Shakur beat the guy that the other guy got on his resume, right? You see what I'm saying? They both got one standout opponent. I think it's Loma on Devin's resume, and then I think it's everybody else. I think it's Teo on Shakur's resume, and then I think it's everybody else. And when I say that, they got more than one win, both of them, but that's their marquee win. That's their standout win. That's the win that they brag on. Oh, you see, he was just talking about in his most recent interview, Loma. They ain't talking about nothing else. They talk about Loma because they know you get a lot of respect from beating a guy like that. So, I think Shakur fights who wants to fight him. From what I know personally and what I know behind the scenes, to my knowledge, unless somebody's lied to me, and I don't think they have, he's not turning down fights behind the scenes. If you've seen it, remember, the fight that we criticized the most, that De Los Santos fight, I think people forget how he got to that fight. How many people said no? It was really like a full list.
There were a bunch of people.
You get me? I don't think you don't see shit like that. Now, am I going to get up on the internet and tell you, yo, all these dudes scared of Shakur? It's not about being scared. Styles make fights. Promoters know it. Matchmakers know it. Shakur being a pure boxer, if you're one-dimensional like a pit bull, why the hell are you trying to do that? Frank Martin is early. If Frank Martin ain't getting the exact amount of money that he want, is he going to take the fight? No. But you know who will? The Dominican and Devin De Los Santos that even belong getting the opportunity is going to take it and go full steam ahead with it. You get what I'm saying? So
that's what I was saying about the fact that guys can see a style and they may not feel comfortable feeling like they automatically beat it. So maybe they don't take that fight. Like,
that's what I say about
that don't mean they're afraid either. It just means he's a hard out. Like,
And then you combine that with the perception too. And at the time, Shakur had, Shakur was being billed as a guy who didn't sell, wasn't a lucrative fight, so on and so forth. And remember Pitbull, who said that he didn't want to fight Shakur because he would have to chase him around, yada yada yada. Now he's come back on that, and he's saying he want to fight Shakur now. Why? Because you see the man fighting out there in Queens. Now you see him setting a damn record at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. Now you want to fight him, and he's got plenty of options nowadays. People are calling him out now.
Personally, as a guy from Jersey, and being a guy that rock with core, I rock with boxing, but y'all know how I give it up. I try to be as fair as possible. I'm absolutely loving the time right now in boxing. I'm loving this. And then they had the audacity. I don't know who decided to put Keyshawn as a co-main. So you telling me you about to give me Batman and Robin? You about to give me the Bash brothers back to back and they beating ass? And now it's to the point where people keep talking about them fighting each other. You know what that means to me? Keyshawn always was good. I told y'all that when he was 3-0, 4-0, and y'all was saying he wasn't fighting nobody. Told y'all some years from now, y'all going to be walking this shit back. I never knew that y'all was going to be pretty much demanded for him to fight Shakur. That shit, I love it. 4-division champion. That man got, 14 fights? And y'all like, nah, fight him. I don't care. I don't care what the narratives is. Have fun. I'm just having fun. Watching y'all scramble, having to give both of these men their credit. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's like I do with anybody that does well in boxing. They get their credit. But when it comes to them two, I call them the Bash brothers. Them winning on back-to-back shutout performances pretty much. Ray Davis was good with it. Y'all know it's like Christmas came early for me. You know what I'm saying? My girl in the other room screaming and shit. Keyshawn got the knockout. I'm in here talking shit and people mad. Look at this.
He didn't take a risk, man. Look.
Hey, yo, see Fitz gaming. I ain't even mad at you, bro. You just misinformed, fam. Anytime a man or woman steps inside the square circle, that's a risk.
Hello.
You do a training camp, that's a risk. You sign your name on the dotted line, that's a risk. The reason you feel like he hasn't taken risks because these dudes can't fuck with him. I'm just be blunt. That's what it is. That's why. This is what you think. You think he ain't never fought nobody. And you know why I'm a have my chest stuck out a little bit more when I'm talking my shit. because when he got in there with the guy that they said was supposed to be the best fighter he'd been in the ring with, most accomplished guy, more experience, better resume, all this different shit. He more athletic, he hit harder. What happened? It was like crickets, right? He just got his ass kicked, didn't he? So everybody, and I mean every single Shakur Stevenson hater, I'm talking to all of y'all, anybody that's a hater of boxing, period, not just Core, anybody. Y'all sitting here today mad because a lot of the shit that y'all been pushing, y'all been wrong about. You've been wrong about Keyshawn. You've been wrong about Shakur. Shit, I mean, you just named y'all been wrong about Devin Haney. Like y'all don't know what a risk is. Just because these dudes can't beat him, don't mean he ain't take no risk, man. Like you got to think, who is he supposed to be fighting? Get what I'm saying? You only can fight wants to fight you.
I bet in the moment when he thought Zepeda cracked Shakur up against the ropes, he didn't think that was no risk.
Right,
just stop it.
Right. Cut my dog. Like this crazy. I think he fought his first title fight 13 fights in. No, that was against Joet. Nobody, I don't think, expected him to lose, but that dude was like 23-0. You don't think it's a risk fighting somebody with far more experience? Who's to say that he's supposed to beat these dudes 100% when he get in the ring? If he was the fighter that y'all say he is, he wouldn't beat none of these guys. You ever actually
wasn't supposed to be
for less money? You ever ask yourself that? And or for the people that be hating, I don't think he was scared, but I don't think he wanted that kind of challenge on the way out. That's all. Like I would never tell you Lomachenko's scared. You know what I'm saying? That dude, he fought more than enough guys for me to know that he ain't scared. Anybody that fight Gary Russell with 3 fights in ain't scared of no fucking body, right? 2-3 fights in, ain't scared of shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that, but I think dudes rather he wanted to go out on a high note, and I think stylistically Shakur is a bad matchup. I think him and Loma stylistically is a good matchup, but I don't think Loma wanted that kind of challenge on the way out. That's my personal opinion. Why else would you take a lighter fight and kind of sell off into the sunset? You get what I'm saying? You turn down more money and the better opponent for less money and the lesser opponent, but a title on the line. So that to me, I just start putting my little math together in my mind. I just think Shakur is too competitive, and I don't think that's what he wanted to deal with on the way out. Very similar to why he didn't fight Tank Davis. He had an opportunity. People say, "Oh, you scared? He ducked." I don't want to hear that weak ass shit.
I still maintain Loma only took the Devin fight because Devin had all the belts. Before that, he was not thinking about Devin.
Right, and gave him the opportunity. And then he only took the Kambosos fight because his dad basically coerced him into taking it. He said, "Man, you got one more in you."
Yeah,
how many he has since Kambosos? That's it. He did that for his pops. People was like, "Oh, and that was way before the Tank fight." Oh no, he dug Tank. No, he didn't duck Tank or Shakur, right? You by definition, you can push it a little bit with the core thing because he said no to him and took a lesser fight. But it's the same thing, bro. I think he wanted to retire on a high note, and I think Kambosos was a winnable fight. And you put in as much work as you did being a Lomachenko, all them fights as an amateur. It's no surprise he retired early, and there's no surprise that he go out on a high note. I ain't
gonna deny Devin. Yeah, Devin runs the smoke, but who is that? Who is Shakur running from? Like, stop it.
They just be saying anything, man. That's why I be having fun. Like when somebody, and I promise everybody, it's about 70 people still in here. Anybody that said this man turns down an actual fight with somebody of substance, or any fight, I'm gonna be one of the first people to talk about it. That's not shitting on him for telling the truth. The man turned down a fight, I'm gonna talk about it. I don't give a fuck if he get mad. I don't care. Like, bro, you turned down a fight. You can't ask me to ignore the news because it's you. But that's the thing. I paid attention very closely. And I'm gonna tell you, because Shawa was hitting on it. She touched on some things. It was 2 fighters in his entire career that they talked about him fighting that he didn't fight. It's 2 fighters. One of them is up on the screen, and I forgot when we played the last couple minutes of this. That's Oshaquie Foster, and the other one is Albert Bell. Neither of which there was a contract in place to fight. Neither. The problem is it just be something to talk about, or it be like a discussion, and it don't go as far as to guys getting teams on the same page, offers being sent. It just be a conversation, and when it don't happen, it's typical, oh, Shakur's scared of this one, or he ran from this one. And if I told most people to name 2, 3, maybe even 1 Albert Bell fight, they probably wouldn't even be able to do it. That's not a diss to him. It's just people be asking to see stuff that they don't even watch, if that makes sense, right? You'll see a guy with an undefeated record and some knockouts, but you ain't never seen a guy fight. And next thing you know, that'll be you'll be advocating for Shakur. Yeah, fight him. Like the person did with Javier Herrera. People was really on that shit. Did you see his last fight? Did you see his last fight? Before he fought Ricardo Nunez, the guy that ain't that the dude that Tank hit with the plethora of uppercuts and stopped the fight? I thought it was. But anyway, he had a tough fucking time with that dude. Y'all hollering Shakur Stevenson. Why in the fuck would Shakur waste his time? And I'm saying it. Waste his fucking time with somebody that's going life and death, cuts all on his face with Ricardo Nunez, somebody that Tank sent to the Shadow Realm years ago. I remember that shit. I think that's
you know what, for me, I don't care. Beat him. Fight Javier's little ass and beat him. And so he can shut up.
I get it.
To me, it's like, nothing but filling out your resume with more body.
It just does nothing, right? Like when you're like an extra advocate, at least tell me you've seen a man fight, Shawa. That's all I'm saying. I ain't mad at no challenge. Yeah. But how are you an advocate for a person that you've never seen fight? The person told, I said, have you ever said, can you name one of his fights? She was like, no. I wasn't trying to like come at her. I was just like, but do you see how crazy that sound that you're advocating for him fighting a guy just because you've seen that he got knockouts? That's not enough. And I say the Ricardo Nunez fight, look, credit to Javier. He dug deep, man. Look, when it's not going your way and you find a way to make it go your way, I respect the hell out of it. So he got it done. But fight him for what? Why? Because he said Shakur. You know what I mean? What he say? He said some shit in English. Like, man, bro, get the hell out of here, man. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see him waste his time, man. Like, I want to see shit that makes sense. And that dude is not on my radar. And after seeing Ricardo Nunez, he damn sure ain't on my radar. Y'all better shut up. Don't ever mention them in the same sentence no more, bro. Like, they just be thinking anybody with knockout power can get in there and beat Shakur. When I keep telling y'all, man, I wish one day y'all would be able to go in the gym and just sit there and see do that power shit work. When you see him go in there with somebody that's multiple weight classes above him, definitely punch hard, and then they end up getting hands put on them. People will start to change their tune, man. It takes more than power to beat Shakur. If you don't know that, you're never gonna know it. Power is that's not enough if you can't fucking land it, bro.
Javier worked his way up to interim. I wish Shakur would have stayed there. Fight that little boy. Fight him. What do we call the little boy, that young man?
I mean, I don't be mad if he entertained it. If you don't got nothing better, shout out to KO. He said he was trying to clinch Tank and got knocked through the ropes. Yeah, Ricardo Nunez got dead bad. Yeah. I see your comments on this screen, but not this screen. I don't see.
And he struggled.
Why do they keep doing this? Yo, StreamYard, something, YouTube, somebody get y'all stuff together. Yeah, Javier Herrera didn't make the check weigh in. Josh Padley did. See, that kills that. When you know what you're talking about, like you could just kill little shit like that. A lot of people say, yo, he ain't had no full training camp. Just shut up, bro. Shut up. And I mean it to everybody saying that. Nothing would change. He's not gonna get better with a full training camp. Maybe it'd be a little more durable. Maybe he could take a body shot a little bit better. That's it. It's not going to make him a better talent. Them dudes is worlds apart, and I mean that shit.
Padley was ready and game. Let's not even do that.
I like him, though. I like him.
I like that. I ain't mad at all. I like Josh. Padley was ready. I don't know what y'all talking about.
I like Josh, man. I like him. He been knocking people out. He been winning. So, yeah.
Before Shakur. So, yeah, let's not do that.
Josh Padley was able to make the check weigh in. That's why he was able to get the fight.
And tell me he didn't look like he was fit and in shape. He was clearly a game fighter. Like,
As far as Tank was younger, why is it cool for a young Tank to fight a prime Loma, but an old Loma can't fight a prime Tank? See, always different standards with Tank. Nah, look, it's a lot of little misconfusion with that. And I'm gonna play the rest of this. I'm gonna just respond to that. Look, man, let me be blunt. People just be fucking hating. All right. When you got the crown in any sport, when you're at the top of your sport, regardless of how you got there and if people think you deserve to be there, they just hate. They just hate. And then when it came to Tank and Loma, look, they hang their hat on the fact that it was said that, Tank said Floyd was trying to set him up, but people didn't provide the context, at least the context that I seen when he said that. Spoke about it. I mean, I heard him speaking. He was saying, like, basically, if I'm going to fight somebody, who do you think should know about the fight, right? The individual. If you're promoting me and you got plans on putting me in the ring with the toughest guy I'm fighting to date. Don't you think you should talk to me about it? Said he found out through the fucking media that he was talking about making a fight. That's why he started talking about setup. Like, I don't know how y'all hear that, but for me, you're supposed to be straightforward with me. It's not supposed to be a secret who I'm fighting next, bro. I'm supposed to know before the media, you know, in social media. I'm supposed to know before them. Why do I open up social media or whatever outlet it is and you read that you think about making a fight with me and Loma? So people hung their hat on the fact that he said he was trying to set him up. So they felt like the fight could have been made, but it seemed like Tank didn't want it. But I'm gonna call bullshit on all that. Lomachenko was sounding like I played the videos. He said fight Tank for what? For money? Then he was saying something about pay-per-view. We went over the clips, bro.
Yeah, he talked about having exclusivity with ESPN, and he couldn't do the fight.
Did Bob Arum?
And that was in 2017.
Making a Tank fight, and he fucking snapped on the person that asked him the question. I don't remember. My memory a little fuzzy, but I remember it specifically. They asked him about making a fight with Tank, and he snapped. That should tell you everything you need to know. We be arguing about the dumb shit, but in reality, where's the fucking paperwork? Are y'all convinced Floyd was talking shit? Floyd never tried to make that fight. He even said, man, he want to fight him because he older. Man, Tank younger, we getting money. They didn't like that neither. Floyd seen that he got a guy that he could make money with, and that's what he did. He never ducked him. Bob Arum never tried to make a fight with Tank and Loma, but people will say, oh, he ducked him. Get that weak ass shit out of here. Then you fast forward to today, when the fight was allegedly gonna happen, somebody walked away and his name wasn't Gervonta Tank Davis. Now, I'm not going to call Loma a duck. I'm going to rewind way back to when he lost undisputed with Devin Haney. He was talking about retiring from that point on. He cried in the back. He was talking about retiring. His dad convinced him to take one more fight. He didn't fight Core. He fought Kambosos, and that was it. I never thought we was going to see him again after he fought Kambosos, me personally. And so if you feel like he's scared of Tank or he ducked him, by all means, but nobody that's fighting Gary Russell Jr. in a second, third fight is scared of anybody to me. Like the dude hit the ground making challenges. I think one of his sign-ons with Top Rank was making sure he got a title shot within a couple fights or something to that.
And he did.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Loma is one of them real ones, bro. It's just unfortunate we didn't get to see him and Shakur in a chess match or him and Tank in a chess match. Loma ain't scared, man, but Tank ain't ducked shit. As a matter of fact, he's never ducked a single fighter in all of boxing, bro. Now, you can criticize that he didn't prioritize or ask for the fights, argue all you want with that, but that still don't mean somebody ducked you, man. I think Tank was molded a certain way. I think Floyd brought him up to make money. I think he got in it to make money, and it was the perfect fit. You broke, you need money, and I'm going to show you how to fucking get it, and you don't need none of these dudes to do it. I could be wrong. That's what it sounded like to me. These dudes ain't on your level. We over here. We going to keep doing what we doing, running the bags up. That's what they did. They did it as long as they could. Tank took over, and he picked up where they left off. And truth be told, I think he's still in position to make some of these same fights that people are asking about when he get back. But all that duck shit is garbage, man. At the top is business, bro. It's business. And I think the powers that be, the handlers on Tank, the guys that's making the moves for him, it's very simple, bro. He a business. And if I'm in business, do I put my business in a position to fail or succeed? It's that simple. It's that simple. If I can fight A, B, and C without fighting X, Y, and Z, then I'm going to do that. If I can make the same money, or you get what I'm going to do that and secure the bag, I'm going to do that. So I think a lot of his opponent selections is about money. I think it's money related. And he one of the few fighters that broke the mold. He could fight just about anybody and it's going to do numbers, right? Can you name any other fighter that can do that? So if they figured that out, why wouldn't they take it to the bank? Again, this is business. Fuck the best fighting the best. It's business. You think they caring about that? They don't. Hate to break it to you. They don't give a fuck about you, how you argue on YouTube about how you ducking and the best ain't fighting the best. They clearing checks and they got one of the richest fighters in the game. You think they care? So it's crazy. It's hard to tell somebody they doing something wrong when they keep cashing checks. And I think it's a lot. It's a lot of politics. There's a lot of shit that go into his fights. Do I think he could have said, yo, give me this guy, that guy? Yeah. But I think he was conditioned to move a certain way. And he told you as much. I don't ask for these fights. I just prepare. Like, we get ready. They tell me who I'm fighting. I say yay or nay. And that's it. And that's just what it is, bro. So, you know what I mean? Looking at how things are now, When fighters do shit for them, I respect it. I don't feel like no fighter should move based on what fans are talking about they want. And I know that sounds crazy, right? But as fans, we have an option to watch it or not. Yep. I heard it yesterday. Somebody said, man, I don't want to see no Shakur Ryan. Who asked for that? What that do for us? What that do for him, you dummy? He taking the punches, asshole. Like, bro, like if it's he good for Tank, he good for Devin, but now you get to Shakur and it's like, well, I ain't asked for that. These dudes don't make their fights based on what you're asking for at home. And the last time I heard somebody complaining about a Shakur fight, it was Tia. And guess what they were saying? On there talking about how they not paying for the fight, but then complaining about ticket sales. So fans are full of shit. These guys and women do not make fights based off what the people are arguing about. I hate to break it to you. That's not how it go. You think they sitting on YouTube like, yeah, man, well, they said I'm ducking if I don't. No, it's what makes sense, what make business sense for them, what makes money. They don't care about what people are talking about because they know this shit ain't got nothing to do with ducking. It's business, especially when we talking about the best fighters in the world. So miss me with all that Tank duck shit. Where the paperwork at to prove it? The one time that it was an offer or a fight about to be made, it was him and Loma, and it wasn't Tank that said he wasn't taking the fight. So it's like people just got to leave it at what it is. He ain't prioritized the fights and or asked for him. You can critique him for that. But you can't say he's scared of nobody, bro. I'm not buying that weak ass shit. Any little guy that can make a grown man take a nap against his will after he well rested, well trained in front of his father, and all them people in the crowd ain't scared of shit. I'm telling you. It's just a matter if you want to do it. Do guys want to lose? No. But a lot of that is because of us and how we treat people after they lose. Can you blame fighters for not wanting to put it all on the line when all they're going to do is get shitted on by the very same people that claim they support them? Right. I don't want to hear that shit. People wake up and call Tank Davis a fraud. But if he was your little brother or your big brother, your cousin, your uncle from your hood, what would you say? That dude made it. So it's like, it's crazy. It's like, man, do what's best for you in that moment. That's what I expect every fighter to do. You can't do it for the fans. The fans in boxing are far too fickle. They switch up on you. I mean, just ask Tank. He ain't even have to lose a fight, whether you thought he lost to Loma or not. It's a draw officially. Look how people, you know what I'm saying? Look how people wrote him off. Look how people shitted on him. I hate all that weird ass talk, man. These grown men ain't scared to fight each other, in my opinion. I think they all have plans. I think they all have preferences. I know they all have plans, preferences. They want to make money. And sometimes we ain't going to see the fights because of that.
They all moved a certain way, too. We can't deny that. That's what matchmaking is for. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we ain't going to see the fights we want to see. We talked about that.
Facts. And ain't nobody ducking. It's just, like, for example, like when they was doing all the arguing with Shakur and Tank fight. And I'm glad that Steven Espinoza got exposed by Shakur right to his face. And he forced to reiterate what he already said. Preliminary discussions. I need everybody to listen to that, analyze it, understand what he mean when he say that. That mean nothing took place more than a phone call. Do you think all it takes is one phone call for that fight to be made with all that ego? And you get what I'm saying on the line? Like, you really think a preliminary discussion is a crime in boxing? But we've argued about that shit for years and labeled either guy a duck. In reality, it's been no paperwork. It's been no offers. It's been no contracts. It's been a small discussion behind the scenes and no fight. And it's crazy that we be trying to paint one guy as a duck. That's why I don't go that route. I follow the paperwork, man. Ain't no paperwork out there, and it's just a discussion. I ain't trying to hear that duck shit. You got to tell me when guys are supposed to fight and you see one fighter go in another direction or take a lesser fight, then you can have that the duck narrative. But until then, these fights don't be in position to be made, and the powers that be don't be in a rush to make these fights because they risk to their investment. And I'll say this, and I'll end it with this and play the rest of this from Shock, and then we're going to get up out of there. I did not realize we was here almost 6 hours. Shakur better fight with Keyshawn. I mean, shit. You never know until they get in there. You could think Shakur could be a better fight, could be Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? Maybe his temperament makes it a better fight. I don't know. But all that duck shit need to stop. People, when you learn boxing, you'll understand that it's not ducking that's going on. It's people prioritizing and making the bag. And again, if you're in business, you got a fighter that, and your job is to make him money. Your job is not to put him in situations where he could lose. So if you're Gervonta Tank Davis and you moving for him, Shakur Stevenson is risky to your business. You Shakur Stevenson's team and you working with him, Gervonta Davis is risky for your business, to be fair. Don't give a fuck what you say and how you slice it. They both are a threat to each other. The fans might try to say some weird ass shit. A super tanker maniac might try to say something, or what y'all call them, the Shakurians might say some weird shit. That those guys are a direct risk to everything each other has built, because that's a true 50-50 fight on paper and in the ring. In my opinion, either guy could win. When it's like that, a lot of times you don't see that fight unless it's money that they can't ignore. They haven't even gotten that far with Tank and Shakur. I'll just leave that to marinate before you ever call either one of them a duck. Think about that again. Devin over everybody is war. Drop. Hey, man, look, it could be Devin over everybody, bro. But look, it's boxing over everybody. I join in the fun. I say, yeah, I got core over everybody, but it's really boxing over everybody. I'm saying boxing over everybody. I got my favorite and my favorite.
I like that term, man.
But we rock with boxing more than any one fighter. You know, I'm a Jersey guy. Core's my guy. But if he had to ask me, bro, I rock with boxing more than I rock with any one fighter. And I try to make sure y'all hear that in the content. So shout out to Devin. I tell people all the time, you're not going to hear another dude from Jersey that rock with Core the way I do. Give that man the credit that I give him. I don't have a bad word to say about him. Like I said before, when people said he was chinny, I went to bat for him. When they said he was pillow-fisted, I went to bat for him. And when they try to paint him out to be a thug, I went to bat for him. You might not seen it live, but it do exist. So I build all these dudes up, regardless of who I think is going to win. And I ain't really big on that duck narrative, because that shit is a lot. Most times can't be proven. It's what you think, right? You know what I'm saying? We expect guys to take less than they feel like they worth to make fights for our entertainment. To say this shit again, we expect guys to risk their health, their life, everything they built for less than they worth for our entertainment, just for them to lose and then us to shit on them afterwards. Make it make sense, bro. So, nah, man, if you're a fighter, capitalize on each and every time you get in the ring. Don't let nobody sucker you out of no money, man. Shout out to the Queen, Kendra. How you feeling? Peace to the Queen. Boots another AB? No, the hell you not. That's disrespectful, and that's super disrespectful both ways. AB was a 4-division champion by the age of 26, bro. He fucking overachieved. If he never fight again in life, if he never win another fight, he overachieved. Do you know how many fighters and the percentage of fighters that will never reach that level of success that AB was at? And look, that's a prime example. You calling Boots AB. Do Boots drink? He got drinking problems. Respect to AB. But you see how we do our fighters? See what I'm saying? You're a prime example. What do Boots got to do with AB? They're not even remotely the same. In no way, shape, or form. But you see what we do to our fighters? AB, although he got some troubles outside the ring, we get it. Still one of the most accomplished overachievers in the sport, in the history of the sport, bro. 4 divisions at 26. Shakur 28, and he just got 4. AB did it at 26. De La Hoya did it at like 24. Nah, man, we got to do a better job at supporting our talent, bro. AB had his vices. That's his own problem. But at the end of the day, he ain't duck shit. See what I'm saying? Never mind who he lost to. Who did he duck? See what I'm saying? So I'm always right. That's always going to be one of my favorite fighters. Y'all see the clip.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yeah, I appreciate you in that Cash App. Much love, much appreciation. But let me get this off the screen. Let me play the rest of this, man. I had this on pause way too long. Get this off there.
At home.
I know that Loma was able to get a Gervonta Tank Davis fight and a Pitbull fight, and he was able to do 2 back-to-back pay-per-views. So do you feel that the case
real
in him,
quick, yo? Let me say this, man. I don't know who in here that's hearing it, whoever it applies to, yo. Stop. I see that weak ass shit y'all be doing, yo. Stop following me and unfollowing me, following me back, unfollowing me. Yeah. They be mad at me every other week, probably because of one of my boxing takes. Look, bro, I'm going to always speak the truth over here. So if you like to hear people get their just due, this is the one-stop shop. If not, just stay unsubscribed, stay unfollowed, bro. But stop following me back, unfollow me, follow me. But I hate that. I just had to say that. It's a pet peeve. Like, stop, bro. I'm still the same that I've always been, bro.
Good conversation.
Right. I don't push narratives. I don't lie. And I feel passionate about everything that I say on here, I believe. So, you know what I'm saying? But if you don't rock with it, you just don't rock with it. It's all good. I can't be everybody's.
I'm saying, would you understand if you took a fight where, I guess, in some sort of degree, seems like the more lucrative fight
My
because
bad,
a
y'all. I
fight
ain't
with
mean to-
you, I guess, makes sense in the boxing world. But if you had an opportunity to, I guess, fight like a pit bull or a tank, which was able to get him on, would you understand that and would you take offense if he went in a direction like that?
Nah. I never take no offense for nobody doing what's best for their career. We in this sport to make money, and we in this sport to make a living. So, all that personal stuff, that shit is for the birds. If it's a big opportunity, you know what I mean. But I don't count people pockets. I don't count people moves. I just want to beat them up. That's it. Like they got a lot of people saying I'm like I need Shakur, like I'm chasing Shakur, like I'm hating on Shakur. I just want to beat him up. Like what happened to
I like that.
after my fight with Foden or while I was fighting, these guys running off tweets, him and Ray Savage just hating like a
Hey,
y'all.
man, that's
I didn't hear
Shakur.
no hating talk then. But as soon as I say I want to fight him and all this, I'm hating. Man, I
Nah,
don't
he
care.
ain't hate.
I want to fight him. You know what I mean? So that's what
He
it
ain't
is.
hating on Corey. He just a little
And
salty.
in all this off,
He ain't hating though.
you bring up Ray Savage. I know that he wants to face you, right? And I know that you're in a position where, I guess you want the Shakur fight, you want Big Bro, right? And if not, Lamont is in a great position because the performances
Careful
he's
what
put
you
in.
wish for,
So I
big
guess
bro.
what
Ain't
does Ray
nothing to
have to
play with.
do, or essentially, how does it fall in a factor where it makes sense for him? Because he seems really adamant. And
Hey
when you
man,
pursue
everybody
Shakur,
that's still in here, we got almost 70 people still here. Hit the like button. I don't care what side you're on, man. We had almost, I don't even know. I see over 6,000 people came through it, man. Hit the like button. Everybody, everywhere, just hit the like button. Double tap the screen if you're on the vertical side. You're on the horizontal side. Y'all know how to hit the like button. It's free.
it seems like, hey, fight
I
Ray,
like
right?
Shot.
So I
Shot said,
guess
I want to beat him up.
would you have to fight Ray to get Shakur? Is that the game? I
Shot
guess,
said,
or,
I want
or
to beat
would
him
you
up.
entertain it?
Just
Would you
want to beat
fight
him
Ray?
up.
Like, I guess the question comes down to where does Ray
This shit
Savage
can't
fall
get
into
more
the
clear
picture of
than that.
this?
I just want to beat him up.
I don't know where he fought. He don't look. Ray Savage is his own guy. Is he the son of the look? Father and son. They got the father and son, but the son got to still be his own person. He still got to be his own guy. You know what I mean? So
Shot
he
stupid,
falls
man.
nowhere in line with what I want to do, beat up and do to his pops. You know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with him. You know what I mean? So I don't know why. I'm not. Look, I'm not. Nobody. I
I
don't
can't
need
shit for that
Shakur. I
either.
don't need none of these guys, bro.
Nah.
Like,
Calling that man his
so
pops.
I don't have to go fight no rates to fight you. Like, I don't
Mhm.
need you. Like, at the end of the day, we all prize fighters. We making real money. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? But
Right. Well said, Shot. Well said.
y'all gonna see soon because I will beat up little buddy. But we gonna see what's going
I
on.
don't
You know what
think
I
you
mean?
will.
It's
I
some.
believe
It's
you'll fight
something.
him, but I
You
don't
know
think
what I
you
mean?
will.
He can get
That's
it
just
too
my
though,
opinion.
for
I don't
sure.
see it in the
He
ring.
can
Real
get it too.
talk.
I just ain't saying too much. But
He may fight
we
Ray
gonna
before
see
he
what
fight Shot.
little buddy talking about too.
Core.
He may
Devin is
fight
trash.
Ray, yeah, before he fight Shakur. He may fight Ray because I told you he's number 2 in the
Wise.
WBC.
Yeah. I feel you. Wise said Devin is trash compared to Tank, Shakur, and Keyshawn. Nah, man, couldn't be further from the truth. Devin ain't trash compared to nobody. And I mean this respectfully. This ain't no fan shit or none of that. Just is some supporter shit. You could put him up against the best fighter in the world and he not trash to that person. Once you reach a certain level, there is no you trash. Think about what you saying, bro. Think about the position Devin is in. Think about it, how many fights you seen him win, how accomplished he is. You can't do that being trash, bro. You can do it, with smart matchmaking, calculated risk. You can say all of those little cute things, but overall, it's the talent, the skill set, and the discipline, the drive that puts Devin Haney in a conversation with any of them. And let me tell you something real quick, and I'm gonna just play the rest of this. It's at the end. Pardon me, y'all. Devin Haney fought Tank today, and Tank was to beat him. That'd be the best person on Tank's resume. If Shockey beat Devin, that'd be the best person on Shock resume. If Shakur beat Devin, that'd arguably be the best person on Shakur's resume. And the same thing with Keyshawn. Think about that. If all of those guys that you mentioned was to fight Devin and beat him, that's the best win on all their resumes. That's saying something, bro. Ain't shit trash about Devin, bro. I get it. Maybe his fashion. And I'm willing. That's as far as I'm willing to go in the joke because I do not like how these young kids dress with the big ass clothes and shit. But I'll take a stab at him there, but in the boxing ring, nah, that kid ain't trash, bro.
Yeah,
Very disciplined.
if he was trash,
it's a smart guy.
He wouldn't be so sought after for fights.
Facts.
People wouldn't want to have him on their hit list as somebody they could beat. So don't do that.
You know what's dope about Devin too? For as much shit as he get about his the way he fight, he get fucking paid, man. He get paid. And they did it their way. I don't think people pay attention to it. I'm gonna save it for another day, but yo, they did it their way. They went the Mexico route. That shit could have went bad for them. It didn't. They could have been signed on to somebody, could have been eager to get out their situation. They bet on them fucking selves. When people was trying to sign them, they kept making the fights, and they put themselves in a position that when they started working with people, they was able to demand a certain amount of money and kind of keep the ball in their court. Now look at them, sitting pretty, 3-division champion, undefeated. That's great. That's great, bro. I'm sorry, I can't call these dudes trash, bro. I love boxing too much, man. Devin Haney is a great young talent, man. But he can't beat Shakur.
Well, look, man,
shout out to the
you answered pretty much all the questions I think the fans want to know, right? And it just comes down to what happens on the other side, right? There's a lot of options out there, and someone's going to want to have to fight you in that setting. So I think with this great performance that you did with Stephen Fulton, I think everyone who's been either sleeping on you have woken up, and if they've been a fan of you, they double down on you more, and I see it in social media. So I definitely appreciate the time. And for the fans that's currently watching this, what do you want to tell them out there before I let you go?
Tell them to tell Shakur to take the offer. Take the offer. Look, we don't want to see Core.
We got to get Core back up here.
We want to see you in there with another elite fighter that's got the speed, the power with the ring generalship, and let's see how you work. You know what I mean? Let's do it. So that's my message to the fans.
I ain't mad at that.
Keep getting on his head till we get in that ring, and I'm gonna do what it do after that.
I ain't mad at that shot, man. Shout out to Oshaquie Foster, bro.
Shout out to Shot.
I ain't mad. I'm just not mad at him, Shot. I'm not. He's speaking like a fighter, bro. Like, if Shakur's up there, you know how Shakur talks. Shakur just sat there and look you dead in your face and tell you, ain't nobody better than me. So, like, I'm used to that kind of
Shaq like all these guys is on that time, and I respect that.
Right. Shaq is a real one, man, but I ain't knocking them. I have nothing bad to say. Their personal stuff is between them, as I always state. But from a competitor standpoint, that's what you want to hear a fighter saying. That's what you want to hear him say. He made sure he saved it to the end of the interview. Double down. Look, man, keep putting the pressure on him. I'm telling him to take my offer. He offering to pay sanctioning fees and all that. That's some real shit. I ain't mad at it. It all sounds good.
The belt, yeah.
But we got to see how Core responds to all this, man. If you can't find a better option, Core, because I get it. You on your shit. You trying to make fight. I get it. But you know how hard it is for you. So I just will hope that he keep all options on the table, because you know how hard it is for you to get quality guys in the ring from the past. Shockey would be somebody that if you beat, people would respect it. But I'm telling you right now, it's a small part of me that's a little frustrated, because if the fight plays out, I already know what they're going to say. I swear I know what they're going to say. It's going to be like I don't see a world with Shakur Stevenson and Oshaquie Foster fight, a.k.a. Oshanique, and they actually fight. Shakur beats him, and people get online and give him all his credit. I've never fucking seen that. Still to this day, I haven't seen it.
But they don't give Shakur credit for fighting nobody.
Nobody, right? So I guess they ain't never gonna do a Shaba, is what you're saying. So
yeah, at the end of the day, that's why I'll be telling you, just ignore these goofies, because all these guys need to get credit for whoever the hell they get in that ring and fight.
The only reason I say that is because it's like you will advocate for somebody getting a fight, just not to give credit if that person loses. It's like, damn, bro, you said fight him, now you fight him. It's like, well, no, he did get beat by Robson Conceição. It did take him 2 times. Y'all gonna start saying the shit that I seen. Like, but nonetheless, shout out to Oshaquie Foster. He doing it the right way. I got a lot of respect for him. Like I said, I know somebody that know him personally. He said he is solid as they come. Genuine dude, chill dude. He ain't for the fake shit. He work his ass off. He was a dude, kind of like a street guy. He told you that 1 foot in, 1 foot out, right? He put both feet in, and he's been getting the results. I can't do nothing but support that. I don't care about his personal feelings toward a fighter that he shared a house with, room with, like been in rent. Like, I don't care. That's y'all. Fight when y'all get a chance to. But I love to see it under the lights if it can happen. Only thing Shaq got to do is probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of the weight class. I don't see it working out the way he's positioning it, even suggesting it. It's a good suggestion, paid $120K for the sanctioning fees, and they reinstate Shakur, but he got to fight Shaq. That shit sound good, yo. I can't say he ain't think that through. He sound like he was thinking about that shit. Like, and think about it. 6-figure paydays in boxing is rare. I don't give a damn who misinformed y'all. That's not a regular occurrence. It's not something that everybody sees in boxing. So anytime a guy is willing to go inside of his pocket and pay 6 figures for something that ain't got nothing to do with him, I gotta respect that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta respect that. I know anybody could say anything, but I don't think he lying. I think if he got put to the test, and I think if Shakur was like, yo, I'm gonna do it, I think he Big C, he know he ain't no damn easy fight. You know what I'm saying? He said we talking about Shark Teeth. yeah, gotta get on my down. I ain't messing with y'all. I ain't messing with none of y'all cows. Cow get on my nerves.
You're clowning.
Yeah, Cal is there. And I don't know if you ever heard his voice. I read his comments in his voice because I know what he sound like. So it'd be even more funny. On my soul, you had to be there for that one, bro. That shit was funny, boy. They had Kyle pissed off, shot when he clicked the link, bro. I said, oh shit.
Nah, I want to hear it.
My boy clicked the link on him.
Where can I go find that?
Shout out to OTB. Hey man, I gotta hit you, man, because come on, man. I gotta get you out of retirement. I gotta go check the channel and all of that. I gotta go check out his breakdown. OTB be breaking down that film, y'all. And he was getting the clearances from the networks to be able to play the film with no copyrights and stuff. So I always told him he was onto something. He one of the only dudes that remind me of an Ant McQueen with how they approach, like studied and watch and break down film. They junkies like that. And Shawa is one too. So I got to give her credit because she a junkie too. She'll get there, break down the film. And I promise you, I got much respect for what you do because you take your time. I've never heard you give a bullshit take. And I've never heard you just sit up, be emotional and shit on somebody. I've never heard you do none of that. So tap into Yes Indeed Boxing. Everybody that's still in here, we got 60 people here. This is how we grow. Tap into the real content creators. Y'all like real content. Tap into her. Make sure y'all sub to OTB as well. And y'all just keep rocking with us.
Yeah, shout out to OTB because that's my first channel that I watched do breakdown. So yeah, shout out to OTB, man.
OTB a real one, man. Shock nice, but I really don't think he like that big name at all. He ain't a big name per se, but he's a respected name. You know what I mean? Call the fight boring narrative and go down to fight him. Like, think about it. I don't know, man. Look, nothing bad. Look, Shock, keep doing what you're doing. Keep putting pressure. You can't get the fights. Keep fighting the guys that are getting the ring with you, bro. Simple as that. I ain't mad at nothing he said. I like the fact that he said, I just want to beat him up. Like that's some real shit. Like, I just want to fight him, bro.
Yeah, man, Loma,
I just want to fight. I ain't mad at you, Shock. I ain't mad. But Core, look, I interviewed him like 2 years ago. It's probably going on 3 now. I've been reached out for a part 2. He suggested a part 2 long before I did. I reached out. He said, let's set it up. I kind of never reached back. So that's just how I am. That's on me, y'all. I'm like that all the time. I'm supposed to have a couple different guys up here. Tito Mercado. We got to iron it out, man. Communication. We got to get the communication together. But peace to the Queen. Shower and McQueen for coming up here, rocking out with me. We spent over almost 6 hours in. Shout out to everybody rocking out. We going to cover the Keyshawn Davis and It Is What It Is interview tomorrow, as well as what Abdullah Mason had to say. We didn't get to it. We had a hell of a lot, man, and we did some building, bro. Yeah, the Reef stupid. Y'all stupid. I ain't messing with y'all.
Look, hear Keyshawn name again?
Maybe.
I thought you so much Keyshawn. Okay.
All right, Mama do about her and Keyshawn. Shout out to Money Making, man. Money Making June. I got a cousin named June. Yeah, bro, no more. Just got the first clearance today. Let's go. I really be happy. Thanks to Zone for a change. Thank you. Yes, sir. OTB, don't stop, bro. You got me a little excited over here at that 6-hour stream. Hey, bro, don't stop. Matter of fact, we ain't letting you this time, bro. And we need you on the panel, man. We need you on the panel one of the days this week. I don't know when you're free, but the link is always there. Come build with your boy. We don't care how different you see it, OTB. You know, you're my brother. Come up here and talk some boxing, have some fun, speak for the other side, you know. And let's keep doing what boxing do. Let's keep giving boxing its just due, how we always do. So again, y'all, shout out to everybody that stayed to the end of the show. We was here for a long time. Appreciate to the queen, man. I appreciate you pulling up. I really do, man. You already know, man. Appreciate you. Hey, man, because I really believe what you're doing, bro. I believe what you're doing, and you got an eye for it. I told you before, one of your first breakdowns made me watch boxing a lot closer and look for shit differently. And you only could do that if somebody you able to learn from somebody. Oh, well, you always welcome. Hey, look, and shower, the kids always under the mat. Big B-Lo, you already know. But look, if you didn't hit the like button, make sure you do. Make sure you sub to the channel. Make sure you hit that bell icon. And make sure you sub to the content creators and keep supporting the grind. Shout out to everybody for this beautiful Wednesday. We came here early. We've been on since 1:30 in the afternoon, y'all. I'm about to go eat, rest, relax, mess with the kids. Y'all know. I'm about to go be just doing real life and go beat up my son real quick because he was talking trash while we was up here. So I got to go see what all that trash was about. You get me? Nah, but much love to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody that supported, and I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing, a masterclass. And Shakur meeting him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we need to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just